the glory days. She took every bit of power I had, but I can beat that witch again. Well, the gang's all here. Let's hit the road. I'm gonna walk the witch's road. The road is a death wish. Join me. What witch in her right mind would join Agatha Harkness's coven? Not looking for right-minded witches, as it happens.
Sweetheart, you okay? Oh my God! Whoa, what's she doing? Where's she going?
Bobby Wygant, the Texas News. Sunday, the Ridgely Theater in Fort Worth had the biggest day in its entire history. But the biggest surprise is the number of parents bringing children to see Alien. Did you know that this was an R-rated movie when you brought him? Are you sorry you brought him?
I am.
Would you recommend to your friends who are your age to go see Alien? According to the National Association of Broadcasters Code, television cannot show you the more violent scenes from Alien.
Is this really where you want to spend the rest of your life?
You know I don't.
Then this is our only ticket out of here.
What's happening?
There's something in the water.
What do you mean there's something in the water?
No, there's just something in the fucking water. Fucking thing's hunting us.
Open the door, come on.
Run.
Are you sure you want to do this? The Alien franchise holds such a iconic space in cinematic history.
The whole idea behind this film was to really take it back to basics and make it a pure horror movie again.
This story slips right in between Alien and Aliens.
Rain and her brother Andy are the hard story.
Are we leaving?
Denied. Again.
I don't want to end up like our parents. Do you? The ship's our way out of here.
Welcome to the Romulus space station.
There's a lot of secrets and things they don't know inside that ship that will cost them dearly.
Just like Ridley did with Alien 1, I think they made a point in not green screening it.
As a fan of the franchise, they knew it needed to be gritty and grounded. So we built every creature for real.
This film brings all of the things that we love from this franchise, so you know it's going to be properly scary.
If you don't stay quiet, we will die.
Hurry up, let's go.
All right, starting her up. Batteries on.
Lovely. First time in space, huh?
Yeah.
You too?
Fuel pump.
Oh, 2 space virgins coming through.
Right, take a good look outside the window. That's the way I see it, we're never coming back.
It's gonna be all right. You sure this is a good idea now?
Sure, Doug.
Here comes the crash.
Last side's done, bitch.
Is that?
Yeah. That is our son.
They say Vaga has the most incredible sunsets. I've seen them. In my dreams.
There she is.
That's not a ship.
No.
What is that?
Decommissioned outpost? I don't know. Probably got dragged into our orbit.
Okay, let's get closer, please.
Okay. I'm gonna match its roll.
The Alien franchise holds such a iconic space in cinematic history.
The whole idea behind this film was to really take it back to basics and make it a pure horror movie again.
This story slips right in between Alien and Aliens.
Rain and her brother Andy are the hard story.
Are we leaving?
Denied. Again.
I don't want to end up like our parents. Do you?
The ship's our way out there.
Welcome to the Romulus space station.
There's a lot of secrets and things they don't know inside that ship that will cost them dearly.
Just like Ridley did with Alien 1, I think they made a point in not green screening it.
As a fan of the franchise, I knew it needed to be gritty and grounded. So we built every creature for real.
This film brings all of the things that we love from this franchise, so you know it's going to be properly scary.
If you don't stay quiet, we will die.
Asking the question on everyone's mind these days, what do you think about the Batman?
I'm frightened. This whole city's gone to hell in a handbasket.
Well, he's breaking the law, ain't he? So they ought to catch that freak and lock him up.
I won't say it's gonna be easy, but catching criminals is what we do. So this one dresses up like Dracula, so what? We're gonna take him down. What do we know about this Batman?
He's been beating the tar out of muggers and dope peddlers out there the last few weeks.
He's mostly been seen at night driving that hot rod of his 100 miles an hour.
And now he's even attacking our brave police.
Nice car.
This man is not a hero, he's a criminal. And his time in Gotham is up.
Mischief afoot, sir?
3 explosions in 2 weeks. Peculiar. There's something more going on here.
He knows too much. He's an itch that needs to get scratched.
The kings don't run this court anymore. The jester does.
Bang! Look out! We could be looking at an all-out gang war on the streets of Gotham.
This is a losing battle. 100 other monsters will show up to replace anyone you take down.
Probably. But now they'll all know I'm coming for them.
We should have walked. What are you doing? Dixon! Let's go! Hello!
Buddy of mine got this bike from you guys. Thought maybe you could help fix it.
You mixed lady? Yeah, well, I don't know too much about bikes, so...
What about the guy that had it before Mick? Is he around? Maybe he can help.
Hey, guys. Y'all know who had that bike before Mick?
Yeah. What was his name?
Dixon. What an asshole.
Asshole or not, can he fix a transmission?
Hell if I know.
Don't move. Keep your hands down. Where's my friend?
something in these hills. Something haunted. Evil. It smells like death.
How do you know that?
Dark things called dark things.
I heard tales about him all my life. Most just called him the Crooked Man.
We've got company.
All your friends, they all gonna die.
Why can't you be a normal person with normal friends?
We'll have Scott. You're stuck in the past, Kevin.
You got to stop it with all these Vikings and the ancient geeks.
Freaks.
As well.
Mom, my wardrobe's moving.
Whoa!
Hold on. How is he here?
What's going on?
Your room. It's a time egress.
He's never done that before.
And it allows us to travel throughout the universe.
Tell me who you are, or I will show you.
I am Penelope, and I am, in effect, the leader. Fundamentally, though, we are all equal.
Who are you guys?
We're the Time Bandits, a crack team of expert thieves. Nothing is too big for us to steal. Oh, okay, now that we're close, maybe it is too big to steal.
You have a map that can take us through time. Now, Mansa, some people say you're even richer than Jeff Bezos from Amazon.
Wealthier than the mighty Jeff Bezos of the Amazon. We have no knowledge of who that is.
That map cannot and must not fall into the wrong hands. I shudder to think what would happen.
Bring me that map.
With it, I could create a universe of pure evil.
Stop laughing.
It's evil, therefore it's serious.
Return the map!
What did everyone steal? I got this beautiful vase.
Vase.
Vase. Vase?
Yeah, cool vase.
Everyone got a vase?
Yeah.
Thank you all. For a brief moment in my life, I felt like I was part of a team.
Yes, okay. Let's take him home.
This isn't my house.
Yeah, it is. There's your family over there.
They're not my family.
But they look exactly like you.
Well, this sounds like a family matter, and we should give them space.
October 13th, 1985. On Friday night, a comedian died in New York. Somebody knows why. These days, nobody's safe.
The comedian is dead.
You're supposed to be the world's smartest man, fight. Ian was active for 40 years. Men make a lot of enemies in that time.
Blake was a monster.
We're society's only protection.
Protection from who? From themselves.
This city is afraid of me. I have seen its true face. Maybe this was a political killing, or maybe someone's picking off costumed heroes.
I thought I knew how the world was, but then I found out about this gag. I never should have got involved.
Doesn't fit. Waiting for a flash of enlightenment.
A world grows up around me, but am I shaping it?
I want to know who's behind this! It's a joke, but I don't get it!
Every day, the future looks a little bit darker. But the past keeps getting brighter all the time.
It is too late. Always has been. Always will be.
Who's behind this?
I don't know!
Not convincing.
I don't know!
There is good and there is evil, and evil must be punished. Even in the face of Armageddon. I shall not compromise on this.
Would you look at that? A ladder! Unfortunately, my design doesn't facilitate this type of...
Well, destiny awaits.
Legend has it that there's this massive treasure hidden in some secret vault. And if you go hunting for it, you'd better take any help you can get. Because it's on the weirdest, most dangerous dumpster fire of a world in the universe.
God, I hate this planet.
What is that smell?
Piss wash gullet.
Ew!
Put the window up.
I don't want to! Roll the window up!
It's Pete. It's Pete. Why do you think it's called piss wash? How did it get the name?
It's in my mouth!
Do you know how many people have died looking for this vault?
We have something they don't, baby girl.
Okay, what?
Major issues. Time to make it rain with your body parts.
What did I tell you?
Minimal explosions.
I said no explosions.
Step aside, bitches!
Ooh, mine's bigger.
What are you doing? I needed a gun. So you asked for it.
There's only one of you in the world, and you're special.
Uh-oh. Kill them all. What's happening right now?
I'm expelling the excess lead. I can't go if you're looking at me. Ooh, actually, scrap that. I can. I really can. Actually, it's helping.
Are we really waiting for this to finish?
Keep looking at me.
God, I hate this planet.
3, 2, 1.
Directing Borderlands. Luckily, I had the creators to take me through the game in years and years of Borderlands lore.
The characters form this strange, dysfunctional family.
What did I tell you?
Minimal explosions.
I said no explosions. We had to really get some education and backstory for Pandora.
Would you look at that? A ladder! Unfortunately, my design doesn't facilitate this type of...
I
am so psyched to be portraying Claptrap, the legendary robot.
Step aside, bitches!
It has pathos, it has humor, it has a lot of action.
I'm so grateful that the game has such brilliant characters.
In order to create such a crazy world, you have to bring a certain kind of craziness to the table yourself.
I want people to go, that is the best time I've had in a movie theater in years.
So, how long do you think we'll be here? I'm not talking to you.
You know what? We are so screwed.
Thought you weren't talking to me.
You two, come with me. Report to Waste Management.
Hi there, I'm B127. I'm actually working on some nicknames. The one I'm floating right now is Badassatron, which is actually pronounced Badassatron.
We're gonna call you B.
I know we're just lowly worker bots who can't even transform. Don't you want to see what's out there?
There's a reason no one goes to the surface. It's dangerous.
Why'd you bring jetpacks?
If we survive this, I'm gonna kill you!
I accept those terms.
The surface.
It's beautiful.
You have proven yourself worthy. Take these and access your full potential. It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
We can transform now!
On 3, 1.
It's working! Where's my head? How do we use these things? Oh, look at wheels! I need wheels!
Guys, that's not good.
We've got these powers for a reason. Let's use them.
We stand here together as one.
Whoa! I got a battle mask! It appeared with this guy. Knife hands? I have knife hands!
I can see that. B, these are not the bad guys.
Why did you cut the door?
What? No, it was already like that. Right?
Yes, that's right. Yes. It was. Yeah, Yes. it was already like. Yeah, that's right.
Hello?
就要你打橫出去。
It's impressive just how great A Quiet Place Day One is. Not that the first two Quiet Place movies weren't good, but this spin-off slash prequel introduces new characters in a new setting that successfully elevates both the tension and the emotional impact of the nearly dialogue-free horror universe that John Krasinski established. And the result is the series' best movie to date. Now that we've seen two movies of people having to stay very quiet, you might think they've run out of tricks, but I think moving it to the big city does add a lot because it's just, there's so many more things that can make noise. If you're looking for this movie to add to the lore of A Quiet Place, it's not really doing that. There's a little bit, we get a little more information on these creatures, but it's really just telling a human story in the middle of this scenario. It's really just saying, here's what's happening to these characters as this terrible thing that we already know about is happening. Our main character this time out is Lupita Nyong'o's Samira, who's in town on a day trip during a time of personal crisis. As fate would have it, she's not going to be catching her bus home that afternoon though, due to the nightmarish creatures who show up and, you know, mercilessly wipe out any humans that they hear in their vicinity. Nyong'o is a proven talent. She has an Oscar for a reason. And yet, maybe because she's only made a handful of movies since her breakout performance in 12 Years a Slave, every new role that she plays feels like a reminder of just what a terrific actor she is, and how effortlessly she can hold the screen. The opening scenes of A Quiet Place Day One establish what Samira's life is like and the impulsive hostility that she's sometimes capable of. It's an efficient explanation of what causes her behavior, but it's Nyong'o's performance that does the real heavy lifting here of quickly connecting us to her, so that we're invested even before the world starts ending. As the survivors of the aliens' initial attack process just what happened and just how quiet they need to be to avoid detection, Samira finds a new focus. She knows exactly where in the city she wants to travel. Her reasoning becomes clear as time goes on, and by that point, writer-director Michael Sarnowski, taking over for Krasinski, has fully immersed us in this story, grounding an outrageous premise and a relatable emotional core. The other Quiet Place movies have powerful and compassionate moments of their own, but Day One manages to dig deeper. In a film that only sparingly uses dialogue, Sarnowski and his talented cast managed to convey a lot through brief yet meaningful glances and small observations. The prequel underlines the awful and nearly impossible plight of its protagonists. Could you truly stay silent while you have to move fast? Or if you were in terrible pain? Or if you were just plain terrified? There are several wrenching moments throughout that demonstrate just what an ordeal this would be, and why so many would not survive it. And this is especially true when Samira meets British law student Eric, played by Joseph Quinn. He's barely holding it together and latches on to Samira, sheepishly following her whether she likes it or not. And their dynamic adds much more heart to Day One. We see how these two rapidly forge a real connection, even though they can rarely speak to one another. Quinn is wonderful at displaying Eric's sweetness and his vulnerability through his actions, rather than any big monologue, and he proves to be the perfect scene partner for Nyong'o. Okay, so I've spent a lot of time talking about the emotional components of A Quiet Place Day One, so I should also note, this movie is truly scary and it's often intense as hell. It gets an extra jolt in IMAX, where the sound design genuinely made me feel like we were in the middle of a city under siege at points. There are terrific scenes throughout that ratchet up the tension, such as when our heroes must travel through a flooded subway tunnel, and when the aliens attack, it's brutal and memorable. This is one of the harder-edged PG-13 films in recent memory. Sarnowski gets a lot of visual mileage out of the creatures swarming the streets of New York or scurrying across skyscrapers, which is especially impressive considering how many other monster movies have used this city as their backdrop. There's a genuine dread that sells this as a believable look at how people would react to a situation so beyond comprehension and so out of their control. Day One is mainly a two-hander between Nyong'o and Quinn, though Alex Wolff, who worked with Sarnowski on Pig, does good work in a smaller role. Djimon Hounsou also pops up to reprise his role as Henry from A Quiet Place Part 2, the only real attempt to establish more connective tissue to the larger Quiet Place franchise. It's fan service, but to the film's credit, there isn't any eye-rolling, foreshadowing of what Henry's future holds. You can absolutely enjoy day one without any prior knowledge of A Quiet Place. Now there's one other significant character.
You can't have a cat in here.
It's a service cat.
Frodo, Samira's therapy cat. As a cat lover, I was nervous for Frodo from the get-go. After all, this is a film series that kicks off with the death of a young boy. And I won't say whether Frodo makes it out alive or not, but I will say that the two cats playing him, Nico and Schnitzel, give excellent performances. Academy, take note. Granted, the extent to which Frodo never meows or cries out, no matter what is occurring around him, requires a tremendous suspension of disbelief. Look, I have cats and they truly will not shut up when they're hungry, but Frodo is just built different, okay? A Quiet Place Day One shows that the horror franchise can thrive without its core characters and can go even further in terms of how impactful its stories can be. Day One combines expertly done moments of terror and tension, combined with a story about two people it's easy to care for, as we watch them forge a relatable human connection while trying to evade freaky alien monsters with really strong hearing. It's both the best Quiet Place movie to date, and it's one of the best movies I've seen in 2024. For more movie reviews, check out what we thought of Horizon: An American Saga, Chapter 1, and Inside Out 2, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Everything's twisting! Not again, that mother... See ya, Morty!
You truly are a man of legend, Jerry Smith.
Wait a minute, where's Dad?
You turds are gonna regret messing with the Smith family.
Trudge the hell out of this place!
Crush these bug bitches!
Come out! Rick's engine!
From visionary director Takashi Sano.
It's Space Morty!
Comes the all-new anime series.
Let's do it before you change your mind!
Rick and Morty, the anime.
Wait, what in the hell am I doing here?
English language premieres Thursday, August 15th at midnight on Adult Swim. Next day on Max.
Is everybody in the shot?
Okay, big smiles.
Oh.
Behold, this arena will be built for war.
As master of the games, man can devise entertainment that they really want.
Let the games begin!
I've ordered animals and gladiators from every corner of the Empire.
My children have been taken from me. Show them you can fight or die trying.
I will face him on the track, and I will defeat him.
Betting everything on one race is risky.
It's all or nothing.
We who are about to die salute you!
We all need different things.
Wealth, position, power.
And the excitement of revenge.
Curse these Romans. You're making them suffer!
It is that time.
We need to excite them. We need to thrill them. Enough is good. More is better. Too much is perfect.
Pity we can't kill them all.
Vegeta, let's do this! I am Super Vegito!
Challenge accepted. Come at me.
Wow, that kind of stung!
No mercy. Justice is absolute.
Everybody is counting on me.
So, you're my opponent, huh? Here I come! Hacha!
You're gonna have to do better than that!
You're very good. I'll help you, Rosie. You are powerless before my love.
After all this, you really think I'll surrender?
Man, why do I gotta do all this fighting stuff? No one will be able to stop me now! Yeah, eat this! Let's dig in! Here I come!
What a poor, unfortunate soul you are to face me.
Who do you think you are? You challenge the world champion? You got guts. This! Now I'll finish you! Huh? But I am the king!
Something about this feels completely different. I think I'm slowly starting to get the hang of this.
Once I defeat you, I shall achieve the very pinnacle of strength. And now you will taste my blade!
Not bad. Want to see if you can keep up? Bet you can't.
Rejoice and praise be! Together, we shall achieve the very pinnacle of radiance. Let the wrath of a god sink in! This is the end for you!
Scram, or I'll eat you for lunch.
Star Wars Outlaws takes scoundrel Kay Vess on a planet-hopping adventure as she goes in search of one big heist that will get her out of the trouble she finds herself in. Set between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, the Imperial forces are at the peak of their powers and will naturally serve as an enemy faction. But more integral to the Outlaws experience are the crime syndicates that Kay will encounter and the scum and villainy that comes with them. Dotted throughout the galaxy, each has its own story to tell and, more importantly, can be used to Kay's benefit when you see fit, thanks to Outlaws' reputation system.
Across all of them, there's fierce rivalries that Kay is going to have to navigate, and the player is going to have to engage with the reputation system in order to get what she wants.
You're not friends, you're not employed, you're not pledging allegiance. You're someone surviving and trying to grow a name, reputation in this world, and think of them as a little bit of means to an end. What do they have to offer and what do I need and want right now?
We've delved deeper into the gameplay impact of the reputation system and how you can manipulate the syndicates earlier in this month's Star Wars Outlaws IGN First. But who are these syndicates? We talked to members of the development team at Massive Entertainment to learn about the visual design of each and their place in the world of Star Wars Outlaws.
Let's jump.
Perhaps the most well-known of the Star Wars criminal syndicates, the Hutts are led by everybody's favourite giant slugman, Jabba the Hutt. Flanked by Bib Fortuna, Salacious Crumb and other hilariously named cronies, they first appeared in 1983's Return of the Jedi as the crime lords of Tatooine. Straightforward and not afraid to dispatch with anyone who plays games with them, they love galactic credits and the power they bring.
The idea with the Hutts is really what you see is what you get, right? They aren't afraid to use force, they take what they want, and they are just incredibly powerful.
Jabba the Hutt, very famous character in the Star Wars galaxy. And so the Hutt Syndicate is definitely inspired by that. So you will see Forcers and you will see characters that you know from the movies as well, Gamorrean guards, for example. But their look is definitely Tatooine inspired. I think it's interesting to say that the Hutts have probably the most dirt and wear and tear on their clothing of all the syndicates. You will find them on different locations as well. All the syndicates, you know, they have power that goes beyond the planet where they're from.
The Pike Syndicate will be a recognisable name to anyone who watched the Book of Boba Fett or Star Wars The Clone Wars TV series, but don't expect them to look exactly how you remember.
They have a very distinctive look. They are Pikes, but they're different from the Pikes you've seen in different shows, for example, because it's a different group. So in their design, we really went into a different direction with color palette, so they have a lot more dark blues, but also we went really into more of a graphic design for them. So you will see the helmets they wear and the clothing they wear, they have different patterns, which will show which rank they are, like which group they belong to. So they will be very distinctive in that sense as well. They're not as organized, I would say, as a military group, but they do have different units that have different weapons, for example, different skills, and you will see a distinction in that.
Through spice production and trading, the Pikes amassed a fortune from their homeworld of Obadiah. But by the time of Outlaws, the Syndicate finds itself spread out throughout the galaxy, including an operation on the freshly created moon of Tashara.
The Pike Syndicate is incredibly wealthy and powerful in this time period, and we sort of center around their underboss, Gorak, who is very much in charge of Pike operations on the moon of Tashara. Tashara is under Imperial control, just like the rest of the galaxy. We get to see the corrupt side of that because the Pikes have worked out a deal with the Empire there where they get to do what they need to do and the Empire always gets its cut.
Fueled by an unrelenting desire to turn profits, no matter what moral lines may need to be crossed, the Pike's love of luxury and all things shiny is best demonstrated in the appearance of Gorak.
We really wanted him to look very much like the boss, so he's much bigger than the regular Pike characters that you will meet. He's definitely not the one who fights, he's the one who tells people what to do. He has also a lot of jewelry, he's very rich. We really wanted to tell a story. You definitely see Gorak is the leader.
Tell the governor the payments will not increase.
As more Star Wars stories are written, the more important Crimson Dawn's influence in the galaxy appears to grow. Led by Lady Qi'ra, Emilia Clarke's character from Solo: A Star Wars Story, Crimson Dawn is the Syndicate responsible for auctioning off Han Solo's frozen carbonite wall decoration in the comic books, a prize won by Jabba and the Hutts, who outbid the Pike Syndicate. A mysterious organisation operating in the shadows of power, many of Crimson Dawn's intentions remain shrouded when it comes to Outlaw's story.
This is a restricted area. You need to back away right now.
Fine, I hear you.
Narrative director Naveed Kavari gives us some hints, however, noting that the Syndicate is really focused on intelligence spreading and aligning a bit of the wider network of organised criminals.
Crimson Dawn, especially if you look at some of the wider media, is up to something very, very interesting that I'll leave to others to explore and dive into, but this period is very, very important in terms of the character Qi'ra.
The shadowy nature of the group is reflected in their visual design, allowing them to blend into any location they might find themselves in, but also place their stamp when they want to make their presence known.
You will be able to meet them in certain places, and it's not always necessarily a place that's entirely theirs. Maybe they took over some place, so we try to really show that layer of, okay, Crimson Dawn took over this place, now you can see certain elements of them on top of something that used to be something else. They're more fashionable, I would say, compared to the other syndicates, and we try to translate that as well in their clothing, but they're also very undercover in the shadows. You would not see them if they would stand somewhere in the corner and just observing things. So their clothing is very practical, but very clean as well, cleaner than any of the other syndicates. Really to show that they have access to better materials, and it's maybe also part of their style.
The Ashiga clan is a new syndicate created by Massive in collaboration with Lucasfilm, and can be found on the freezing planet of Kijimi, one of 5 playable planets and moons in Star Wars Outlaws and last seen in The Rise of Skywalker. Although brand new when it comes to Star Wars canon, those more knowledgeable about the galaxy far, far away might be familiar with the alien species they hail from.
They're completely new, but we did use an existing species called the Melito for the Ashiga clan, and there's many different aspects on them. First thing on the Melito is that that they don't have vision, they don't have eyes, so they use different senses. And that was really interesting to design, like a whole syndicate that doesn't use eyesight. So all of their designs have a lot of tactile elements. They're based on Kijimi. In the areas they control, you can see these lines on the floor. That's sort of their way of navigating, feeling around almost where to go. Their style really connected to Kijimi City. We wanted to show that they've been there for a long time, so the city itself influenced their look as well. And as Kijimi City is heavily inspired by samurai movies and it has a lot of these Japanese influences, we used the same sources of inspiration for the Shiga clan as well, and you will see that in their silhouettes that have a lot of references to samurai armor or kimono type of clothing.
The insect-like nature of the Melito race not only provided some interesting visual challenges for the team, but also influenced how the syndicate is structured and what its goals include. Whereas others such as the Pikes, Hutts and Crimson Dawn value money, power and information as ways to grow their influence, the Ishiga clan is much more focused on itself and its small pocket of the galaxy.
Our expansion has made us vulnerable, Mother. It will make the hive stronger.
Ishiga clan are really interesting because they follow this very strict hierarchical structure. They are made up of a insect-like species that every single member of the Ishiga clan is serving the wider group under the control of Queen Ishiga, more than any other syndicate, where you might have some characters, some subordinates, you know, off to their own devices. In the Ishiga, they are serving the queen and that's it. And that gave a really fascinating dynamic.
They have a strict code of honor, they're very like a hive mind, and they have one very powerful queen who is in charge, so there's definitely references to that as well in the way they organize their locations, for example, which will remind a little bit more of an anthill. The Ishiga clan is really trying to keep the control over Kijimi, which is a very important city, and trying to really get their revenue through that. They're also a syndicate that you will maybe encounter less on different locations because they are so connected to the city. So it's really their power over the city is what gives them their meaning.
We have decided.
Sitting outside of the reputation system is the Zerek Besh, a mysterious syndicate that serves as Outlaw's primary antagonist. Where you'll be able to interact with the other 4 crime gangs and forge and break bonds of your choosing as the story progresses, the Zerek Besh serves more as a distant looming threat. They are run by Slero, a man who has placed a death mark on Kay at the beginning of her story, forcing her to go on the run.
It's an incredibly wealthy organization. They have their own plans and are more of a new player to the galaxy and to the syndicates. We very much wanted to treat them like they're the new player on the block. So for Kay, she's really on the run from them and from Slero. So they are actively hunting her down. She's using the other syndicates to kind of get what she needs to pull off a heist that's gonna secure her freedom from them.
A deadly group not to be messed with, the Zerek Besh needed an ominous appearance to match, something that Yonkers and the team have worked hard on.
I mean, they look very threatening. That's definitely one of the starting points for their design. So we really wanted an imposing silhouette. For them, we really looked at the silhouette as well. So they have very heavy silhouettes. You can see they have very heavy helmets. If you encounter them, you will be intimidated. You know, we wanted them to look intimidating. And they have big helmets not to get a bigger silhouette, but also it creates a bit of a distance between you and them. You don't know who's inside, you know. So that was really for us an important thing, that they would feel like, yeah, you need to get out of their way if you ever encounter them.
Much about Slero and his gang remains a mystery for now, with Massive reluctant to give away many more details about your encounters with them. We'll learn much more about them though, and why they're at the core of Kay's story when Star Wars Outlaws releases on August 30th. We'll have more exclusive looks at Star Wars Outlaws for you throughout July, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Oh, wanderer lost, do you know the rules of this forbidden domain? Number 1, no trespassing on private property. Violators will be punished. Number 2, good children will be rewarded handsomely. As for the naughty ones... shows you your own reflection. You're awake. How do you feel? Oh, I prepared this meal with care to assist in your recovery. Have a taste, won't you?
Rena, this child is but a mere bangbu. Show some mercy.
Ah, well then, Sir Lycon, please accept it.
I have recalled a task I've yet to finish. Please excuse me.
Then, Corin?
Number 5. Don't eat anything made by Rena. Unless you're me.
Presented by Nitsa. Speeding catches up with you.
Comic-Con, baby. You ready for this one?
Comic-Con,
Are
dude.
we back?
I am stoked. I think we're back.
What are you most excited for?
I mean, honestly, stuff I could see online, like action figures. I love toys. I love seeing that stuff up close. I love seeing the stuff I could never possibly afford. I also love seeing cosplayers. You see so many cosplayers walking the show floor.
Yeah, and you just take your chances. Just take one of the mask off. See if there's an A-list celebrity there, because they want to walk the floor too, just like all the fans.
They specifically tell you not to do that, but I see where you're coming from. What about you? What are you excited for?
Hall H, my friend. I just love the fandom that comes out of there. The announcements are great, but it's the actual energy that the fans bring. That's what I'm excited for.
Dude, I'm excited. This is gonna be awesome. We should get over and grab a Keem. We gotta be there real quick. I think we can get there in like 15 minutes if you really floor it.
I'm not gonna race and afford a crash. You guys, it's all hands on deck here.
We are pretty irreplaceable. Who could do our job, you know?
That dog from last year was good.
That dog was good.
Action.
That was a good dog.
He was a good
I wonder if the
boy.
dog's there this year.
Akeem, yo, my friend. You ready for this year?
You already know.
How are you doing? Good to see you, my friend.
Max, how you doing?
Happy Comic-Con.
Happy Comic-Con.
Dude, are you excited?
Oh, you already know, of course. I'm excited to see who we have show up on our stage. It's always a surprise each and every year.
Who's your favorite guest we've ever had?
Captain Jean-Luc Picard, of course, AKA Sir Patrick Stewart. You know, I interviewed him back in 2019. It was like one of the highlights of my Comic-Con.
Who is your most wanted interview for this year?
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. It's been a while since I've seen him in person, so hopefully he's here to announce, I don't know, whatever he's working
He really let himself go.
You really?
No, he's shredded. Are you kidding me? He's The Rock.
Well, you said it. All right, well, you know what? Let's just get out of here. You know, we got to beat traffic.
I'm excited for this, and it only happens once a year, so let's enjoy the ride and make sure we arrive in one piece.
Ooh, I love that show.
I get it.
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
While speeding may seem like the quicker option, speeding catches up with you. Stay safe.
San Diego Comic-Con. Today, don't move. The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon, The Book of Carol. Alien Romulus.
The underworld's favorite new scoundrel.
Star Wars Outlaws.
Let's do it before you change your mind.
Rick and Morty the Anime.
I bring a certain je ne sais quoi.
Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
If we survive this, I'm gonna kill you!
Transformers 1.
The man responsible for Spawn, Venom.
Todd McFarland.
Good to see you, Todd.
And so much more. San Diego Comic-Con kicks off right now. one of ign-live at Comic-Con. I'm your host, Akeem, along with my co-hosts, Kim and Damon. Happy Comic-Con, everyone!
Happy Comic-Con to everyone. And for the next 2 days, IGN will be bringing you live coverage of the coolest pop culture event on Earth. We'll be interviewing the stars and creators of the biggest upcoming movies, shows, and games right here from our studio, right across the street from where the convention is.
We'll also be heading over there, hitting the show floor and showing you the best booths and collectibles, toys, activations, all sorts of other fun nonsense that makes Comic-Con so special. If you can't be here in person, we've got you covered.
That's right, in just a bit on our live show, we'll be talking to the stars of the upcoming open-world game Star Wars Outlaws, and a bit later, the cast and director of Alien Romulus, the latest installment in the iconic sci-fi horror series. And we've also got the folks behind Those About to Die, the brand spanking new epic series on Peacock.
Later on, the cast of The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon will join us right here. No word on if Norman Reedus will tear up this beautiful living room set with his motorcycle. He never leaves home without it.
We've got all that, plus a million other amazing things we can't wait to show you today, right here on IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con. But first, let's check in with Brian Altano outside on the balcony, overlooking the convention center. Hey, Brian.
Oh, hey everyone, Comic-Con is officially in full swing here in San Diego, but if you're just hanging out at home with us, we have some amazing stuff up ahead. Aside from everything my cool friends in the studio just told you about, today we're also sitting down with the cast of Doctor Who, and speaking to someone else who's been known to time travel with power tools, Bruce Campbell, the legendary star of the Evil Dead franchise. I can't wait. But before that, we got a new look at the Marvel Rivals, the brand new PvP shooter that has your favorite heroes and villains duking it out. Now, if you prefer to see your superheroes battling their own personal shortcomings, well, we've also got an exclusive new clip of the upcoming Watchmen animated movie. But right now, let's check out what's going on down on the San Diego Comic-Con show floor.
Here we are at the 3100 line here on the show floor, and this is where you'll find a lot of the staples here at Comic-Con. If you've ever been to a con, you'll know these booths well. Behind me, we have the Star Wars booth. Now, here, this year, we have a lot of the costumes from the series The Acolyte on display. Here we have Osho with her droid Pip. We've got the Stranger back there, and other costumes among the way, as well as just regular Star Wars fans. You're going to find lightsabers and all kinds of concept art. But if you're a collector like myself, you'll find all the Star Wars collectibles kind of surrounding the Star Wars area. We've got Roosevelts. They're a fan favorite here. They always bring exclusive shirts with Star Wars prints, and the line is always long. The fans want them. As well as we have Stans who always do their Star Wars socks. We've got Div with the Star Wars themed glasses, as well as posters and all that. And then across the way from Star Wars, you find the Mattel booth, who always bring a ton of convention exclusive for con goers. This year, one of the biggest ones is from the Barbie movie. They've made a miniature scale version of the Ken Mojo Dojo Casa House, as well as some really great Batman collectibles. They have a Little People Batman collection of all the different Batman costumes, as well as a Hot Wheels Batmobile collection of the Batmobile throughout the years. Collectors, you're going to want to check out these two areas. They're always super fun and honestly a little bit busy.
We're here at San Diego Comic-Con 2024, and joining me out on the balcony are two of the voices from Star Wars Outlaws, Umberly Gonzalez, who plays Kay Vess, and Jay Rincon, the voice behind Indy 5, along with creative director Julian Garrity. Welcome, everyone.
Thanks for having us.
Outlaws, as the name suggests, features plenty of shady, seedy, dubious characters. Star Wars is known for its scoundrel characters, Han Solo, chief among them. So, since you two are playing the newest additions to the Star Wars scoundrel pantheon, what do you think is the appeal of these types of characters?
Oh, I mean, I think for Kay Vess, she is someone who has never actually been face-to-face with the underworld. And this is where our story takes place. She has a dream, she's a scoundrel, she's very resourceful, but she has never met face-to-face with a criminal syndicate. She doesn't know what that's like. So her relatability comes from the fact that she has a very different point of view. And yes, she is a scoundrel, but she's not as cool and collected as a Han Solo or as a Lando. She has a bit more vulnerability. She's kind of rough around the edges. She's got this kind of crack in the armor. And so you get to relate to a character like that. It could be like you or me or anybody out there that's playing, which I think people are going to love.
Yeah. Jay, what do you think is the appeal of these scoundrel characters?
Absolutely. I mean, it's that devil-may-care attitude, the roguish, fly by the seat of your pants, get in your ship and tear off, escape. This ND5 is a little bit more cooler-headed than Kay Vess. but still along for the ride. So you're zipping around this open world, and you can choose your own adventure and dive in between, you know, Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, and just immerse yourself.
Are there any other characters, fictional or otherwise, that you drew inspiration from for Kay?
We have scoundrels in the Star Wars galaxy, like Lando, like Han Solo, but we have yet to see a female protagonist with her story and her lack of skills, actually. She's resourceful and she's a scoundrel, but she doesn't have the experience like these other ones do. So I did bring a lot of myself to the character. There was a lot of collaboration with the directors, with the cast, informing and aiding who Kay Vess was going to be. You know, I just brought a lot of heart and charm and vulnerability and a crack in the armor that we have yet to see in a scoundrel in this galaxy.
Kay has a pet companion named Nyx, who's a big part of the gameplay. Did you have something standing in for Nyx when you were recording lines?
Not just standing in, we had a full-blown puppet that a professional puppeteer built with her own hands that brought Nyx to life. And I'm very glad, because usually in motion capture, when you're doing cinematics, they just tell you to look at a tennis ball or like an X tape on the wall or something. But because the relationship between Nyx and Kay is so crucial to the story, that relationship was able to really flourish. I was able to actually interact with him, pet him, talk to him, and we never dropped the facade.
So Julian, Outlaws is the first true open world Star Wars game. Why was this the game to finally go open world with?
I think it's because massive entertainment. We'd experienced open world games before, and it was part of our DNA to continue exploring that. And in fact, it's the first fixed point that we had. It was, we want to do an open world Star Wars game. The scoundrel aspect, the outlaw aspect was the second fixed point. And then that led to the period in the Star Wars era, the classic era. That was a suggestion from Lucasfilm Games, because this is the era where criminal underworld dominates. So, you know, it is a perfect time for scoundrels. So that's you know, the package that we came with.
As you say, Ubisoft has some experience making open world games, but working with Star Wars, were there any particular challenges that arose taking Star Wars open world?
I think it's less challenges from my point of view, more opportunities to bring something to Star Wars. So very, very early on, we looked at the different locations we could go to, and each one of these had to have a component of underworld, Empire presence for gameplay, for the systems that we have, for the reputation system, the wanted systems. So we chose iconic locations, Tatooine, recent discoveries, Kijimi and Akiva, which has only been written about, it's never been seen visually. And we created, in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games, Tashara, which is a brand new moon. That's a challenge, but hey, how many times are you gonna get to create something and bring something to Star Wars?
Yeah. Everything is connected with Star Wars now. So you're making Star Wars canon. Like that's a pretty rare opportunity, right? It's got to be exciting for you as a creator.
Childhood dream come true. We've
across the board.
Yes,
we've said
for
it
all of
before,
us.
but you spoke to 4-year-old me, 7-year-old me, who was playing with his Kenner toys at home, and said, "You know what? You're going to make an open world Star Wars game."
Yeah.
Well, since everything is connected now, you think there's any chance we'll see Kay Vess or Indy 5 in anything else Star Wars?
I certainly hope so.
That would be amazing. I mean, I feel like there's, again, a lot of opportunity for that.
Yeah.
Okay, what's everyone's favorite moments from Star Wars, starting with you? Could be, it doesn't have to be from a movie.
Ooh, I mean, when you see Jabba the Hutt for the first time in the movies and you saw all the costumes and the creatures and everything, I think that was such an iconic moment. And the monster itself, the fact that back in the day that was like, it was real. It was right there, practical. And I love that it gets to have a cameo in our world. And Kay Vess has no idea who he is. And so that was a really cool, like, full circle moment for me. Like, what?
No, I'm very excited that you have Jedi Jabba in the game, because we haven't seen him, that version really since that movie. How about your favorite moment?
I mean, it's got to be I Love You, I Know.
I mean, that's also...
It's
true.
It's just perfect.
I'm going to change mine now.
Oh, no.
No.
What's yours?
Mine, A New Hope, the trash compactor scene.
Yes.
You had Luke, you had Han, you had this super dangerous situation, and you had this creature that you couldn't see, but compelling danger. That was the magic of Star Wars right there.
I love it. And I love it when they escape and they're celebrating, but C-3PO thinks they're dying.
And, like every character in it is themselves to a T in that one moment.
Absolutely.
Incredible.
So good. Jay, what makes Indy 5 the perfect partner for Kay?
Oh.
Answer correctly.
His patience. I think that he's patient and he's curious and he's intrigued. And I believe that makes him the perfect partner. He also understands the underworld, which she doesn't quite grasp it yet. And he is very, very aware of the dangers that exist in the galaxy in its entirety. And so her ambition is so large and that it's sweeping and charismatic. But he is very, very level-headed and there to kind of just put things in check if he can.
Are there any advantages or disadvantages to being a droid in this line of work?
Oh, well, certainly. I mean, if you're a droid and you are a BX series commando droid from the Clone Wars, you're very formidable. You're pretty capable, especially in the environment that we're in. Disadvantages, I mean, maybe the old school, they don't serve this type around here, that kind of thing. So he's very much overworked but underappreciated.
Well, guys, like I said, I'm super excited for this game. Thank you so much for coming to talk a little more Star Wars Outlaws here on the IGN balcony.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, thank you.
It's out next month. I cannot wait to play it. We've got lots more Comic-Con coverage right here on IGN, so stick around, and may the Force be with you.
Welcome back to IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con 2024, presented by Alien Romulus. Face your fears in IMAX, in theaters everywhere on August 16th.
Alien Romulus is taking the franchise back to its sci-fi horror roots. Fede Alvarez, one of the best directors working in the genre today, brings his own unique style and is produced by the legendary Ridley Scott, who's behind iconic films like Gladiator and the original Alien.
Now, much like the original Alien, Romulus follows an unsuspecting crew who suddenly find themselves trapped in deep space with a perfect killing organism. The newest installment takes place between Alien and Aliens, and just like the original films, Alien Romulus will make use of some awesome practical effects,
including the sets, which look incredible and lived in. That means plenty of terrifyingly realistic face huggers, chest bursters, and of course, at least one full-grown xenomorph.
Now, coming up, we'll find out more details from the director and cast of the film, but before that, we have a special look at Alien Romulus just for you.
All right, let's check it out.
What was that? What was that?
The f was that? Yo, something in the water.
What do you mean there's something in the water?
No, there's just something in the fucking water.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
This guy was driving way over the speed limit. Look at the damage. This guy was going a lot over the speed limit. Look at the damage. This guy was going a little over the speed limit. Look at the damage.
Are you sure you want to do this?
This is our only ticket out of here. Should be in and out in 30 minutes.
On August 16th.
This place gives me the creeps.
Fear is bigger.
That's who's hunting us.
In IMAX.
Impact in 3, 2, 1.
Alien Romulus. Rated R. Only in theaters. Get tickets now.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
This summer, if you find yourself with a faint hugging sensation on or around your face, followed by some tightness in your chest, kind of like we did, it could be allergies and indigestion, but it may have something to do with the fact that Alien Romulus is bursting into theaters soon.
In space, no one can hear you scream, but that's not the case here at Comic-Con. So please make some noise for the writer and director of Alien Romulus, Fede Alvarez, and the stars of the film, Kaylee Spaney, Isabella Merced, and Archie Renault, and Spike Byrne.
Thank you all for joining us.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Now, the movie looks amazing, but it also looks gory, bloody.
Gross, nasty, pussy, icky.
Wet.
Wet. Yeah.
It looks phenomenal. So, but I want to know, like, with all those things that we were just discussing, what was the most uncomfortable you felt in a scene?
I feel like Fede knows our answers to all of this.
Yeah.
I tell you what, and this was also, looking back, was amazing how we shot that. But you know, the air vents, you see a bit in the trailer. I've got a mask on, going through the air vents. And we were there shooting that for a couple of days, and that was actually the size of an air vent. So there really wasn't much room.
You're not claustrophobic, are you?
For the
like the tight spaces?
Yeah. Where Bishop gets inside a very tight tube and start army crawling there, and I remember seeing that. It was like, wow, that's, you get, claustrophobic just watching it, and I want to make sure the movie started there. So we had this tube, I built the tightest, corridor I could, and then I remember going to you guys like, I hope you're not claustrophobic, ha ha ha. And you were like, I actually am.
I feel like you were doing a thing that was like, you'd wait until we were about to panic and then you call action.
Yeah.
I was in a bad place that day.
Any chance that Fede could make us all feel uncomfortable or scared? You were like, yes, I have a plan.
With your permission.
But that works. That's real. That's what made it great.
So yeah, you saw aliens. You're like, I got to do this to people in real life.
But I think that for everybody showing up to this movie a lot of time, it's like, okay, there's going to be a lot of pretend, yay. Yeah. And a lot of people don't want to do it, but they assume that's what it's going to be. And my job is make sure that for our own sake, really, that is a great playground and it's real and it's.
That was a gift.
Yeah, that for us, that's why we went practical and went above and beyond that way. It's not, a lot of people get caught up in the discussion of what looks better. That transcend this discussion is for us to have a real experience and for me to have something to shoot and bring back to the audience, right?
You mentioned the practical effects thing. The original Alien used a lot of really gross actual, there's like a 3-day-old oyster that they dissect at one point. There's cow stomachs and stuff like that. Was there anything like that on that level in this movie that maybe not random animal parts, but
no. Thank God they have come up with a lot of
new guidelines
and stuff. Yeah. But that's what all the guys that work with us, that work in the original movies, every time we were doing a gag, they were like, they were looking at each other going, oh, remember on Aliens? Oh man. It was like the milk, on Alien, there's something they all remember on Bishop, it was rotten and they had to work with that same milk that was spoiled for days.
Oh,
we didn't have any of that.
That's awful.
Our milk was good.
More advanced.
Good, yeah. We use almond milk now.
Yes,
it's better.
So, without going into spoilers, those at home, I'm just going to let y'all know, people die in the Alien movies.
A lot.
Yeah, they die a lot. So again, without going into spoilers, I want to know, what was it like seeing the xenomorph in person kill someone? Because I'm assuming someone's going to die, Isabella. Not you. I'm not saying you're gonna. I'm not saying. I didn't see the movie. All right.
You're asking if I've seen someone die?
Yes.
In the film.
In the film, not in real life.
So I think Kay is very traumatized throughout this film. I'm not good at not spoiling things. Okay, so.
But what was it like seeing the xenomorph?
It was really cool.
The massive creature,
variations. There was a fully robotic one, and then there was the man one where the man is wearing the one. He's wearing the costume or whatever, and it's very detailed. Like the teeth are in, the hands, the claws are very in. You see everything pretty much, and I watched him come out of, you know, the one scene where he's coming out of the egg sort of sack thing. I watched that happen with my own eyes. It wasn't like movie magic where I then looked at like a green screen or a green tennis ball. It was in front of my face, so it wasn't a stretch for me to be scared.
Yeah, for all of you, like, was it intimidating, like, seeing this? Because, again, practical effects, like, you're seeing it drooping, you're seeing, like, the slime and everything. What was it like seeing this massive alien in front of your face?
This lubed up alien.
I don't think I've ever heard that before.
It was intimidating. It's also like, you know, this thing to all of us is like a celebrity.
Yeah. That could kill you, though.
It will kill you.
Well, and I tell you, that machine weighs, you know, more than a ton. Is bring, you know, the animatronic we built, which is it's the first time that it's been done the way they've done the Queen on Aliens, right? And actually the same team. So it's a real animatronic. But I remember bringing it close to Kaylee for that shot you saw in the trailer, and me going to the guys, like, do we have control over this, you know, machine? I was like, yeah, I think so. I think they slip a, you know, they touch a finger, and then boom, the alien will move an arm very quickly, and it was a dangerous machine in its own, intimidating to see. So regardless of the creature, I think it's always, once we brought it close to the actors, it was always this like, oh yeah, is this thing gonna behave the way it has to behave?
That was a battle that you fought, you know, and I really appreciated it as an actor that you fought for us to shoot chronologically, and that everything that could be practical was practical, and that was like such a gift, but also for, you know, our cinema loving hearts, you know, I think pure joy. Some of the most beautiful creatives are those creature makers, those puppeteers. You know, I think there's something so sort of pure in that, of storytelling, of imagining these people in their basements making these creatures. It's just sort of beautiful in a way. So it sort of makes me emotional when I see them.
Shout out to Legacy.
Yeah. So Aliens is a sort of slasher horror, right? And then Aliens is an action horror. Your new trailer sort of indicated that this is a heist movie. Like this is a group of people that are going into a place to get something done in 30 minutes, which clearly doesn't happen. Tell me a little bit about that, how that came together.
Well, I think that's the key with all these movies, to make them different, is to find the subgenre inside the genre. So like you said, first movie, straightforward survival horror. Second one is action, it's a war movie. Third one is a prison movie, and a lot of the things are classic tropes of prison movies, so on and so forth. So you're always trying to find that, and when on the process of writing with Rodo, my co-writer, that was the finding. It was like, oh, what if we make it a heist movie? Would it be amazing? And also I had done with Don't Breathe a few years ago, so, you know, directors, we run out of ideas very quickly.
Yeah. Now, Fede, this isn't your first time, you know, modernizing a horror classic. You remade Evil Dead. So, were there any?
Thank you for that, by the way.
Yes,
awesome
thank you. We are thanking you. Yes, this is us actually thanking
10
you.
years ago, at IGN, like when at Comic-Con, that was my first Comic-Con in San Diego, promoting Evil Dead when it was coming out.
Nice, yeah. So, what learnings did you kind of like from working on that? Did you kind of bring into Alien Romulus?
So much. I mean, the practical effects of it all was a big thing. Back on the Evil Dead days as well, like CG blood and CG gags were taking over. You know, it was easier, less messy, as these guys know. Like, it's just resets of blood are a nightmare. You do one gag, there's all this blood, and then, God damn it, Isabella knows it well. When we did the chest burster scene, oh my God, that was so much blood coming out of that thing. And I remember like rigging things in a similar way we did for Evil Dead when someone cuts their arm off and we had all this blood coming out, and you get to do one take and your day is over, right? But back then I felt like for people that love that movie, it really made a difference. It really felt and looked different from everything else that was getting made at the time, because there was a lot of CG elements. It's just, but sometimes it look great of the day, and that's what happened with CG as well. Like sometimes it look great today, but then doesn't age well. 5 years later, the movies becomes unwatchable sometimes. So that's why I learned with that one that movie kind of looks the same. My experience of watching Evil Dead today is very similar to what it was 10 years ago. Nothing has aged much on that because there was no cutting edge technology, right? So same principle was applied here.
Okay, I have a very important question, and I want all of you to answer. Alien is under Fox. Fox is under Disney. Is the Queen Alien a Disney princess?
Sure is.
Sure is.
Yes? We all agree? Yeah?
Absolutely.
No, yeah.
Give her a star on the Walk of Fame.
Yes. Are we confirmed?
Yeah.
All right.
We're doing it.
Sweet. Okay, well, I want to thank you all so much for joining us. Now get excited for some good old-fashioned xenomorph mayhem when Alien Romulus bursts into theaters August 16th. Now don't go anywhere. Lots more San Diego Comic-Con coverage right here on IGN.
Here we are at Comic-Con 2024, outside the activation for Peacock's original Those
About to Die. I'm about to what now?
Die, you prick.
Wow, is that Academy Award winner Anthony Hopkins?
I think it is.
And he'll be here?
Maybe.
Those About to Die is a Peacock original, and we're gonna go do some chariot racing.
Ooh, one of us is gonna die.
Yeah.
Who will it be?
Wait, what? No, it's Those About, huh?
This guy.
Oh no. The Roman Empire is my Roman Empire.
So we found ourselves here in the betting tavern.
Yes.
Now, I assume we're going to choose some sort of champions.
Yeah.
We've got our abacus here, which will officially be exactly how much money Jeffrey will lose. So,
Wait, what?
And only one of us will keep our jobs after this.
Why are there so many high stakes? You die, you lose your job. Like, these are all bad things.
Yes. Either way, you either die or you lose a lot of money. So,
let's chariot race.
Let the race begin!
Come on, team! All right.
Go!
All right, Yellow is off to a quick start.
Come on, Red. Yes, Red, go. Come on. I need Red.
Come on, White. Come on, Green. Come on, Yellow. Yellow is off to a quick start.
Come on, Red is in the lead.
Oh, Red has taken the lead.
This,
The
Red.
pack is tight, but Yellow is pulling away.
Go.
Expert driver in the chariot seat. Come on, Blue. You've got this, but honestly, I'll take Yellow either. It doesn't matter. They're down on the home straight. Red, not far behind them. Way too far. It's Red or White. Red or White. It looks like Red's going to take the win.
Yes! We won! Yeah, Red!
Hate this.
I put so much money on the abacus for this.
You did?
Yeah, and we won.
All right, so I guess this has been my last day at IGN.
I want to be very clear. Ben chose all the other colors for his team, and I chose red, and red won. So you're about to die. Those About to Die is on Peacock. You can watch it right now.
Or the Olympics.
In the meantime, I'm going to go practice my chariot racing.
Great, good for you.
All right. Say hi to Anthony Hopkins for me.
Hey, Tony!
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Alien Romulus. Experience it in IMAX in theaters everywhere August 16th.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Friends, Roland, countrymen, lend me your ears as I share the stage with the director, joined by the cast of the new epic drama currently streaming on Peacock, all about the Roman Empire, exploring ancient Rome in a way you've likely never seen. And they're here to tell us all about it. Joining me right now from the Peacock original series, Those About to Die, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so happy to have y'all here. Now, I got to start with you, Roland, of course. You know, this was birthed from your mind. So I'm kind of curious. We haven't had an awesome chariot race since, what, 1959? Ben-Hur?
Well, it's like there was a remake made.
Yeah, we don't talk about remakes. But I'm kind of curious, what's your approach to, making scenes like epic scenes like this on the small screen in comparison to what we've seen you do in theatrical movies?
It's pretty much the same.
Yeah, same approach.
Yes, it's a same approach, and it's just like we had like 4 methods, you know, wide shots, which were purely CGI, and then real horses, which was shot like over weeks and weeks and weeks by my second unit director, and then we used also like kind of some volume stage, and the volume stage was the most interesting for me because it was like something filmed out with horses and everything, and we put just like kind of the guys in front of it, and they pretended to kind of to race, and it worked really well.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing seeing it all come together, and it came together because of the lovely cast that we have here. So, of course, I want to talk to you all. Now, Elon, I want to start with you. Like, I feel like there's a lot of research that goes into like building out these characters. So, what type of research or even training did you have to do for your character?
I listened to this podcast. Called The History of Rome by Mike Duncan, and I listened to it a lot, so big shout out, man. Because I wanted to be able to situate Tenax in a world that I could understand, so I wanted to know who the emperor was when he was born and when he was in his, because to figure out how he's got to where he is from being someone who lives on the streets when he was a kid. So yeah, and then I became really boring and just about facts about the Roman Empire, which you all really appreciated. We did.
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
So so it's all from the podcast then.
Well,
so
I just needed
for the most part, just kind of like get you in that mindset.
I just wanted to understand the world because I didn't, how did Rome start and
the podcast was like 300 hours, and Iwan listened to it about three times. I don't know how.
Only up until the point.
Only up until.
And then you recited it to everyone else.
I went back to the beginning. Yeah. I don't know why I did that. I really liked it. That's why. And then I guess a bit of stunt training, but it was mostly just sort of figuring out what Tenax is up to.
Yeah.
Just walking around, ordering people around, getting sand in my sandals. It was great.
Now, Sarah Mo, like there's a familiar connection with your two characters. Can you can we just talk about that a little bit?
familiar connection. I'm his mother.
Yes.
That's a connection.
Yeah.
Yes, we are the Numidians, and we are forced to arrive to Rome because he's been arrested, like his sisters, and is sent to the gladiator school.
Yeah.
I don't really like it, like that situation. So I'm just trying to make him free.
Yeah, because I'm like a brother to two sisters, and you know, my mum is a widow, so we lost our father when I was at a young age. So I tried to fill his shoes by becoming, you know, the man of the house type of thing. But clearly, I have no experience in what it's like to be a man, so I do very rational decisions. And part of that, I kind of become enslaved by the Romans and find myself in Rome. And, you know, Sarah playing my mother is there saying, "Son, what did you do?" And I was like, I thought I was doing the right thing.
So tell me about the physical aspect, because I'm assuming was there any intense training that you had to go through?
Yeah, I mean, I started filming in March, but I was probably in Rome like end of February, just to rehearse all the stunt trainings, get my body in that physical shape, learn what it's like to fight during those ancient times, because you can't come in trying to fight like today and swing your sword around. And so there was a lot of learning and physical aspect, which was very hard, but we had an amazing stunt team and stunt coordinators who kind of prepared me. So by the time, you know, I was on set with Roland, we was like fully ready to do what we had to do. But that was like the most fun part, because as a kid, all you want to do is wear gladiator stuff and run around with two swords. And, you know, so I was kind of having a little childhood moment, but it was very intense, but super fun. Yeah.
I know it looks like a lot of fun. I mean, the chariot racing, I want to do that. I want to sword fighting. So Jojo, Dimitri, Gabriella, so your characters are actually based on historical figures. So I want to know, like, what did y'all do to get into the mindset? Gabriella, I know you currently live in Rome?
Yes, yes.
So,
I live in Rome. Antonia is not based actually on a historical character, but she's very close to a lot of women that really lived in the past, like Livia Drusilla or Agrippina Minore, Messalina. So I kind of puzzled together a lot of elements of those characters. But yeah, I live in Rome. I'm very privileged. Like, I drive in front of the Colosseum nearly every day.
Yeah.
And to be honest, like, I never got used to the beauty of that place. It's just unreal. So when I got the chance to do like this show, that it's a love letter to Rome. I mean, an intense one, but it really is. It shows the amazing scale of the Roman Empire. I just like, you know, I live there, and it's amazing to export this history and the roots of our civilization.
You're also
really.
Roman, right?
No, I'm technically, I was born in Daytona, in Florida. Yeah.
Hang on.
I know, nobody knew. Yeah, I grew up with a flamingo next to me, 1 foot. But yeah, then I lived in Milan, but I lived in Rome for 20 years, so yes. Yeah, so that's amazing. And I play a patrician in the movie. I play, I'm the wife of Consul Marsus, and we are like the blue blood, like the noble kind of class in the ancient Rome, and it's a super fun role to play, kind of controversial, cruel, and very wicked sometimes, at the same time, but mad. She really has to survive, like Kala. There are kind of mirroring elements of the two characters, because these are two women that they have to survive in the ancient Rome that was really like a man world.
Yeah.
And for women to survive back then, when they didn't have any saying, they couldn't have any political kind of, you know, voice back then, she's trying to have one by being really behind her husband and trying to install ideas in his ears. She really wants him to become the emperor. So she's a politician behind the scene. That's really my role.
Wow. Yeah. Well, Dimitri, Jojo, I definitely want y'all to chime in. Tell me a little bit about what research went into your roles as well. And then we're going to play the game.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You want to go first?
All right. Well, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot on Scorpus that I could find. There's a famous Roman poet called Martial who wrote some poems about Scorpus. And so they were quite cool, because you got a sense of his reputation. I think the lines are something like, "Judging by the amount of races you won, the gods must have mistaken you for an old man, and that's why he took you." Because he was young, Scorpus, the real Scorpus, when he died. And so that was kind of, you know, finding little things like that were really cool. It doesn't feed a lot into how your performance, but it was kind of nice tracing back to these little echoes of this man that really existed. And one last thing that was really cool was going to Circus Maximus, the real place in Rome, and standing there and sort of knowing that 2,000 years ago, Scorpus was right here. And if you rewound the clock 2,000 years, he would have been racing up and down this track. And that was quite a magical thing to think about, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I played Domitian, son of the Emperor, and, you know, later on in his life, potentially an emperor, if you read the history books, so it's not a spoiler. I mean, yeah, the research part of it is massively important, or it was for me, because it's like, this guy ends up doing some truly mad stuff. He was one of the sort of bonkers emperors, as I believe what they call them historically. So I think, you know, I wanted him to be a real person. I didn't want him to just be a two-dimensional baddie. Absolutely. So I think it's important to like go back through, understand what he was like in his childhood, living this very isolated life, and that's how he ends up becoming so bitter and twisted and cruel. And so you can build these layers up, which means that when you get to him doing the slightly more crazy stuff, you understand it a bit more. And to echo what these guys are saying, like working in Rome, does a huge amount of the job for you. You know, it's being surrounded by it and being completely immersed in it. It makes you, I'll be honest with you, feel like you're the emperor, which is a very dangerous place to be.
Yeah. Well, we'll see who's the emperor here today, because we're about to play our own gladiator game. We have a little game we want to play with all of you. Now, we're going to bring out some scorecards numbered 1 through 10, and we're going to play a scene featuring a famous arena gladiator fight from a movie or TV show, I believe. Then we want you all to hold up your score and rate it from 1 to 10.
Okay. Good.
All right. Yeah? Big stuff. You ready? All right, so the first one, we're going to start with the classic scene that we mentioned up top from 1959, Ben-Hur. This is the Chariot race.
I already know the score.
And feel free. We can talk through, you know, your score.
This is my sort.
Yeah.
You read this? So what they're doing right now is that's not a good thing to happen.
That was amazing. No CGI needed, bro.
That's not good.
They shot like months and months.
Oh, a 10?
Yeah.
10 across the board?
Absolutely. I've seen that movie so many times.
No, I'm glad for it.
But 9 is still great.
Yeah. What are you going for?
Because I feel, you know, there's a cinema that just plays it on repeat.
Yeah.
Really?
It just continuously plays the Chariot.
Yeah. Just that scene. What are you thinking, Ro?
Oh, really?
An 8? Okay. This is good scores. All right, cool. Let's move on to the next one. Now we've got, this is a really intense drama clash set in a medieval themed family restaurant from the movie Cable Guy.
Ah, classic.
Yeah.
What? So what are we supposed to do? I mean, we have to be careful that we don't hurt each other, right?
I cannot listen to any of your instructions, or you are my sworn enemy, and are about to meet your demise.
Come back here, so that I may brain thee!
I love
Why did you do that?
So what are we thinking?
Season 2, I mean, that was...
What are we thinking? Is this better or worse than your own fight scenes?
If we're talking about...
Yes. 1. Oh, a 1! Okay, I shouldn't have said in comparison. That was my mistake.
I would put 6 because I like the sound.
Okay, you like the... You like that? Yeah.
You should have done that.
3. Oh, wow. Come on. When was the last time y'all saw the Cable Guy? Jeez. Okay. All right. We have another one. Let's jump into the future here with the next one. It's technically an arena fight, I guess, but it's from Star Trek, the original series. This is Captain Kirk versus Gorn.
Oh wow.
I mean.
Precious.
Oh wow.
What a fight.
Practical effects.
Okay, he's gonna cave his head in.
That's like this is so scary.
This is class. Oh, it's beautiful. Martin Falcon did that one. You know, they didn't even use fake rocks for this.
They just had a strong man.
I used to take that so seriously when I was a kid, and now seeing that.
10. So what are we thinking?
10.
A 10?
Yes.
A 10? Whoa! Amazing! Amazing, amazing. Well, I want to thank you all so much for playing with us and telling us more about those about to die. Currently streaming on Peacock. Now stick around, there's plenty more SDCC coverage right here on IGN.
It's Alia here at the Nickelodeon booth at San Diego Comic-Con 2024. SpongeBob SquarePants has 25 years worth of lines that have become synonymous with internet culture.
This guy stinks!
But how well do the cast remember them? Let's find out. Brought to you by the ultra-fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection from Xfinity Internet. Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Kayla.
I'm so excited because I'm here with Tom and Bill, the voices of SpongeBob and Patrick.
Why did you stop singing?
Well, you know what? We're gonna start playing a game called What's That Line? And the rules What's that line? The rules are pretty simple. I give you the start of the line and you guys...
We have to fill in the blank?
Yeah, you gotta fill in the blank.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready to play?
I'm terrified.
All right, let's do it. All right. Gary.
You are gonna finish your dessert, and you are gonna like it! I get it.
This isn't your average everyday darkness.
This is advanced darkness.
That's funny. Advanced.
That's right!
Wow, I still have 2 brain cells left.
Yeah, 25 years, yeah! Oh, these pies?
These aren't homemade. They were made in a factory.
Mom's kitchen.
I don't know this one.
It's not your average pie. I think SpongeBob would be worried about eating it.
Exploding pie.
Yeah, it's a bomb factory.
A bomb factory.
They're bombs.
I thought it was a chum pie.
F is for?
Well, it's for a lot of things, but many of them cannot be discussed on IGN. Friends!
Who do things together.
Who do stuff
R
together.
is for you and me. Oh no, fun is for you and me. Hey, you.
Anything at all ended in the deep blue sea.
Want to see me run to that mountain and back?
You want to see me do it again?
I don't know.
What would you say now?
What would I say now? Want to see me run to that mountain and back? 25 years later, I don't know that I can make it to the mountain. I'm like old man Jenkins.
Bill, it's your turn.
I'm scared.
Okay. Hey, pal.
You just blowing from
stupid down. I like that guy.
Good, Bill. I'm proud of you.
Who wants a Krabby Patty at
3 in the morning?
Every morning. Something like that. I have one every morning at 3 a.m.
Wait, doesn't it go to your thighs?
It goes everywhere.
Oh. Don't
I
you?
have Ozempic butt.
You have a what?
I have Ozempic butt.
What's
But
that?
what? Sorry.
Is this the crusty
crap? No! This is Kayla. I mean SpongeBob. I mean Patrick.
What does
claustrophobic mean? That's not a word.
Okay.
No memory of that. Have anyone ever say that?
It means he's afraid of Santa Claus.
Oh, nice. That's good. That makes sense. That's a medical condition.
And a holiday tradition.
Thank you both so much for playing.
Sorry we weren't better at it.
What? You were amazing. They did amazing, right, guys? Yeah! Woo!
Oh, there's people.
How many of those did you get right? Let us know in the comments. And remember, for all things SpongeBob, keep it locked to IGN.
This video was, I give it a 7. Too much water.
We should take IGN and move it over here. Do I look like Patrick when I say that?
Kamehameha, hey, what's up? I'm Tom Jorgensen from IGN. I'm here with David Edmondson from Bandai Namco. How you doing, David?
I am amazing. Fantastic intro with the Kamehameha.
I tried.
Goku's here. San Diego Comic-Con is here. Let's show all these cool people all these cool things.
Let's get into it. So much good Dragon Ball merch. We have no time to waste. Let's go. All right, so we're here with a slightly smaller Goku than the one we just saw. David, tell us a little bit about some of the Dragon Ball Daima toys we've been getting.
Awesome. So last New York Comic Con, we got the trailer for Dragon Ball Daima, where we saw that all of our favorite characters got shrunk to itty bitty size. We got Kid Goku, Kid Piccolo, Kid Vegeta, all these amazing stuff. We're gonna have some new characters. One of the ones I'm really excited for is Glorio. You know, you see him, he's got this puffy purple jacket, he's got a pistol on his side.
Pretty cool.
It's something we really haven't seen in Dragon Ball, and I know there's a story behind those eyes, and I gotta know about it. But in addition to these statues, they're also making figures, they're making model kits, we're making, you know, playable role-play things like, you know, a power pole that extends, you know, hopefully kids will love that. Goku will be the Halloween costume of the year, I hope. But just, we've gotten so few teases about Daima, you know, and what we're seeing just looks like so much fun because, you know, it is Akira Toriyama's unfortunate last entry in the Dragon Ball saga that he had a personal hand in developing. So I'm really excited to see what his vision for this is.
And I also see another character over at the photo op there who we've never seen before. Tell us what you know about that guy.
Yeah, so not a lot's known. It was unveiled yesterday at San Diego Comic-Con for the first time, and you might hear a little bit more about them, you know, in the next couple months.
If you want to have a crazy 1v1 duel, you don't need to be a Saiyan to do it. All you need is the Dragon Ball Super card game. David, tell me a little bit about this.
Yes, if you're at the Marina Terrace here at San Diego Comic-Con and you want to just learn how to play a fun game, something the family can do together, you can come here. We have experts that'll show you how to play this game. You know, this is the version, it's Fusion World, and so it's a combination of a lot of different eras of Dragon Ball. It's so much fun, it plays really fast, it's really easy to pick up, and you know, you never know, you might pick up a hobby that you want to just play forever. The cards are constantly being updated, you know, there are new sets coming out on the regular, and yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. I see that your team is way better because you have Vegeta, and I only have Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Goku.
I have the, now hold on, now I didn't even see this. You flip these cards over, you get a nice little, an awaken. I'm guessing this version is much more powerful, based on the art. That's my guess.
Well, I mean, all Vegetas are powerful. It's like, it's Vegeta, and then everybody else, and then Goku.
He's a short king. Mark your calendars for October 11th. I know I am, because that is when Dragon Ball Sparking Zero comes out. David, this is one of my most anticipated games of the year. Tell us a little bit about it.
Absolutely, so it's an amazing game. Anything you ever dreamed of in Dragon Ball, you can make happen. If you decide you want Goku and Gohan to fight, Gohan's just tired of his old man and not caring about his mom, Chi-Chi. You want them to go toe-to-toe, you can do that. Anything you can imagine, we can happen. You know, you can cross over in different realms. You can have people from Dragon Ball fight people from Dragon Ball Super. You know, Jiren can fight Tao Pai Pai. You know, you can have anyone from the Red Ribbon Army fight against, I don't want to say Jiren again, but Vegeta, you know.
It's open season from all eras of Dragon Ball.
Yeah, so we had this playable for the first time earlier this month at Anime Expo. This is the second time it's been playable to a public, and the reception is amazing. We're expecting really great things from this game. You know, it's something that's going to be totally different than you're used to, and if you maybe played some of the older Dragon Ball games, we're going to take what you love from those and just ramp it to 11.
Yep, and we're going to get 5v5, big arenas, the most incredible destruction effects. It looks so cool. Yeah. I know, honestly, we were talking about playing it while we were having this conversation, and I was like, I'll get so distracted because I'm putting an entire weekend just off my calendar to play this game.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts. We're so happy. I've been able to play it. Of course, I'm terrible at it, but it's not about being good or bad. It's about having fun, and that's all I do. Have fun, and then my kids will make fun of me because they'll beat me.
And that is just a taste of what you can find at the Dragon Ball booth here at San Diego Comic-Con. David, thank you so much for your time today.
Absolutely. It was a privilege. It was my pleasure. I love doing this with you. It's going to be great. You guys do a fantastic job of engaging with the community like we like to do. Hope everyone comes down and can be in the shade of this giant Goku, can play a card game, play Sparking Zero, and build a model kit, and it's just the dream.
Yep. Well, if you're at San Diego Comic-Con, come on down and check it out. But you don't have to be at San Diego Comic-Con. All you have to do is keep watching IGN.
Hi IGN fans, Katie Sackhoff here. I play Laura Uspechik, the Silk Spectre, in the new animated Watchmen film. Chapter 1 comes out on digital August 13th and 4K August 27th. I am here to show you an exclusive clip from the movie. So sit back, enjoy, and look for Chapter 2 later this year. And as always, have an awesome Comic-Con.
We have something really special for you tonight. In his first live interview, let's have a hand for Dr. Manhattan himself, Dr. John Osterman. So, what's up, Doc? Well, you'll forgive the levity, Doctor, but the news overseas has everyone a little tense. So, before I throw you to our hungry reporters here tonight, let me kick things off with this. If the Reds act up in Afghanistan, are you prepared to enter hostilities?
There is no situation in Afghanistan currently requiring my attention.
If I can jump in. Doug Roth, Nova Express. Dr. Osterman, do you remember Wally Weaver? The newspapers called him Dr. Manhattan's buddy. He died of cancer in '71.
I remember. I attended Wally's funeral.
How about Edgar W. Jacoby, a.k.a. Moloch? You and he battled it out many times over the years. Do you know he's also battling terminal cancer?
No, I did not know that. I would rather
And
not.
are you aware that Janie Slater, with whom you were romantically linked for several years, is suffering from lung cancer?
No, I wasn't told.
Or that she has 6 months to live. I recently interviewed Miss Slater. The story's hitting the streets right now.
What are you suggesting?
John, Doug has reports of over 24 of your former associates who have been similarly afflicted.
No.
Do you have any response to these allegations?
It's radioactive and dangerous. Leave me alone. Do you think you gave Miss Slater cancer by sleeping with her?
I said...
How does it feel knowing you may have doomed hundreds of people?
Leave me alone!
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Star Trek Fleet Command. Download the sci-fi strategy game today and look out for the Galaxy Quest update coming soon.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
You're watching IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con 2024, the coolest convention on Earth. Earlier today, we checked in with the people behind Alien Romulus, Star Wars Outlaws, and more, but believe it or not, we are just getting started.
In just a bit, we're sitting down with Norman Reedus to find out what's next for The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon. After that, we're interviewing one of the most influential comic book artists and toy designers of all time, Todd McFarland. And later, we're interviewing a vampire, or several of them. That's because we'll have the cast of AMC's hit series Interview with the Vampire right here. And after that, we've also got a special Comic-Con episode of Up at Noon where we'll tear open tons of Comic-Con exclusive toys and action figures.
Oh, and while we have you signed up for IGN Rewards? Because now is the perfect time. IGN Rewards is free for every registered IGN user, and all through Comic-Con, you can win a ton of prizes, like a custom Spin Rhythm XD PS5 console, or a custom Toho Ginso Wanderer Foresight Steam Deck. Plus, enter to win a copy of Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, signed by Machete himself, Danny Trejo. Head over to IGN.com/rewards and go win something awesome.
All right, now it's time to get back to more live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con right here in IGN.
Right. Here's the plan. We're at San Diego Comic-Con. We're going to walk through the crowds, do a bunch of reporting, go to the Winchester, have a nice cold pint, and wait for all this to blow over. Let's do it. Brought to you by the ultra-fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection from Xfinity Internet. If you've ever watched Shaun of the Dead, then you've probably dreamed of popping in for a pint to pass the time during the zombie apocalypse, and now you finally can! In this Winchester Pop-Up, in celebration of the 20th anniversary of Shaun of the Dead, you can explore the iconic Z-Day Haven. And there's plenty of activities and Easter eggs inside. Let's check it out. Look, they even have John, the bar owner's Winchester 1886 rifle hanging right above the bar. I heard that guy has connections with the North London Mafia.
Well, Big Al also says dogs can't look up.
This event even transports you into Shaun's living room. There's even some game stations so you can try Funko Fusion for yourself.
It's incredibly bizarre being in America in an English pub. Like, they've done a really good job of recreating a British pub. It's great.
So talk to me about Funko Fusion, and what do you think fans should look forward to when playing the game?
I think the thing with Funko Fusion is, if you're a fan of any of the brands that are in the game, any of the IP, there is something for everyone. Like, we've got Shaun of the Dead is like faithfully recreated. We follow the storyline, we've got the characters, we've got the zombies, it's a cool interaction, but we've done that for every IP. So if you like Jurassic World, Five Nights at Freddy's, Umbrella Academy, Invincible, you name it, we've done that and delivered a really great experience and then just mashed it all together. So you look at all the different stories and go, how does that work? So we have a storyline that's like, Freddy Funko is like Funko's mascot. So we've created an alter ego of Freddy called Eddie Funko. Eddie is almost like everything bad about the world. Your job is to kind of stop him trashing all these worlds, and that unifies it. If you just want a fun video game and you want to kick back and be entertained, Funko Fusion's that.
That was everything you can do at the Winchester Pub at San Diego Comic-Con. Who would you bring to survive Z-Day with you? Let us know in the comments. And for all things Comic-Con, keep it locked to IGN.
The Walking Dead universe continues to expand with a second season of one of its spin-off shows coming to AMC and AMC Plus September 29th. And we've got the showrunner, executive producers, and cast here with us to tell us all about The Walking Dead. Daryl Dixon, The Book of Carol. Hey! Look at you all. Okay, so that title, The Book of Carol, that tells me something. And you want to know what it tells me, Melissa?
What?
It tells me that there might be some heavy emphasis on Carol's journey. So what can you tell us about your character and the journey to, I'm assuming, I think it's safe to assume, your search for Daryl?
Well, that's what I can tell you. She has left Commonwealth. She's going to go and search for Daryl.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just spit on you. Oh, stop. Yeah, that's part of the impetus to get her over there.
And you're finding little nuggets and clues here and there to try
to
figure out where the hell is Daryl. Where in the world, I guess, is Daryl?
Yes, and how he got there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's it in a nutshell, because I know you can't give spoilers, obviously. But
it's so frustrating.
Yeah, but let's talk about how we got there, because I feel like you all, Norman, I want to throw this question to you, David, definitely chime in. I feel like you all did a great job of setting up the scenes, or setting up what we see in season 2. Like, it ends on a bit of a cliffhanger, you know. We see Daryl he's there trying to figure out, does he stay here with Louis' character Laurent, or does he get on that boat and go back to his family? So how important was it for you all to set things up the way that you did leading into season 2?
I think it's really important. You mean the end of season 1?
Yeah. My mind is already on season 2. I want to see it. So
I mean, you find a sense of family in the oddest of places, and I believe he found that with Louis and Clemence, her character. So, I mean, look at him. He's never going to survive without Daryl. Although he was like a foot shorter when we shot that. But, you know, I think it's he wants to go home. He wants to see his original family members back there. But then again, he's not the type of person to just say peace and sneak away.
And that was pretty much the plan from the outset, was to set up these two things. One being the sort of the build to Daryl having this dilemma about, I got these people I love that I want to get back to, but then something's happening here that's also making me feel here. And at the same time, this more sudden story getting jettisoned into it, which is his friend who's back home, missing him, needing him, wanting to see what's happened to him, and sort of introducing Carol back into the story. So it was always designed, you know, that we sort of knew pretty early on. That ending of season 1 that projected into season 2 was something we pretty much had as a plan from very early.
Yeah. But that's funny, because what if Laurent wouldn't have showed up on the beach at the end? Because that was really, it was sort of your motivating journey there that kind of stopped Daryl where he was.
And also, I think that song really killed it. I mean, you know who that is? That's you too. That song.
Really?
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Takes a second. That's right.
I actually want to talk, Louis, I want to talk about your character, because I feel like you definitely brought out like these emotions that I don't think a lot of us have seen in Daryl's character, or we haven't seen that in Daryl a lot, like the anger. Like it felt like you were like a father figure to Louis' character, and it's just like you yelling and going through these waves of emotions. So I want to talk about how, because this is also like your first official role, right?
Yeah, it
Congratulations.
is.
Like, what has it been like being a part of such an expansive universe in The Walking Dead, also working directly with the GOAT, Norman?
Yeah, I mean, working with Norman and Melissa, it's a pleasure. Yeah. We have fun there, and we do our job. And I guess it's good. We could say that.
Yeah, it's
good. Yeah, but you know, with Norman's emotion, I mean, his character Daryl, it really evolves, and you see that he picks up a bit of my character, and I get a bit tougher like Daryl. Mm-hmm. That's what I see.
Yeah. That scene was hard to shoot. At one point, we called it.
Yeah, we called
it. Like I can't yell at him anymore. Like,
they said like, "Do you want to do it again?" And we were like, "No, thank you. I'm fine."
Yeah.
It was, honestly, like even seeing that, like it was, I don't know, it was kind of like, as a fan, again, you and I spoke before, like just me feeling like I'm a part of this family, you know, obviously just have parasocial relationships, as some of us have, watching the original series for so long, and then seeing you yell at this kid, I'm like, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that if you were back home, you know, but it's like, but I think it's just because you're away from your family. I'm speaking for you, but again, I'm just interpreting this as a fan. It's like, wow, I've never seen Daryl like this, and it, I don't know, it was kind of shell shocking to see that, but
it was also like us trying to like look into the history of the character and say he grew up with Merle in a particular set of circumstances with a particular kind of father, and how those buttons were getting pushed by his relationship with Louis' character, you know? So it was like a combination of trying to say like, what is this character on The Walking Dead and what has he been, but how can we like sort of push it to a different place that you haven't seen before, but still be consistent with who he is, you know? Yep. And that was a lot. Sorry, also in the sorry, Greg. Yeah. When Norman and Louis and I got together in the audition, that was a lot of what was going on when we first met with Louis. Was Norman, I think, seeing, you can say it, but like seeing things, you know, that he responded to, and the way that the two of them related to each other, so that we could build that kind of dynamic between them. That sort of father-son thing you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny too, because Laurent has never been out in the world. It's not like Judith or other characters who know how to take care of themselves. So Daryl already looks at this kid when he meets him in the first episode. He's never been outside the walls of the Abbey. Yeah. So there's another unique aspect of why Daryl is so drawn to protect him, because like with Judith can take care of herself. You know, she has Rick's gun, and you're kind of like, oh yeah, she's got it. But I think that added to that relationship between the two of them.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's what I love about the ending of season 1 is the fact that it seemed like Laurent kind of proved himself. Like he got there to that destination on his own. Yeah. I was like, how? Didn't look like there was anything in your hand. Didn't look like any weapons. Like I was just like, it blew my mind.
Very quietly.
Yeah, and also, yeah, Daryl didn't detect Laurent at all. At least, I don't think.
I really like the build up to that beach.
Yeah.
Like the amping up of that scene, like getting there, and like we worked on the choreography for the fights to get there, and it's just one step, like don't kill and drop and kill and drop. It's literally like hacking through bamboo to finally get there. So it boom, and then what? Like I really love the way that played out.
Yeah. I got to ask you all of this, Melissa. Hopefully you can answer this because I really want to know. Now, in The Ones Who Live, Rick and Michonne, we see a happy ending. That story buttons up pretty nicely. Will Carol ever get a happy ending? Will Daryl ever get a happy ending?
Don't.
Are you saying don't? Don't get a happy ending? Or you just mean don't spoil anything? Is that what? Would you like to see Carol get a happy ending? And what would that look like?
I cannot.
We'll see if things turn out well for both of them. I don't know. I hope, in looking like way into the future, and with Jeffrey and Lauren, with Maggie and Negan, Rick and Michonne and everybody, I kind of play around in my head, like what would be a reunion like that? What would that be like if everybody did converge again, ultimately? Or is it fun just to go check in and see how everybody's doing? Like how long can that go on before, This is really fun storytelling, to have these spin-offs, to have places, locations like France, to have these wonderful new catalysts for challenge to these characters. We've seen them for so long. It's really nice to have that change and see them, really dig into different aspects of themselves that otherwise wouldn't be challenged just because of the unique things about the locations and stuff. I'm looking forward to everyone seeing this new season.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it as well. Honestly, I feel like all these problems could be solved if maybe Eugene or someone would just reinvent the cell phone and just like you could just call Daryl. You wouldn't have to like. I don't know how you're gonna get there, but you're gonna be traveling there on a boat to get there for sure.
Start somewhere.
Yeah.
Start it over. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you all so much for telling me a little bit more about The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon, the Book of Carol. Thank you all so much for coming out.
Yeah.
This was awesome. Yeah.
Good to see you again.
Yes, of course.
Pleasure, brother.
Now, The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon, Season 2 premieres on AMC and AMC Plus September 29th. Stick around for more Comic-Con coverage right here on IGN.
I know.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Alien Romulus. Experience it in IMAX in theaters everywhere August 16th.
IGN store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Dark Side Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious? IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
Our next guest is the comics legend who created Spawn, co-created Venom, and founded Image Comics. His achievements are many, but his name, McFarland. Todd McFarland, welcome.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for being here again.
Todd, you are a staple on our show every year, and what I love about that is that you bring stuff with you. You bring collectibles. Tell us what you have this time around.
Look, it's been over 30 years since I worked at Marvel, right? We started Image Comic Books, just so people know, the third largest company. Everybody knows Marvel, DC,
and Image.
But if you ask the next question, who's third? That's been us for 3 decades. But yeah, I've been in the toy business for 30 years too, and I've been trying to get a piece of some of the big brands over and over and over, and finally we cracked the nut with getting the DC and the DC multiverse a couple of years ago, so we could do Batman, Superman, that. But it seemed like everybody at Toy Fair had a piece of Marvel except for me. And so, but what you have to do is you have to find like a sliver that doesn't compete with something they've already done.
Yes.
So my pitch was, well, what if we did like, I'll only do McFarlane figures based on my McFarlane art. I'm McFarlane, I'll help sculpt it, and we'll put it out by McFarlane, and I'll sign it. So that combo you can't replicate because I won't sign anybody else's, right? So I mean, it was a joke to just say, come on, man, give me a piece of this.
Yeah, nobody else had that in. So.
Yeah, but then they went, okay, but we'll let you do even more than that, right? And so that was all I wanted, was to just have a chance of doing some of the artwork that either inspired me, some of my peers, or the modern new young kids that are coming, and do this whole wave of like, here's Marvel, cool.
And so the pitch was sort of like, we're going to take iconic comic book covers and moments from comic books and turn them into collectibles, right?
Yeah, so again, we're leaning heavy on the covers right now because, again, there's some that like are very meaningful.
Yeah.
But I've also told my people inside, sometimes the best drawing of Wolverine by Jim Lee might not have been on a cover.
Right.
Because he did so many on the inside of the book. Like, let's not put ourselves in a corner right now. To me, it's all an experiment right now. We're doing ones where we do what you'll see here, where we put like black lines and we try to make it illustrative, but we're doing some where it's just all super organic paint, and we're just gonna see what the fans dig.
Yeah, what they gravitate towards.
So walk us through the collectibles. So like right here we have a Wolverine where you said you're not just looking at covers, you're looking at some iconic.
Yeah, at the beginning we're doing the covers. So we've got 3 here, right? The one on this side here, the Wolverine, that's Jim Lee from the X-Men book that Jim Lee did. That book set a record for the most sales ever by a single comic book. Mm-hmm. He had these, I think it was 4 connecting covers. Yeah. And so Wolverine was in the corner. It's interesting. Some of the ones where you don't see the whole body, you now have to make an interpretation of what you were doing with it. And then we came in there and tried to basically emulate a little bit of Jim's ink and drawing style on top of it. The one in the middle, is based on my artwork, right? Like
in your pose, right? You can do that.
Yeah, right. Well, it's interesting that when I was doing Spider-Man and I put him in all the funky poses, the last thing I worried about was anatomy. I didn't really worry whether it worked.
It's got to look cool.
But now my sculptors are doing it, and they're going, Todd,
how does his leg go all the way up there?
Like, how does it connect? And it's like, is his ass over here or over here? And so we're trying to like.
We get a nice look at the backside as well.
Yeah. So we have to make all these interpretations, which is part of the fun right now of trying to get on that. And then this one right here, Captain America, is interesting because it actually is from a Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man cover I did, but it was Captain America and Spider-Man teaming up. Now, eventually, hopefully, I'll get to do the pose of Spider-Man crawling down the wall.
Oh man!
And it'll look good on its own, but if you happen to have that Captain America, then you can slide the two together, and then you'll get the cover, right? So we're going to be doing a little bit of that with some of the X-Men on the X-Men covers that Jim Lee did, but I also want to just do some of the best artwork, whether it was on the cover or they did it for a poster, or they did it for an ad or the interior,
right? And
just get the coolest images that some of the artists have done.
And I love that they come with the comics because it's such a flex to be like, hey, you remember that? Like we made a 3D version of that. That's never been done before.
Yeah, well, I think the fun of it, because we put it on the back of the box, that it's like, this is what we were looking at. How did we do, right? So there's basically a report card. People can go, oh man, why didn't you do this better or do that better or whatever? So
yeah, sound off in the comments below.
Yeah, that's it.
You also brought a Spawn, which you always bring a Spawn, but this one looks really awesome. Can you show him off?
No, it is really awesome. What are you talking about? This is
I said he's awesome.
This one is easily, look, I've been doing toys for 30 years. This one easily is the most detailed toy I've ever done, right?
Yeah, that is awesome.
So this is going to be a Kickstarter. We've done one. We set a record for the most money raised and the most backers for a toy, blah, blah. So we're gonna start this campaign next month. It's going to come with like 24. You get multiple heads. I've got, multiple shields, multiple weapons. I think it's going to be close to 30 extra parts that you're going to be able to get. But here's the piece. I think we can break our own record of backers and money. But the part that I want to break is I'm already manufacturing this.
Right.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Right now. I don't know what the final totals are going to be, but I'm getting them to start baking the cookies. And what that means is that when we finish that campaign, I'll be able to turn some of those around like in months, right? Where Kickstarter people are used to waiting a year or 2 years. I want to see if I can set a record for the fastest end campaign and in your hand delivery.
Yeah, you're getting ahead of the curve. Yes.
Yeah, right. Because I don't have to wait for the money, which is what Kickstarter is about. I can bake them now and say, hey, here it is. Great toy, great delivery. Let's go. You can have it in your hands by Christmas.
Now, Todd, Akeem here is a huge fan of Venom.
You are, man.
You are, yes.
You're the grand arbiter of how well Venom has been portrayed across all media. So he's coming to a team shooter game. I don't know if you heard of Marvel Rivals.
No.
You haven't? That's a lie.
Well, last year we showed you Venom in Spider-Man 2. This year we wanted to show you another Venom.
We got a new one.
Yes, we love showing you Venoms.
Let's see it.
Okay, so this is the Venom from Marvel Rivals. Very hulky, liquid flying everywhere. Sure. What are initial thoughts? What do you like about his teeth? Yeah. And
like honestly the overall design.
Yeah.
I liked it. I guess it depends. So when I look at this, I just go, okay, I'm 12 years old. Do I dig the hell out of that? The answer is yes, right? Because I like big, bulky stuff, right? And then he's got all the extra tentacles and stuff on him. So yeah, the bigger, the more flamboyant I think a character is. The downside sometimes in video games, I don't know how it works here, is that when their silhouette gets too big, they become easier targets to hit.
Yeah, that's true.
So they have to watch it. But if you're looking to basically have fun and get a different look on Venom, I thought that design looks pretty sharp.
You like his power set with all the stuff coming out attacking people and all that?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, because when, once you sort of play the regular Venom, then you go, what else are you going to do to it? How is this new one going to basically make me play differently? So I get excited about it.
Tongue, a very important feature here. I have to get your opinion on Venom's tongue here. How do we feel about it?
I've said before, I wasn't really the creator of the long tongue. That was Eric Larson, came right after me. And so when he brought Venom, he did it. in all honesty, I'm not a tongue guy, right? So
I was going to ask you, what are your thoughts on the venom tongue?
No, it's not venom tongue. It's any character that has the tongue. It's not intimidating to me, right? If somebody goes, "I'm going to get you," right? It's like sticking out your tongue isn't vicious to me, right? I mean, if you did it like a cobra or something, we went, and he did something quick, or like in the Alien movies, then I say, yeah, okay, fine. But there's a lot of just wagging it, right? And wagging the tongue isn't scary to me. I'd rather bare teeth and show the big long fangs and show the drool and stuff. A little bit like I said with an Alien when he cracks his mouth open.
I love it.
But again, in Aliens, that little tongue monster comes out, right? I think he should be doing way more with his tongue in a vicious manner.
Yeah, get that tongue all over the other guys. Yeah. What a dumb sentence that was. I wanted to ask you one more thing before we let you go. We talked about Spawn for a second. There was an announcement the other day about the Blumhouse King Spawn movie. Yep. Blumhouse has made it very public recently that they're going pretty hard into video games. It's been ages since we've had a Spawn video game.
Yeah.
Do you want another Spawn video game someday?
Sure I do. But here's the thing. We'll see whether it was the right move or the wrong move. I've intentionally been holding back in certain categories until we can get a launch that is big and meaningful. And that means it has to be tied to either TV or movie.
Yes.
Right? And so I'm hoping that once the movie gets settled, hopefully here in the next few months, that we'll then go, oh, there's going to be a big, robust ancillary, product line, and we'll be able to get into Spawn videos in a way that will break out of what I call the bubble, which is the comic book bubble. We got to get sort of more global with the brand, right? I mean, I'm quite proud of what we've done with Spawn, but I've got to get it. Let me put it in perspective. When Walking Dead, which my partner at Image Comic Book created, Robert Kirkman, when they bought that, the comic book was selling 85,000 copies.
Right.
23 million people watched that show at one point.
Yeah, I was one.
Right. But so it wasn't the comic book people, it was the world.
Everybody,
right?
yeah.
So I have to try and do that, obviously on a smaller scale with Spawn. And then if you have a video game that's cool, then you can sell it to both the geeks that have been around forever, and then the new people are jumping on going, oh man, that's that TV or movie that I like. So, yeah.
I want to ask you this question because you mentioned Spawn. I want to take things back to the comics. Like he's had numerous crossovers. Are there any on like on your wish list for Spawn to cross over with? Like
a lot of fans want like a Hellboy Spawn.
The only one, and I don't know if I'll do it before I die. The only one that I have an itch to potentially do if I can find the time, but that's the piece, is to do a Spider-Man Spawn. Given that I sort of was known as the Spidey guy, right? And then now the Spawn guy, and that I write, pencil, ink it, and that the two bad guys would be Venom and Clown, right? And then I bring Venom in it too. So I think that would be just a hoot to draw and write, but I also think in our industry it would just be a mass. It would be a massive seller. Because people have been waiting for 3 decades for me to return back to Spider-Man. Right? I actually did a cover. I never drawn Spawn and Spider-Man on the same page. I didn't even know it till I did a cover for a price guide for the Overstreet price guide, which has all the prices of the comic book, and they sold hundreds of thousands. Not because people wanted the price guide, because you can get that on the internet. It's because those two characters have never been together on the same page, especially by me.
Yeah.
Right? So I go, wow, if they bought that many just for one page, what happened if we gave them 50 pages of it?
They want the whole thing?
Yeah. So.
Well, Todd, thank you so much, man. It's always a blast having you on. Go support McFarland Toys. Get yourself a few new collectibles, action figures, everything. They're awesome. You deserve it. We'll be back with more IGN live at Comic-Con, so don't go anywhere.
Ivy Craze, I help, please. Did space time distort while I was warping?
Was that old man there before?
I
don't think so, no.
Thinking like a fresh egg. What a way to die!
I don't don't really get what's going on. Okay, old man, I'll see what I can do.
Please, my dear boy, get me out of here!
Wait a sec. This is just like when I met Kinemon.
Quickly now, quickly!
You're really in there! I thought so. It's him!
Thank you. What a fortunate encounter. Your dragon son, I believe.
Uh-huh. How'd you know?
I heard that you'd arrived here. You and your friends. And you are? Bonnie! You're all grown up.
Now, you just saw a clip from One Piece featuring Vegapunk, and joining us right now to talk about the 25th anniversary of One Piece. Joining me, we have Kent Williams, the voice of Vegapunk, which was recently announced, and the voice of both Blackbeard and Arlong, Chris Rager. How are y'all doing?
Excellent.
Very well, thank you. Very well.
The fact that One Piece has gone on for 25 years, and y'all have been a part of it. Like, what do you think has led to the longevity of One Piece as an anime?
You know, we've talked about this a little bit here. You know, I think it's just the world of characters in this world, and I think anybody out there can find somebody to relate to. I personally really enjoy some of the pop culture references and characters that are derived from pop culture. I like comedy; those things make me laugh, and I find amusing and witty. And so for me, that's a big draw.
I like that there's just that common through line all the way through. I mean, 1,000+ episodes. It's astonishing, you know, and just to keep reinventing that for franchises, the storyline, to keep it going on that long. I just think that's remarkable.
It's interesting that you mentioned that because, like, again, like 25 years, so it's spanned, you know, a couple decades now. So how have you seen like the fandom, and you know, kind of like evolve over the years?
I mean, there was definitely a point in time where fans would maybe come to your table and you're doing autographs or something like that. They're like, "Oh, what is this?" I'm like, "That's One Piece," and they'd be like, "Ooh, that's too many episodes," you know.
Yeah.
But through maybe even the pandemic and other things, there's just been this rise. People have gotten into it. They've solidified into it, and that now they're, you know, across generations, even like families getting together and watching this show. It's been great.
So it was announced you are Vegapunk.
Dr. Vegapunk.
So I want to talk about your excitement for the character, voicing the character. Also, like, how did you find the voice? Like, what was that process like?
Oh my Lord.
The voice of the character.
Well, I mean, we only auditioned just the beginning of the year. It was in January, and I kind of came up with a voice that's similar to what we're using right now. And it turned out to be a lot more challenging than I had anticipated. You know, after 25 years for One Piece, but 27 years voicing anime for me. So it's like, oh, I got to learn something here. And then the character's so exciting himself. He's an excited character. He is high octane.
Yes. We talk about like people locking into the franchise.
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends that locked into it during the Arlong arc. What do you think it is about that particular arc in particular that just kind of like makes people just say like, yes, I'm a fan now, I'm moving
Well,
forward?
I mean, I think at that point in time, there were things that were unexplained about Arlong, so you get to kind of learn those later. But in that moment, he's just a bad dude, you know, bad guy. I think people wanted to know, where is this going? You're like, what is this about? Why did she choose to go with Arlong and the Arlong pirates and stuff? So I think that brought people in.
Well, you know, my final question, I want to know, again, 25 years, what was your favorite moment in the VO booth?
You know, I feel like mine are coming up because this guy is just what he's bringing to me as an actor. I mean, it's absolutely thrilling.
Yeah.
So Captain Kuro, it was good.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice and villainy, but this guy, I just love the roller coaster of intellect, emotions, everything that the storyline. It's such a discovery. I think fans are going to be excited.
Chris, I see you were thinking about
Well,
that.
I mean, there's been a few. Like, you know, I love Arlong.
Yeah.
In the middle there, I played a couple of brothers, Brindo and Cappuccino. Luffy had stolen their father's flag, and they were trying to get the flag back. And I played both the brothers, and that was just super fun. That was a lot of fun to kind of find the differences between the two brothers and just their odd bond that they had. But then more recently, Blackbeard takes on our boy Trafalgar Law, and you know, stuff goes down.
and I enjoyed that. Like I really I dug in. It got dark for Blackbeard, in my opinion.
Yeah, Chris, Kent, I want to thank you all so much, and also I'm honestly hoping that we'll be here 25 more years and celebrating the 50th anniversary of One Piece. We're probably going to look vastly different than the way we look now.
I would hope you make it.
Yeah.
You remember back
as long as y'all provide walkers.
Yeah, we're going to need more than chairs. I don't know what we're going to need. But thank you all so much. This was so awesome.
No, you're great, man. Thank you very much.
With you all. All right. Well, I want y'all to stick around because there's plenty more coverage of San Diego Comic-Con right here on IGN.
You're watching Comic-Con live on IGN. Interview with the Vampire returned this year for a shocking season 2. And here to talk to us about it are Asad Zaman, Delaney Hales, Sam Reed, and executive producers Rollin Jones and Mark Johnson. Hello, everybody. Thanks so much for joining me here today, and I'm a little nervous. I watched the show, I really like it. But let's sink our teeth into some questions. The season ended, actually, with Daniel Malloy himself becoming a vampire, sired by Armand. So, Asad, what are Armand's plans for him?
Do we know it was Armand? Are we sure? We never saw it, right?
Did he watch the show?
There might have been another vampire there.
It's Armand. Armand made him. Get on
it. Armand was not very happy with the events that unfolded at the end of season 2. So there was some acting on impulse, which I think Armand rarely does. And it's going to be really exciting to see more of that acting on impulse going into the next season, I think.
So less meticulous, kind of putting things together.
More chaotic, I think. Chaotic is what I'm hoping for. Yeah.
Delaney, will we see Claudia haunt Louis in the same way that Lestat did?
I have no idea. She is dead, so that's where we left off. I hope so, though.
In his memories, at least.
Mm.
In the series, we always see Lestat in someone else's story, except for the very last scene of season 2. Sam, how do you feel about how Lestat has gotten portrayed so far, and do you think he's getting a less flattering look from Louis and Armand?
How do I feel? I think if you watch the show and you don't know that Lestat loves Louis, then I feel like we did a bad job. And if that's the way that Louis remembers it and you have taken that away from it, then I feel pretty good about it, to be honest. I don't think it's really fun to totally take everything away from Louis' agency. Armand, though, I feel like Armand's version. I think it's lovely. I actually loved playing Armand's version of Lestat. I don't know if all of it is accurate, but it was a wild ride.
Armand made you look amazing. You look amazing.
Yeah, I definitely love the ponytail that he gave him. That was like especially nice. So yeah.
So is that your preferred of the two tellings?
I have no preference really. I enjoyed it all. It's so much fun to do. It's a really fun task that we're given as actors to kind of get to explore points of view. But also at the end of the day, you can't overthink it. We do always put it in, and we are talking about it. But I'm sure Louis and Armand got lots of things right. And I'm sure if Lestat tells his version of the story, I'm sure he will eventually make some shit up as well.
Well, I mean, I feel like I see Lestat's version of a story right here, which is
he telling the truth? I don't know.
If we're following Anne Rice's books, that should
Always
be next.
Always follow Anne first.
All right. So we're gonna stick pretty closely to this book you're holding?
There's so much
that you happen to bring?
There's so much stuff in here. Just jackhammer this and there's stuff in between. It's great. Yeah, look how long this is. My God.
Season 3 is going to be good.
Notes. Yeah.
17 episodes.
I wish. I dream. Sam, how are you going to make the transition from Lestat's love of classical music into rock and roll?
how am I gonna make the transition? I don't know yet. Yeah, still working that out. I mean, I think music is fundamentally the same thing, you know, like Mozart was a rock star. I think you kind of like, you can pick and choose, and who's to say that Lestat doesn't maintain a sort of love of many genres, you know.
Spoiler alert, spoiler
Yeah,
alert.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
They're using the same notes. It's the same notes for crying out loud.
Exactly, the music is the same. Yeah, it's the feeling that you put into it. I'm just making stuff up.
Delaney, you joined this full cast for season 2. What was the moment for you that it really all clicked for you?
I think my first day when I got my lenses put in and my fangs, and I was like with Jacob, and Jacob gave me a little speech like, just go do it, and I was like, okay. And then I was like in a harness, ran down, jumped on this guy, bit his neck, and then like I remember like shoving him back in the floor and being like, wow, I'm a vampire now. So yeah, I think it was my first day. I'll never forget my first day.
What a first day. Just a savage attack right away, right out the gate.
Yeah.
This show deals a lot with the fallibility of memories. So I guess this is a question for everyone, executive producers included. How do unreliable memories impact your sense of self, especially if you've been around for as long as Armand and Lestat have?
Me?
Yeah.
It was in the book. It was in the book. The book, Louis had very, very specific, particular, minute memories of things. Got him down like science. And then there were sections of books where he would go, I can't go there, I can't go there. And that was a real opportunity to kind of play in there. And I think all you're doing is trying to replicate all these vampires are these sort of like extreme versions of us. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure if you were to sit across from somebody that you went to prom with, you might have experienced those things wildly different, and you're just trying to like figure out what that would be for a vampire when you tack on 200 more years, and the idea that they're doing something fairly violent every night. Like, what is that chaos, and could you remember, and what would you try to push down and move to the side and all that? So
yeah, it's almost like holding on to your sense of self when it gets further and further away from you.
Well, or cultivate, or shape or mold the thing the idealized version of yourself, because you don't want to live with yourself.
How great it would be not to have a memory. You wouldn't have any regret, any embarrassment, you wouldn't miss anybody.
Would you know how to get out of a room? Like, you need a memory for something.
Why would you?
What are these shoes?
But guilt comes all from the memory.
Yeah.
And Ron is absolutely right. This is memory, and the sense of memory of these characters, these vampires, is ours. It's not specific to them. It belongs to us as well.
You know, there's some things that it works for plot, and that's, the twists and turns, sure, that's all that, but we're not super interested in that. It's more just like this unlayering of who you are, mm-hmm. And how did I get here, and can I pivot? So I think probably not going to be doing as much of that going forward.
Yeah.
But I think that is part of existence and accumulating days and shit. So.
Well, thanks. Last question, Sam. We know Lestat loves attention. What are the dangers of that in a world where the Talamasca and in a world with more surveillance are present?
Like Talamasca surveillance? Like, what is the danger of Lestat's obsession with attention in a world of the Talamasca's attention? I don't think Lestat gives too much concern to the activities of the Talamasca, to be honest. I think he's actually very into the Talamasca, and some people who might... Look, I know nothing about the Talamasca, apart from what I've read in the books. Mm-hmm. And, he loves their sort of antiquity and their kind of obsession with dusty books and libraries. And, as in terms of attention, like, bring it on. The more attention, the better.
It's a bigger problem for the Talamasca than the Talamasca is.
Yeah, that's the better way of saying it.
All right, so they should be worried, pretty much. So thanks so much, everyone, for joining us. I had a bloody good time talking to you all today. Interview with the Vampire is now streaming on AMC+. Stick around for even more Comic-Con right here on IGN.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
We come to this place for collectibles. We come to San Diego Comic-Con to laugh, to cry, and to play with toys.
Because we need that, all of us. That indescribable feeling we get when we tear? I was gonna say tear up.
We tear up.
We tear up.
But we also tear into pristine packaging, completely ruining the resale value of the Comic-Con exclusive action figure. And that's what we're doing right now on a very special, individually numbered, limited edition holofoil Comic-Con exclusive episode of Up at Noon. All right, let's open up some toys.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay, so let's start right here. This is one of the best candy cane action figures I've ever seen in my entire life. What flavor is this?
That's actually, it's cloud flavored because that's the flying Nimbus.
Great.
That you're holding with.
No, this is actually a base for two new figures that we're showing off right
Absolutely,
here, right?
yes. So we have Son Goku and Son Gohan. Now I want you to guess which one is the actual son.
The little one is the son.
That's true.
Great.
Right, you got it. So you know Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball expert, right there. That's all it takes. So yeah, these figures are great. This comes with an alternate vest. We have this. This is his staff, right?
Yes. So this is the extending rod that he has. This is Goku's rod that he got back in Dragon Ball, the original series. And so this is his son right here, the tiny little guy right here. This is Gohan, Son Gohan, who has a nice little cute Dragon Ball on his head. And this was the outfit this is the outfit that he wore when he went to visit Master Roshi.
Kind of looks like a salmon roe that you get like a sushi joint. It's very,
Does it?
You
don't
get like a whole bunch of
Dragon Balls.
Why not?
Because they're very hard.
I think they look delicious and candy-like.
They're for wishing.
Great. Well, I wish I could eat them. They'd also come with the various alternate faces and heads, which are adorable for both characters, I believe. And these are really well done figures. They have incredible articulation, really nice paint ops, multiple hands you can switch from, 2 sets of hair, which is great. I have 0, so I'm envious of seeing 2 there. And then there are 2 versions of the sort of like cloud trail.
Yeah, the cloud trail.
Is that what we're calling it?
Yeah, because you know, this one right here is for when it does like a loop-de-loop somersault. So actually, I believe the term for this. I forget the term for this.
They'll let you know in the comments for sure.
Well, the Japanese term for this Nimbus, I believe, is written on the box. It's called kintone, which translates into somersaulting cloud.
Great.
So that's what this is for. So this is for when the cloud just kind of like does a loop-de-loop. And the cool thing about this particular action figure is the fact that you can actually emulate with Kid Gohan and Goku. You can emulate the interstitials that they have, where he's holding. Yeah, exactly. Where he's holding Goku. So yeah, this was really cool. I think this is what I'm going to take home, if you don't mind.
Oh no, you steal everything. It's fine. You can steal the table if you want to. Just strip this place for parts. Let's move on over to this guy over here.
Yeah, actually,
you want to switch over?
No, yeah, I want to.
Okay, let's go.
I want to go to my main man Trunks here.
Ooh, okay. Trunks. So, like the swords.
Yes, absolutely. This is a commemorative. What's that? Some questions about the sword?
No, it's some questions in general about his fashion
demeanor,
sense.
the way he looks.
Yeah.
Well, this is the commemorative edition of Future Trunks from DB Super. It's from the scene where he uses his Gallic gun for the first time. Well, not for the first time, but he uses it, and we actually have it right here. This is the Gallic. This is the burgeoning Gallic gun. Can you see that?
That's what that is?
Yes.
Huh.
So he learned how to use his Gallic gun from his father, or the Gallic gun technique. This is an energy blast, in case you're wondering what a Gallic gun is. So you were looking at this, you had lots of questions about this.
Okay. So I see. It's sort of like flames. Okay.
Yes.
They looked like veins for a second, and I was worried.
No, it's like. Yes, it's energy. It's not flames. It's just energy.
Tell me about his iridescent raver pants.
It's iridescent raver pants. Well, being from the future, that's all he could afford.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean
I'm going to be thinking about that for weeks. What does that even mean?
That's what exists in the future.
It's worse in the future?
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's why he has to travel back in time.
Sci-fi has lied
He's
to
like,
me.
"Ah, Vegeta, Dad, I need help." And he's like, "Oh, that doesn't happen actually."
Is that what happens when you call your dad?
Yes. Yeah.
Tell me about his hair, because it's awesome too. It's very spiky. It's very painful.
Yes. So this is what we're witnessing here, and see, this is why they have like different faces right here in the package. Hold that up here. We have different faces.
Oh yeah, and hands.
What this is supposed to emulate is when he actually releases his Gallic gun blast.
Okay.
And so like we have like these different hands, and the hands actually, so right here you can connect the Gallic gun to it. Bam.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, so we can actually grip it.
Yes.
That's great.
Exactly.
So the way his sword comes out too, the sort of the base of it pops off. You slide it in his hand. He's also got a second sword in here, which is sort of just like a shattered sword. I think it looks really cool. Yep. But yeah, you can pop that right in there. Keep it on his back. Okay. Where do you want to move to next? You have your pick of these two.
Let's check out Jiren, of course.
Okay.
Then this muscular guy right here.
You can let him nap if he wants to.
No, I want them to stand tall. Okay.
No, he really wants to sleep, dude.
Go to sleep.
He's so tired.
So we have Jiren here.
Yeah.
This is his final battle appearance. He's from the Tournament of Power saga. This is the most formidable foe for Goku, pushing his Ultra Instinct form to its very limits.
Yeah, it's crazy because like I have the exact same body, so this is like it's so cool to see a toy represent.
No,
that.
you have the exact same skull.
Yes.
I would say. I wouldn't say body. You know, it's going to take you some time to work.
Oh, I'll get there.
Work this up. Maybe in a different universe.
You just keep eating, right? And then
that's not how it works.
Okay.
You don't just eat.
This guy's jacked. Look at those. Look at those muscles. Our stage director Chariot could probably tell us what the names of all of these individual muscles are. I could if this was part of a chicken.
Well, we got traps.
Okay.
We got the deltoids. Is that a muscle?
Glutes.
The glutes.
The glams. We got 5 or 6 hamburgers at least. So yeah, this dude's ripped. He's doing great.
Yeah.
And back there we got the cheeks. Oh, I took his head off.
You got the head in your hand. Okay. Someone's whistling off stage. And this is his energy blast right here.
Okay, that's a good one.
Again, another burgeoning energy blast. I don't, they have a lot of burgeoning energy blasts. I would have liked just the full-on
if you make him sit down, he looks like a toddler on a road trip. He's like,
He looks very upset.
My Happy Meal didn't come with a toy.
All right.
Okay, let's move over to another spiky-haired gentleman over here.
Now this one is from an anime that is very beloved. I'm gonna get some flack for this in the comments.
Okay.
It's not one of my favorites. I'm gonna be very honest.
Oh man,
I'm not.
They have the top 10 list of things to be mad at you after this video. So yeah, just rank them in the comments below. Let us know what we screwed up.
Funny you mentioned top 10 because this is actually Kakashi Hatake from Naruto, the Naruto top 99 character poll, and Kakashi actually came in 5th place.
All right.
And guess who was the 4th? Without reading prompter.
No idea.
It was. Guess who was first?
Who was first?
The 4th Hokage
was first.
Yes.
Okay, makes perfect sense.
Who's 4th then?
The first Hokage?
This is the worst Abbott and Costello bit ever. I was trying, but it didn't work out. But
Either way, this toy is very cool. He comes with a little pouch on the back where he can keep his phone.
Also 2 ninja stars.
Yeah.
That he can use to kind of throw. Now these.
We do have one more toy.
It's a lot larger than anything that you see here.
It is. This is Godzilla from the 1989 Godzilla vs. Biollante movie. Do you know anything about...
Wait a minute! Godzilla! If there's Godzilla talk on the IGN stage, I better be involved. Oh, this looks really nice.
Oh, hey, Damon, what's going on?
Thanks for joining us.
You can, you can just walk on regular next time if you want.
Yeah, you don't have to like announce yourself like that.
It's cool though.
I'm very formal.
I think it's odd that you always do that at work. It's every time you walk into a meeting room.
But it's only when Godzilla is mentioned.
That is true. It's kind of his magic word.
So what do we have here? We have the this is the Monster Arts 1989 Godzilla, which is from what film? Everybody, obviously.
Godzilla versus
Biollante.
That's right. This is what I was going to say.
A plant kaiju that was made from Godzilla's DNA mixed with a human mixed with a rose flower.
Now, I feel like I'm asking a guy at a winery this, but was 1989 a good year for Godzilla?
I like the it's in the Heisei era. I like the film Godzilla versus Biollante.
That's great. This is an awesome toy. Big chunky boy here. We have the translucent dorsal fins on the back, which just look you already with the guy.
You know what that means? You know what that means? He's about to blow. Look out!
I love his thick legs. No, they're really good. They do.
THICC.
Yes. Does his jaw? Is his jaw?
I think does the jaw open up?
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Look at that.
Part of the articulation series.
That's right. Now, the only thing that there is not a person inside this suit, unfortunately.
Oh my God!
There looks like a lot of points of articulation on the tail.
Yeah, on the tail.
Yeah, let's move that tail around a little bit. That's really cool.
Yeah, so this is how he appears in the 1989 film Godzilla vs. Biollante.
Okay, and was this one of the first times we get to see his spikes like really translucent like that? I know that's something that they've modernized a lot of intakes on Godzilla, and I'm glad it was there too.
Yeah.
But is that only when he's about to blow though?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can't do that all the time.
Yeah. Can't have translucent.
Can you? Oh man, God! Godzilla is down. Kong has striked again. Poor Biollante is another winner. Can you wiggle the tail a little bit?
Yeah, let's wiggle the tail.
Look at that.
Or that you can go like this, like.
Oh, like a cat, like a house
or you
cat.
can kind of go like this. Stay down.
Well, that just about wraps up. Poor Godzilla.
Hold on, you're getting ahead of yourself there, Godzilla. What's going on?
There's a way you can stick his head on, It's got a little, yes.
Is there an appropriate way? Oh, there is.
Yeah, my goodness. Well, that just about wraps us up on today's episode of Grown Men Play with Toys, aka Up at Noon. Thanks for joining us. We've got tons more Comic-Con toy coverage all over IGN right now, so go check it out.
Oh, and we've got even more Comic-Con ahead right here. So find a nice, comfy spot.
Keep your head on.
And keep watching IGN for
That's
more.
right. It's stuck in the ceiling.
You're watching IGN's live coverage of Comic-Con. Marvel Rivals is the gorgeous new team-based shooter featuring some of the most iconic and nefarious heroes and villains in Marvel history. In just a minute, we'll be talking to the people making Marvel Rivals, but first, here's the brand new trailer that's sure to strike doom into the hearts of superheroes everywhere.
Let's start at the beginning. You may think you know the story, but not quite.
Oh, snarkies. The time stream is flarked.
Don't worry, help is on the way. Spider Box, go!
Mere illusion.
You should have stayed away.
Trickster, feel my thunder! The futile struggle, even for gods. In the end, all will kneel before doom.
Disasters hurt the innocent the most. That's why we need heroes. No matter where they're from, or what their mission may be. When warriors cross paths, sparks fly. Coward before death, child! Chaos leads to confusion. But those who answer the call will choose what's right. No matter how many foes they face, heroes will always rise above.
Such insignificant fools. Even from the future. Even from the past. No one rivals doom!
Marvel Rivals is a new team-based superhero PvP shooter. Just had its Comic-Con panel yesterday and announced a couple new characters. Here to tell us all the details are Thad Sasser, game director at NetEase, Danny Koo, executive producer at Marvel Games, and the voice of Galacta, Cassandra Lee Morris. What's up, everybody? Hi. So congratulations on your panel. You got the beta out there now. Lots of people are playing it. Incidentally, lots of IGN people are playing it and having a great time. By the way.
Thank you.
So people are really enjoying it. But this trailer, this No One Rivals Doom trailer, what an incredible art style of this trailer. It looks so good. I want to watch this movie. Please give me a full-length movie with this art style. Tell me about that. How did you settle on this? Did you set out to create something really visually striking? And it's very anime-like?
Yeah, first we want to establish a visual that you have not seen in the Marvel Universe. And at the get-go, we experiment a lot of time, iterate on this cool, anime, dynamic, energetic art style, and position this game to be different from all the other similar genre shooter out there. And I think the NetEase Games team have nailed it. And we've been working on this trailer for a long time, and we are quite happy with the result that shows up. And all our current fans, it's too amazing to see their reaction, if you will.
So the trailer's voice is narrated by Galacta, who, Cassandra, you're playing. Tell us about this. Galacta's, I think she's a fairly lesser-known character, the estranged daughter of Galactus, and doesn't have the sort of like bloodthirsty, world-devouring qualities that he has. Tell us about playing Galacta and the role that she plays in the game.
Playing Galacta is just a dream come true because she's never been voiced before. A lot of Marvel characters, you know, they come kind of with an established essence of their voice, but Galacta had nothing. So we were starting from the ground up, and that's, as an actor, that's so cool to me to just be like canon with the voice. She brings a lot of confidence and a little bit of cuteness, a little bit of wryness, and she has a little bit of a temper. She's there the whole time cheering you on. She's kind of like narrating the game. it's just a dream come true to play her. And we spent the first session kind of finding the voice. I feel like we leaned a little bit too cheerleadery for the first session, but then we dialed it back and we kind of brought like a coolness to her. So yeah, it's awesome. And I do know her backstory. I think it's hilarious.
The trailer's called No One Rivals Doom. Doom is featured here. Is Doom the main antagonist of the game?
So it's actually two Dooms.
Okay.
So no one rivals Doom, even himself in the future version. So this is a power struggle between Doom and Doom 2099. And both of them vie for power and causes time stream entanglement. So all these superheroes and villains have to unite together to make sure that both of them doesn't cause further destruction to the Marvel universe, basically.
And so I believe you revealed two new characters, Thor and Jeff the Land Shark. I want to talk about Jeff the Land Shark specifically in just a moment. First, tell us about Thor. I think they're arriving July 29th, joining the roster. 27th, yes. Sorry. How is Thor going to play in the game?
As you can imagine, Thor is a very powerful character. And of course, being a god, he has a lot of associated synergies with some of the other gods. For example, maybe Hela, maybe he can team up with Hela and have some extra abilities. He might also have some powers along the lines of lightning. You can imagine him maybe teaming up with Storm. And so Thor will be in the midst of the fight and using his powers to help his team, of course, achieve the objective. And he's a very exciting and dynamic character.
Well, since you mentioned the team-ups, how does that work? Characters can only team up with certain other characters, is that right?
Yes, the team-ups are based on the character's abilities and skill sets, and there's a wide range of different team-ups. And team-ups can have different numbers of characters that interact as well. You can have 2 characters that interact, like Punisher and Rocket, or you can have 3 characters that interact, like Thor, Loki, and Hela could all have a synergy together.
Do you imagine those team-up possibilities could change over time?
Absolutely. I think that's something that's interesting and exciting about the synergies is that as we explore, we can imagine there'll be more combinations in the future. As we have more characters, we'll have more synergies, of course, with existing characters. So we'll definitely be looking at, adding more and then fine-tuning the ones we already have.
And you can see the synergy is also narrative-based as well. And why Hela and Thor and Loki have a synergy since they're a family as well. And it plays a role on the map, on the world state at that time. And then when each season we add new character, new story, that's why Dad's saying that it could change the dynamics. Like if someone is your rival in the current season, they might be your friends the next season.
Interesting.
So team dynamic changes, which provide interesting and fresh gameplay.
Very cool. So then there's Jeff the Land Shark. This is a very cute, humorous character in the Marvel Universe. And then fittingly, his sort of like introduction trailer is just almost a minute long of just Jeff singing, which I want to bring up a little sound above here, because this is great. Let's roll this trailer. And this is it. He just sings for the whole minute. Yeah, it's great. Is he humming? Is it his own theme or is it the Marvel Rivals theme?
So he is actually singing the Marvel main title theme song, which we haven't revealed yet. This is just a
little hint of that.
It's a little hint of it. Like, as to who sang it, we'll reveal in the future.
Okay.
Yes.
Any hint as to how Jeff is going to play?
Yeah, well, you can imagine he's a land shark, so he probably can, do some swimming underground. And he might also have some really interesting team-ups. For example, he might work with Groot. Maybe he can perch on Groot's shoulder, much like Rocket can. It's actually really cute. He kind of puffs up a little bit, and it's just a really fun and interesting experience.
And he does have a synergy with Luna as well, our K-pop superhero in the game currently. And Luna is an ice-based character which grants this ice skill to Jeff, and when Jeff attacks, it will freeze enemies as well.
Interesting. So the beta is happening right now. Have you found? Is there any one character that has really resonated with players so far?
So every time we announce a new character,
that's the one.
That's the one everybody jump to and try it. And it might be a character you're not familiar with because it's a relatively new character, and we noticed that players begin to fall in love with them. So we want players to be able to feel like fall in love with whoever they want to play with and experiment with them and learn more about them. And we provide a lore for each character that learn who they are, why are they in this Marvel Rivals universe, and how they are all connected to each other.
What about Adam Warlock? I hear he's been fairly popular, is that right?
Oh yes, we announced Adam Warlock back in late May, and we showed Adam Warlock's gameplay trailer earlier this week, and so far players able to play Adam Warlock as a strategist. He can revive his teammates at his will, and so he can turn the tide of a battle at any time he wants.
His healing powers are also very powerful.
Sure. Well, thank you all so much. Marvel Rivals is really looking great. People are really having fun with it, so congratulations on everything.
Thank you very much.
Marvel Rivals is coming to PS5, Xbox Series X, and PC. Make sure to follow IGN on Twitter. We'll be giving away beta codes for Marvel Rivals. For more from SDCC24, stay tuned to IGN.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Star Trek Fleet Command. Download the sci-fi strategy game today and look out for the Galaxy Quest update coming soon.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is IGN's live coverage of the 1997 Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show.
Close. I think you mean 2024 San Diego Comic-Con, but it's okay. Everyone mixes those two up.
Right. I always do this. Do we have some kind of informative schedule graphic we could display that would help clear up any further confusion about what's going on today?
We do.
Good.
Coming up, we're going to be discussing Deadpool and Wolverine and whether the summer's biggest superhero movie is going to give the MCU its mojo back.
Pretty sure Mojo was in X-Men 97, but who's keeping track? After that, if you're a fan of offbeat heroes with great tastes in trench coats, you'll want to stick around because we've got the cast of Hellboy, the Crooked Man, and Doctor Who stopping by.
And finally, we've got the creators of Rick and Morty, the anime. Rick wears a lab coat, which is sort of like a trench coat, right?
Close enough. This is just some of what's coming out of Comic-Con. If that's not enough to keep you busy, just a friendly reminder that IGN Plus subscribers get free games every month. Signing up right now will score you Steam keys for Battle Ram, Project Winter, and My Lovely Daughter Reborn, and that's on top of other perks like ad-free viewing and discounts on stuff you care about.
For more info, head over to ign.com/plus, and for more Comic-Con, stick around.
Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm the Wolverine.
Deadpool and Wolverine saw you from across the bar, and they like your vibe. It doesn't matter if you haven't enjoyed the MCU since Avengers Endgame pushed the stakes of the franchise off a cliff, or if you're cautiously optimistic about the rest of the multiverse saga. Come for Deadpool and Wolverine's blockbuster chemistry, but stay for the frankness with which they comment on the past, present, and future of Marvel Studios.
The Marvel Universe is about to change forever.
It's a good thing that they do, too. The MCU has been bloated and unfocused for years now, and it's about time someone let the air out and had some fun with it. In that way, Deadpool and Wolverine is a perfectly timed and well-sustained cinematic fart, released with confidence and comfort in the space it creates for future nourishment. It's not going to single-handedly save the MCU from the larger bout of indigestion it's suffering through, but it's a refreshing mea culpa that demonstrates that Marvel can still let her rip loud and proud when it really counts.
What you thinking about?
Get the off of me. Almost done.
Almost done what? Getting my knife out of your buttocks, you pervert! Get your mind out of my pants!
The Shaun Levy-directed superhero comedy gets off to a roaring start, with Deadpool riffing on the action before the Marvel Studios fanfare is even finished, and running afoul of the Time Variance Authority from Loki almost immediately.
Let's go!
There's an electricity to the opening act. After all, this is Deadpool's first time in the MCU, and like a comfortably inebriated cousin giggling into your ear after Thanksgiving dinner, there's no sure way to know what weird, hilarious nonsense will spill out of his mouth.
I am soaking wet right now.
Or how hard it will make your aunt clutch her pearls. With a decade plus of Marvel Studios storytelling and marketing to skewer, Ryan Reynolds is off to the races with jokes aimed at every corner of the sacred timeline.
All right, finally aged.
Reynolds' command of Wade Wilson's whipping wit is razor sharp as ever, and applying it to the current state of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he's able to bring the self-important franchise back down to earth. You could practically see Reynolds slamming a binder full of Feige-focused jokes onto a table and recording every single one.
Cocaine is the one thing that Feige said is off limits.
What about Bolivian marching powder?
They know all the slang terms. They have a list.
The self-referential material is unpredictable and incisive. Enough at first to make this the most dangerous the MCU has felt since there were 6 Infinity Stones on the board. One of the biggest questions going into Deadpool and Wolverine was whether the MCU's first R rating would be enough to sustain the filthy, subversive tone that set the Merc with a Mouth apart in the first place.
Yeah, that does it! Put your hands behind your knees and get down on your head now!
That disgusting, irradiated heart is still very much intact. And if the idea of Wade and Logan trading curses every 10 seconds is all it will take to get you into theaters, rest assured you will leave well f***ing fed.
Let's go.
But I can't look Mr. Poole in his horrifying melty face and lie to him and tell him that I didn't detect some pulled punches. Some jokes that walk right up to the line of being truly fearless and surprising, only for them to double back or change the subject quickly. With all the big laughs and self-deprecation in play, it's hard to begrudge the filmmakers for sanding off some of the characters' harder edges, but it's still a little disappointing that Deadpool and Wolverine doesn't try to top some of DP's more heinous on-screen acts.
Holy mommy shit!
Speaking of, we don't make it more than 10 minutes into Deadpool and Wolverine before Wade gleefully desecrates our memories of Logan.
Shut the up. Oh my god.
Both the character and James Mangold's 2017 film. It's another tightrope Deadpool and Wolverine has to walk. Logan is still correctly regarded as a high point of superhero cinema. And even though audiences are more or less used to the idea of variance now, bringing Hugh Jackman back in all of his clawed costume glory still runs the risk of feeling tacky after his previous borderline perfect farewell to the X-Men. But Jackman, an actor known for his great showmanship and ability to Wolverine really good, threads the needle of a post-Logan return to the role, clearly relishing every F-bomb and flash of berserker rage. There's undoubtedly some cognitive dissonance at first, as the movie asks the audience to map decades of goodwill onto a variant we're meeting for the first time, sort of like Loki did in season 1. But in the end, this movie's Wolverine has all of the reluctant heroism and self-loathing you'd expect from any depiction of Logan, and the redemption he's after is personal enough that these sticking points feel less distracting as the movie goes on. But Deadpool and Wolverine does remind us that nothing, timeline aside, is sacred, and playing fast and loose with the rules is the name of the game.
I have no idea how to save it alone, but you know how to save it.
In the years since the abysmal X-Men Origins Wolverine, Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds have been road testing their chemistry on social media, and Deadpool and Wolverine proves their catty one-upmanship can sustain a feature-length adventure with ease.
Deadpool and Wolverine, a team. Shake on it.
There's a trust and ease between the stars that puts their banter head and shoulders above most of their MCU contemporaries. Again, years and years of de facto rehearsal and an R rating give them a lot of leeway here. As a buddy comedy, Deadpool and Wolverine is rock solid, but it falls prey to the perfunctory plotting that has plagued other recent Marvel movies. It grinds to a halt anytime there's exposition to attend to, and while Deadpool sure does like to joke about that fact in real time, clunky plot junk still hits the ear like clunky plot junk. Much of that exposition gets dumped in the lap of the TVA's Mr. Paradox, the timeline cop who eventually enlists Deadpool's help. But Paradox's influence on the events after his initial encounters with Deadpool is pretty limited, and the movie largely moves past him after the first act. The incomprehensible plot is not helped by Deadpool and Wolverine's bland primary setting. The Void, a trash heap at the end of time introduced in Disney Plus's Loki series. The nondescript, bleak terrain makes the already thin stakes even harder to hang on to as the movie goes. We're regularly reminded of the reality and the family that Deadpool is trying to save, and yet our only connection to them are the Polaroid that Wade flashes the few times the story calls for him to be earnest. It's also in the Void where the mysterious Cassandra Nova holds court, driven by off-the-shelf villain motivations that feel totally mismatched to her erratic, impish nature. Deadpool and Wolverine benefit from years of audience goodwill with connections to worlds and characters that give them an emotional leg up. But as a creature of the Void with nearly no link to anything or anyone, Cassandra, and by extension actor Emma Corrin, ends up totally swept away by more familiar characters. Deadpool and Wolverine's boring but budget-friendly wasteland does at least open events up to promised cameos and variants in a way that, for all of Deadpool's undercutting, actually treats the fabric of the MCU's internal reality with some level of respect. A marauding group of veteran Fox mutants like Pyro and Sabretooth open the door to even more surprise appearances, which range in significance and utility from "my brain recognizes that character and I like that my brain recognizes that character," all the way down to "holy crap, we've now closed the loop on one of the superhero subgenre's greatest missed opportunities." Deadpool and Wolverine's self-awareness is most effective when it's honoring the pillars on which the MCU is built, namely Fox's work to build superhero franchises at the turn of the 21st century. Deadpool and Wolverine converses with that history thoughtfully and with more tenderness than you might expect.
Stop it.
Deadpool and Wolverine is an outrageous, consistently funny superhero comedy that succeeds largely thanks to the contagious enthusiasm of leads Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman and a surprisingly classy perspective on superhero movie history. Wade and Logan's profanity-laced adventure forces the MCU farther out of its comfort zone than it's been in years, even though old and increasingly frustrating issues like forgettable villains and a barely there plot show that breaking the fourth wall isn't always enough to solve a movie's foundational problems.
Score. Oh, you guys would have been really mad if I forgot that. I keep it down here in the bucket. I haven't wanted anyone to see it until now, so that's why it's in the bucket. So, you know, here. Come on. Come on, cough. There it is. Yep. Score. It's here. Thanks for watching. For more movie reviews, check out what we thought of Twisters and A Quiet Place Day One. And for everything else, you're already in the right place. IGN.
San Diego Comic-Con is always a time for big, huge superhero announcements, but this year it also coincides with the release of one of, if not the biggest superhero movies of the year. We're talking about Deadpool and Wolverine, which just hit theaters literally last night. Now, joining me right now to discuss whether or not this movie is the mutant healing factor the MCU desperately needs, I'm joined by Alex, Amelia, and Tom. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Yes. Clap it up for him. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Now,
thank you.
You know, some of us have seen the Deadpool and Wolverine movie, and some of us haven't. I'm not gonna name who. It's me. So we're gonna keep spoilers out of this. But the big question is, do we think this movie? I don't know. Does it shake things up for the MCU at all?
Absolutely not, in my humble opinion. So I'm sure we'll go over our individual thoughts. The thing is, I enjoyed the movie. It was a fun 2 hours at the movies.
Yeah.
But I feel like it was kind of marketed as this thing that was going to blow up the multiverse. And I don't want to talk about spoilers or anything, but in my opinion, it doesn't. It's a fun night at the movies and not a lot else. So if you were hoping for that, I would say put those expectations out of your mind and just go enjoy the movie.
So. Okay, so would you kind of echo, you know, Tom's sentiments? Because Tom, you reviewed the movie for us, and you gave it a whopping 7.
That is correct, a 7 out of 10, which of course on IGN's scale, as we all remember, is good. It is a good movie.
Yes.
All right, Akeem.
I mean, yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, it's good. I mean, like, also, like, you know, the movie is currently, it's sitting at, what, 80% on Rotten Tomatoes, so.
It's doing really well. People like the movie, and fans especially, are going to love the movie. I do agree with Alex, though, that it feels less like a shakeup and more of like a buying time situation. I wouldn't say that by the end of the movie, the status quo of the MCU is as changed as maybe people might be expecting based on how they've been selling it, how Disney's been sort of marketing it. But it is, what it is an excellent superhero comedy. It is so funny. At every turn, jokes left, right, just come from everywhere, and really, really works on that front. But in terms of the story and the sort of superhero action part of it, I found those parts a little lacking.
Yeah,
so,
I agree.
Amelia, what's your take?
So I agree that it does not shake up the MCU in the way that they are describing, but for me, the way I always took the marketing was that the shakeup was that these Fox characters were coming into the multiverse. So for me, I got exactly what I expected, so I have no problems with it.
Yeah, and it's funny because, like, you know, looking at the trailer and like all the reveals that they made, I feel like that's exactly what it was trying to do. It was trying to, you know, bring in these 20th century Fox Marvel characters into the forefront in the Marvel, not necessarily cinematic universe, because, you know, I don't know how much it touches upon the MCU. So, like, as far as the MCU is concerned, Tom, does this add value to it? You say it doesn't really shake it up, but does it add any value to like the overall MCU?
I think that it's certainly here and there. I wouldn't say that it is an overwhelming addition of all these new facets that we might expect, especially from having watched the trailer again. You know, they were kind of selling it pretty hard. But I will say that the doors that it opens up for future projects are interesting enough so that even though it feels like we're just kind of spending time waiting for the next, it feels like the big stuff's going to come in, like Avengers 5 and 6, and that right now it feels like they're still figuring their strategy out a little bit.
And I would say too, without spoiling anything, I really feel like all the characters that are kind of in this movie, I didn't feel like it was opening the door for them to continue appearing in the MCU personally.
Not necessarily.
I feel like it was for Deadpool and Wolverine, not so much for the MCU, if it makes sense.
Yeah, with the exception of one character.
Yes.
Which we can't talk about.
But that's kind of how I felt about it.
Oh, see, I'm kind of curious who this character is now. Yeah.
There's so many things that I want to say about this movie that I'm just like, you talked about the comedy. There is a bit in this movie, and I cannot say a gosh darn thing about it, but it's one of the funniest bits in any movie that I've seen. And every time this character opened their mouth, I lost my mind. Like, it was so funny. You'll know it when you see it. Like, it's so good.
What I will add to that is, while there's only one character that, like, beyond Deadpool and Wolverine that you're like, okay, they're in the MCU now, it creates a mechanism that opens the door for any 20th Century Fox or any 20th Century Fox and other Marvel properties that have been owned by other companies. Dodged that spoiler like a champ. It opens the door for them to come in at any time, which is very exciting.
I also love these discussions where we're like, business rights. Like someone who's like, it's so, but
you
it's like,
have to be an IP lawyer to be able to follow the MCU.
And if I said the property, everybody would know what I was talking about. So.
Well, let's leave that up for speculation until, you know, the world has seen the movie. I really want us to talk about, though, the action sequences, because I feel like from what we've seen, there's like some huge matchups that I think a lot of people have been wanting. So I want you to describe some of the action scenes. Did they get it right?
I think from a character standpoint, the action is really, really well done. They really do a good job of utilizing Deadpool and Wolverine's power sets and their personalities, certainly in the fights. But the actual choreography of the fights themselves and how director Shaun Levy kind of covers them is not as exciting as we've seen in the MCU before. Not that when I think of MCU action scenes, I necessarily think of really like insane stuff all the time, especially this deep into the run. It's harder and harder to sort of reinvent the wheel on these things as we go, but it definitely benefits from having a good understanding of how to make those powers really funny in a fight.
It has very fun action set pieces, but my one complaint with the film is that Levy is not an action director, and it is very apparent throughout those fight scenes, even though they are very fun and funny and will make fans very excited.
Well, the funny thing is, I feel like I've barely thought about them since watching the movie. I feel like there's not super memorable, despite having some of the team-ups or matchups that fans have wanted. I came out talking about the one bit that I referenced earlier, not so much like the fights that we've been waiting for so long.
Really? So there weren't any like fight scenes that you saw that were like truly iconic from any of the characters that we saw? Because I feel like that's like, I mean, from what we've seen throughout the various trailers, I don't even know how many did we get, like 16, 20 different Deadpool,
Half the movie's
Wolverine trailers. Yeah, like I mean, I saw some really cool ones that seemed like they actually choreographed it to music.
I think Deadpool and Wolverine's first fight, which you see a little bit of in the trailer, I think that one of any of the fights in the movie might be the one that kind of takes the cake for ending up being the most iconic from this movie. Because the first time these characters are meeting, it is really well done. You're establishing this dynamic between the two of them through action. One of the sort of rare moments where it feels like the action is serving the story. But you know, it's not consistent through the movie.
Well, and you mentioned the music too. I feel like the music kind of steals the show in some of the action scenes. The music's great, but like sometimes I feel like I was just like rocking out to NSYNC sometimes.
I love fight scenes set to songs. Like, I am a sucker for when a punch hits when the beat drops. Love it. So the first scene where he's fighting all of the agents was actually my favorite, I think, because it's just so quintessentially Deadpool, which kind of goes back to where people will either be disappointed by this or they'll know exactly what they're going into. Because Deadpool was never going to save the MCU. And they joke about it a lot in the movie with the whole, I'm Marvel Jesus. Like, they make fun of it actively. So just the first scene, which means nothing but does set up sort of like the battle-y situation, and they're jamming out to NSYNC as this giant battle is happening. Yes, good.
Okay, so we talked a lot about, you know, Deadpool and Wolverine and what it has to offer. I feel like I kind of equate this to like Super Smash Brothers. It just seems like everything is in there. But I want to know, is there anything that, since you all have seen the movie, is there anything that you think the movie like leaves in the dust, like leaves behind, that you were hoping to see?
I will say my big overall complaint about the movie, and I don't know if this is what you're asking, but really what bothered me about it was it made fun of all the multiverse saga kind of narrative crutches, I would say, while simultaneously leaning on all of them in earnest. Like, not in a satirical way, like the plot of the movie. So I wish it kind of left some of the timeline wonkiness in the background, but walking out of Deadpool and Wolverine, I was just kind of like, we need to end the multiverse saga. Can we move on to like the mutant saga? Can we move on to a new thing? Like, that's what I wanted. Phase X. Yeah, I'm here for it. Like, let's go full mutant. But like, I'm over the multiverse, I think.
My complaint is the most Amelia Emberwing complaint in existence. Marina Baccarin's character, whomst I love, and I love her as an actress, did not need to be in this film. She was solely as a prize for Deadpool. And in Deadpool 1 and 2, she has an actual character, Vanessa. Vanessa. She has an actual arc in those other two films, and in this one, she is just there. And for like, you want to focus on Deadpool and Wolverine, so while I understand narratively why it happened, we just didn't need to have her there.
Yeah.
Or we could have given her a single scene as a human being.
Well, Deadpool didn't need it.
Yeah.
Like, I agree. Like, I feel like Deadpool has gotten to a place as a character where we didn't need the, oh, but he loves someone. And like, yeah, I think he's past that.
You know what? I really want us to talk about some the cameos. I know we touched upon it. You know, there are a lot, and we already said there's not going to be any spoilers here, but there's a debate about the cameos as to whether or not they're just cameos or are they supporting characters. So how did that work for you guys in this movie, Tom?
There are certainly, well, here's the thing, is that there are a lot of cameos, but there are also a lot of variants out in the world.
Yeah.
So while there are a lot of cameos, it's a lot of Deadpool cameos, a lot of Wolverine cameos. But in terms of other Marvel characters, maybe not quite as much as you would expect, but the ones that are there are handled quite well. And there is if you saw Spider-Man No Way Home, Andrew Garfield sort of gets that chance to wrap up his character's arc from the Amazing Spider-Man movies. And there's a little bit of that sort of sense here. Obviously, you know, there's a lot going around about people that do and don't show up in this movie, and everyone's gonna see it pretty soon. But the way that they handle the characters that are sort of supporting roles that have a little more to do is very good, I thought.
Yeah, like the answer is it's both. And the internet never likes when there's like a middle ground, but there are many cameos and there are about 5 or 6 like supporting characters. Both exist.
I like to say guest appearances. It's somewhere between, you know, Andrew Garfield in No Way Home and an actual like proper cameo. They're guest appearances.
Yeah, like I think I call them guest stars.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, that's a good way of looking at it. Well, we will have a much better idea of what's in store for the coming phases of the MCU tomorrow, 6 p.m. Pacific time, when the Marvel Studios Comic-Con panel kicks off in Hall H. We're going to be right here, and we'll be covering it all right here, so stick around. There's plenty more IGN's coverage of Comic-Con to come.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Alien Romulus. Experience it in IMAX in theaters everywhere August 16th.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Hellboy is back, and this time he's taking on a very creepy nursery rhyme. Here to talk all about Hellboy, the Crooked Man, are Jack Hesse, Adeline Rudolph, Jefferson White, Hellboy creator Mike Mignola, and director Brian Taylor. Welcome, everyone. We did it. So The Crooked Man is infusing a ton more horror than I think we've seen in this franchise before. How did we land on that specifically? Like, how did that vibe come together to be like, we're going to go full creepy this time around?
I don't think we landed on it. I think you made it that way.
Yeah, I mean, when they came to me and said, we're going to do Hellboy again, which I didn't know they were going to do, I said, well, you've got to do The Crooked Man. It's a self-contained story. It's got everything that Hellboy does. It's my favorite one I've ever written, and it's a horror story. And yeah, we didn't really we got more fantasy, less horror in the other films.
So how did that come to life in the film? Like, what did you say, like, this is how we need to nail the vibe for this thing? Because, like, the trailer is, you know, desaturated and creepy. It's not as sort of like kind of like goofy and over the top that you get to see from some iterations of Hellboy. This time around, it's like this is straight up a creepy horror movie that you're making here. Like, what was the things that you had to get right for that?
Well, I mean, you had to have a director who knew what the comic was supposed to be.
Right. I mean, this was an easy one to get to Tone because the source material was right there. You know, so my approach from the very beginning coming on was I was really excited to have a script by Michael. I was really excited that we were doing Crooked Man, and the whole thing was like, well, let's just go to the comic book. Let's go to the comic book for the visuals. Let's go to it for the lighting. Let's go to it for the mood. Let's go to it for the tone, and let's really try to capture that and adapt that instead of trying to make something wild and new and some, you know, my version or my interpretation of what it was. No, it's like, let's just get the real thing.
Were you looking towards the comics sort of as storyboarding, as jumping off points? Like,
Absolutely.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, you could take, some people have already done this with the trailer. I mean, you could take frames from the comic book and compare them to frames of the movie, and it's like 1-to-1. You know, and we should also talk about Richard, one of my favorite artists of all time.
Oh, yeah. I was like, Richard.
Yeah. No, the late, great Richard Corbin.
Yeah, legendary comics artist who drew The Crooked Man.
So between a visionary visual guy like this and just one of the greatest ever, and then a guy like Corbin, I mean, we had such a wealth of visual material that it was like we didn't have to invent.
We also had a huge advantage that Crooked Man was one story.
Right.
As opposed to every other film, they've been either super, super, super loose adaptations, or, you know, they've tried to put a billion different things for a bunch of different stories. But here we had one story, and it was just easier.
Yeah, there was something in that era of Hellboy. I feel like it was sort of like almost a procedural, like a Night Stalker thing, and he's this wandering sort of, you know, figure who shows up in a town where dark forces have, you know, infested, and he's a plumber, and he's just going to fix their monster problem. And
right.
If he can, and if not, he'll move on to the next.
If he can't, he's just like, no, you're on your own. Hellboy beats the hell out of people. He kicks a lot of ass, but he also seems like just a fun guy to hang out with. What's the dynamic like between him and the other characters in this movie?
I think our relationship in real life is, to a certain extent,
it's transcended. Yeah, friendship off screen. Yeah, I think Hellboy. What I like about him, without giving too much away, he's got this transistor radio. He's really desperately trying to be just one of the guys.
Right.
Cool guy, got his hair done. He's got his jacket. He just loves rock and roll, but you know, he's also really red and big, and he's not quite human. And there's that dilemma, right? And I really enjoyed that aspect of, here's this creature trying to be a human being, but he's really the buffer between a couple of realms and trying to save humanity, maybe. You know, and I think we just took on a relationship between everyone as like a platoon, a small platoon, and we're trying to accomplish something, you know, a goal, right? And we became friends, and yeah.
It feels like Hellboy is a bit of like an unlikely leader. Like, I don't think he's all that comfortable in a leadership position. And I think Jack might perhaps be the same way. I think we were all looking to him. It's his movie. He's on set every day. He's working harder than anybody. And he wore that with such grace and ease that sort of sets the tone for the rest of us. So Jack might be an unwilling leader or a sort of reluctant to lead. But I think for the rest of it was like, hey, if we can work half as hard as Jack, we'll know that we've got a great movie here. Yeah, and between both of these guys, 'cause I think Brian similarly, we're trying to accomplish something ambitious and exciting and difficult. We're trying to accomplish something that feels impossible sometimes. But both of these guys were such sort of cool, easy,
calm presences on set and such easy leaders that I figured if we just showed up and followed them, we'd wind up somewhere
I didn't
okay.
have to wear a tail, so it was easy for me.
And I think this is by far the most human Hellboy. I think because you don't have all the backstory and all the, I mean, you've got some backstory, but without the BPRD headquarters and all that stuff, he's just a guy, you know, and it's a, you know, it's a relationship just between these three people, and it just makes it more, I don't know, grounded.
Yeah.
You know, something that I really love about the character is he has reputation as it's, when you think Hellboy, you think sort of sarcastic, wisecracking kind of thing. But that's there. But in addition to that, he's a character that, like you were saying, he carries a lot of pain, a lot of weight. He carries the weight of the world on him, and so there's like a sadness to him too at the same time, and it's that combination that makes him interesting.
There's sadness that you play, but you don't. It's not Batman where you sit there weeping on a gargoyle for 20 minutes, you know, looking at the moon and.
Everyone deserves a good hard cry on a gargoyle,
shit, but he wears it.
And he's remarkably non-judgmental as a character. I think he's been through so much crazy shit. My character, Tom Farrell, stumbles into this guy. He's like afraid that he's going to be judged. He's afraid of his dark past. And Hellboy just sort of immediately accepts him and says, okay, pal, come along. We'll figure it out. And I feel like that's a really, you know, it's a nice, very human thing. You know, I feel like Hellboy finds the good in everybody he sees and sort of brings it out.
With one of the notes we kept getting from the studio is like, well, why would Hellboy help Tom? And it's like, because Tom's a good guy. And he's had a shitty run of luck. And what else would Hellboy do? I don't think he has an appointment to get to, and it can be rescheduled, whatever it is. It's weird to have to explain that to what a human reaction would be to a studio guy, but that's what happens.
Well, that's like translating a different language.
Before I let you guys go, I wanted to ask about the transformation process of Jack into Hellboy. Were you washing paint off of your body for hours and days on end? Like, were you finding it in spots where you're like, I didn't know that I could have red paint in there?
You know, the truth is, if he just holds his breath for 6 minutes, it turns red and it's done. We just got to put the horns.
That was it, actually, you know.
Was that fun? Not the holding your breath part. That's not fun.
No, I was definitely finding red paint in mysterious places, for sure. But everyone did a great job. That crew, you know, the makeup, the special effects, they worked so hard. I just waltzed in, and everyone worked really hard around me. You know, honestly, I was in good hands.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining. For those of you at home, keep your eyes peeled for Hellboy, the Crooked Man coming soon. There's lots more Comic-Con ahead right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
Thanks, guys. What's up, everybody? I am joined here on the IGN balcony by none other than horror icon Ash Williams himself, Bruce Campbell. Bruce, welcome.
Thank you very much. What a classy place you got here.
Thank you. We've worked very hard on it.
It's epic in scale.
We've worked very hard on it. You are no stranger to Comic-Con.
No.
You're well loved here.
No.
Evil Dead to Bubba Hotep to your many collaborations with Sam Raimi. We will next see you in the satanic panic thriller Hysteria on Peacock. Tell us about Hysteria.
I'll tell you what I can tell you.
Okay, yeah, what you can.
Which is, it's creepy as hell. Oof. It's cool. It's weird. It's entertaining. It's late 80s, small town Michigan. Crazy shit happens in a small town, and I play the chief of police.
Yeah, it was Chief
Dandridge. That's right.
Yeah. What can you tell us about him?
He's the Marilyn of the Manson family.
Oh, cool.
Like, weird shit's going on, and he's got to try and keep a lid on it. And in a small town, they don't always have the capacity.
Yep, sure.
Right?
Sure.
They don't have the manpower. You can't call in SWAT. There's no SWAT in Happy Hollow, Michigan in the late 80s. Their firepower is about a shotgun and a couple of pistols.
Sometimes that'll do the job.
Right. I like that.
Okay.
When you take innocent people who aren't expecting this and don't want it and torment them with it.
Sure.
That's what this is.
So, Satanic Panic, real phenomenon in the 80s. You were involved in a couple movies in the 80s that could have contributed to some of that.
Well, those are your words,
okay,
not mine.
Right.
Look, I think the Satanic Panic is probably a bit of a pushback to the religious right type movement that was happening at the same time.
Sure.
You know, just say no, very Ronald Reagan, drugs are bad, you know, everything was black and white.
Right.
And so I think in this case they went, well, maybe Satan is around.
Sure. Let's blame it all on him. Well, we look forward to learning more about Hysteria. A few years ago, here on IGN, we did an interview with you called Bruce Campbell Takes IGN's Evil Dead Quiz. This is where we quizzed,
to see if I get it right?
Yeah, we quizzed you on famous Ash lines. And you had to guess which movie they're from. You aced it.
Oh, good.
You aced it. I don't think anyone knows Evil Dead better than you. So today we're going to do a little twist on that. We're going to do another quiz to see if you can guess lines from movies that are not Evil Dead.
I can't wait.
These are lines you've delivered in movies that are not in the Evil Dead.
I've delivered. So do I have to identify the movie?
Please, yeah.
Okay,
That's
we go.
the goal here.
I'm ready.
Let's see how we can do. Okay.
Yes.
Here's the first one. Now, in what movie do you turn to the camera and exclaim, "It's over"?
In Doctor Strange, Part 2.
That's exactly right.
I play the Pizza Papa.
Pizza Papa.
But I would like to explain something to you real quick.
Please.
About that role.
Yeah.
If you think in the multiverse he's just a pizza vendor,
there's more to
hardy
him.
har har, my friend.
Interesting.
Hardy frickin' har har.
I see.
Okay? He has disturbed the timeline of Doctor Strange. He didn't defeat him, but he slowed him down, didn't he?
He sure did.
By like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
In the timeline, that's everything.
Oh, wow.
I've now changed the multiverse by being a seemingly insignificant role.
No, I love it. I love Pizza Papa.
Right?
Who came up with Pizza Papa?
I don't know. Probably Sam Raimi.
Okay.
Yeah.
When Sam Raimi's doing a movie, are you pretty sure you're going to get a call at some point?
About 90%.
90% of the time.
I'm not in all of them. Like I'm not in a simple plan.
Yeah. Okay.
And for some reason, that was a mistake.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Okay, round 2.
Yes.
You're doing great so
I
far.
did great. I aced
All right,
it.
round 2 of 3. And this one is a TV show. Okay, so on
wow.
what show did your character say, "Son, there's not a challenge on God's earth that can't be overcome by an American"?
That's Fargo, season 2.
That's right.
I played Ronald Reagan.
That's exactly right.
Well, there you go again. Well,
what was it like playing Ronald Reagan?
Ronald Reagan was fun, but the trick was to not do the SNL Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Or not do the Johnny Carson Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, you got to do Bruce's.
Well, it's
Reagan.
all of that.
Yeah.
So the trick was to do a real Ronald Reagan.
That was perfect. It was great. Okay, final round. You're 2 for 3. You're doing great so far.
What do I get, by the way? What do I win?
Well,
do I win Comic-Con?
You win Comic-Con.
Like, can I be mayor of Comic-Con if I win?
King Comic-Con.
Let's do it.
At the end of this. All right, so another movie. In what movie does your character say, "Your mother"? Oh no, I'm sorry, it was your sister. You know I can't tell them apart these days.
Oh my God. I have no idea. None.
It's an animated film.
Oh, well, that's why. You didn't tell me it was animated.
What? No, I didn't want to give you too many hints.
What is it?
It's Rod Redline in Cars 2. You're being kind of tortured in that scene, and they're trying to get some information.
Little indie. You think I'm supposed to remember lines?
Who would remember being in Cars 2?
That thing wasn't even released. It escaped.
Well,
okay, so I
maybe
failed.
not quite King.
How about mayor of Comic-Con?
Mayor of Comic-Con.
Okay,
we'll give you that. We'll give you that. It's always a pleasure, Bruce, having you over here on IGN. Thanks for stopping by. We look forward to checking out Hysteria.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the set.
We've got all this. We're going to tear it all down now.
That's crazy.
It's just
Hollywood waste.
Hollywood. It's all for you.
Yep.
For more from Comic-Con, stay tuned to IGN.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
How much you want for this?
15,000.
You got change for $1 million?
Ooh, maybe. Let me go check.
What's up, everyone? It's Aliak here at San Diego Comic-Con 2024. One thing diehard fans can't miss is the absolute avalanche of collectibles, toys, and merchandise available throughout the entire event. I'm trying to find out the most expensive and coolest items available around. Let's go. Brought to you by the ultra-fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection from Xfinity Internet. All right, guys, we have the Kanto Region Team Limited Edition. Tell me about it.
So this is our Comic-Con exclusive for this year, the Kanto Region Team figure set. It's going to include so many favorites from the Kanto region, the original 150 favorites like Pikachu, like Mew, Venusaur, Charizard, Blastoise. The Comic-Con exclusive packaging is one of 500. It's $100, only here at SDCC. Really excited about this. It's different than all of our other packaging. Very special just for the con.
So we have the Star Wars Galaxy Squadron here. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so the Star Wars Micro Galaxy Squadron is a full-scale universe, or galaxy rather, spanning the entire Star Wars saga. So here we've got our Comic-Con exclusive, which is the X-Wing TIE Fighter video game console. So premium packaging. We have the neon decor for these two items. It's available here at this booth for $100.
And we have this Wolverine and Deadpool set costume. Tell me about this one.
Just in time for the movie. We're thrilled to unveil it today. This is the Jazzwares Costume Play Deadpool versus Wolverine battle set. And you can get it here exclusively at San Diego Comic-Con for $100.
Well, there you go, cosplayers. You know where to get your costumes. All right, thank you so much. See you next time. So we have some Transformers here. Tell me all about them.
I mean, we have a lot going on. So 2024 is the 40th anniversary of Transformers. So it's a big celebration year right now. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to hit as many as the media entertainments that we put out over the years. So that's what our line is kind of focusing on. We're focusing on all the different animations, all the different movies, things like that. I think one of the big centerpiece things that we just put out that everybody's really excited about is our Studio Series 86 Optimus Prime, who's meant to be a 40th anniversary celebration of just the series as a whole. We, of course, are also showing off the EP1, which is the engineering pilot of the last HasLab we did, which is Omega Prime from the series Robots in Disguise or Car Robots, depending on which version of the animation you watched.
Hey guys, this is John, and I'm here with Atsuko. Tell me about the brand and what makes it different to other brands.
Yeah, of course. We're at Atsuko, so we are an officially licensed streetwear brand. We do a lot of fun collabs with a lot of everyone's favorite animes. What separates us is we like to focus a bit more on the bodies and kind of making sure that everything we do is a bit more wearable, you know what I mean? A ton of our fans had requested Cyberpunk, so we wanted to try and do it justice in our own way. Also keeping some of the bold colors that you see within the show, which is a little out of place for us, but we really wanted to showcase that aspect because we feel like the colors of the animation is really what resonates with everybody.
All right, so walk us through your favorite pieces here at the booth.
All right, so I have to start with our Darth Maul. And one of the real neat features about this is our diorama base around the bottom that has different scenes from Phantom Menace around it.
All right, so talk to me about this ghost face.
This is our second half-scale horror statue that we've ever done. The thing that's really cool about this one is we're doing the different masks from the different movies that are aging over time.
We need to talk about this Hulk bust.
This is actually our second in our fine art line from Marvel, which is a life-size head, and as you can see, it's pretty big. And we do full diorama scenes from Gladiator Hulk comic all the way around. So we can put it on a Lazy Susan, hit go automatic, and it just keeps turning. You get a different scene as you look around it. So this one is $2,600 on our website.
The boss man of Super 7, Brian Flynn, right here.
We've got a ton of stuff. We had our Willy Wonka chocolate bar with the Chase gold Willy Wonka figures and the golden ticket. And we've got our new form factor, the Super Cycles, which is the wind-up, Creature from the Black Lagoon, and Charlie Brown. The secondary market will determine whether it's rare. I don't know if it's going to be rare or not. We've made it, you buy it. We'll find out if it's rare later.
And those are some of the coolest and most expensive collectibles at San Diego Comic-Con. Let me know which ones you would pick up in the comments below. And for all things collectibles and San Diego Comic-Con, keep it locked to IGN.
Joining us at Comic-Con to talk about the all-new season of Doctor Who are Ncuti Gatwa, Millie Gibson, and showrunner Russell T. Davis. They stepped right out of the TARDIS onto this balcony and into ancient Rome, it seems. It was crazy. So, how are y'all doing today?
Great.
Great.
Excited.
I know, so excited to have you guys here. I want to first start by, we're on the balcony in Ncuti, so many people reacted, just like you being up here. Like, what is that like for you to be recognized as the Doctor now?
Oh, surreal.
Yeah.
Very, very surreal. Love it. Very, very much love it. But it's also really surreal getting recognized in America. Like, the show reaches so far and wide, and so it's cool. It's very cool.
Yeah. And what were you really excited, when you were cast in this season and everything, what were you excited to really bring to the Doctor?
Fun. I think I was excited to bring an element of fun and just explore through Russell's writing elements of the Doctor that we've not seen before. But mostly fun, adventure, bit of cheekiness.
We love a little cheekiness here. And Russell, actually, speaking of, what's it like to be back? Was there anything you were able to explore this time around with the Doctor that maybe you weren't?
There's always a new story to tell.
Yeah.
And when you work with actors you haven't worked with before, it's a whole new lease of life. I turn to them. I turn to these two. I watch these two. I watch the Rushes every day and get inspired by them and get a feed off them in a way. So it just feels new, and it never feels like going back. It just feels like going forward every time.
I love that. I really do. And what was it about Ncuti and Millie that you were like, yes, this is the Doctor, this is the companion?
Well, look. Sometimes my job is very, very easy. I've got to say, you both got it in one audition each, didn't you? It's like, normally everyone does 15 auditions and they tell those stories about one, an instant yes. Brilliant.
Yeah. And Millie, as Ruby, I think a lot of your arc really has been about family and going back to your roots. What were you really excited to bring to that story that Ruby goes through?
I think just a whole new level of youthfulness in a companion, and I think Ruby has brought such an innocence to the show that you don't really see, and it's introducing a whole new generation and lots of countries apparently to the show. So yeah, it's crazy to represent that and to let them hop on her journey and hold their hand through the TARDIS.
No, and it's great. And I think something that's really, really fun about watching the two of you is they're best friends.
Yeah.
The Doctor and Ruby are best friends. And was that something that sort of just developed naturally out of your own friendship? Or what was that like to just have fun on set? And
the chemistry was flying, I think, at the audition.
Yeah.
I think I certainly got a real sense of where that dynamic was going to go. I got a sense of two very cheeky best friends at the back of the bus, back of the school bus. And I loved it. It was just fun. Fun adventure.
Yeah, I love that. And you can just, it just comes out so much. It's so fun.
Glad to
and Russell, I think something that I think is really interesting is you're really known for kind of digging into the vault for some of the monsters to bring back. The Giggle was one of them.
Yeah.
were there any others that you were excited to be like, they're back? Like,
Oh,
we're gonna...
well, we did a big old return from the past, which is Sutek, the God of Death, which was an old 1976 Tom Baker monster who hasn't been seen for 40-odd years or something. So that was a joy. But also, you also reinvent them. He comes back as the God of Death. He comes back as Shooty's enemy, not Tom Baker's enemy. It's you bring them back, but you've got to give them something new as well, something exciting, something for these two to bounce off. My God, did you bounce off him? You dragged him through time and space. It's like, so yeah, there's always a rich heritage, but equally you turn around and you cast new things like Jinx Monsoon, Jonathan Groff as Rogue. There's always something new.
Actually, and it's really great that you brought up Rogue, because I think that something I really loved is I think this might be our first like openly queer Doctor like that we've seen on screen. So what was that like to have like Jonathan on set and like I don't know, what did that mean to all of you to get to explore that?
Jonathan was just light.
Jonathan.
Every time he came into a room, and he makes you feel like the most important person in that room.
The loveliest man.
Yeah, the loveliest man. He's gorgeous.
Insanely talented. Gorgeous creature.
Yeah.
And in terms of the representation, I think the Doctor's an alien. He's alien sexual. It's like
He's alien sexual.
This all doesn't bother us for a second, and we barely talked about it. Actually, it's like 2024. It's what you do, and then you move forward again. Keep going on.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I agree.
Absolutely.
Did Jonathan sing it all on set? I know he's a big musical theater guy, so
he demanded payment.
Yeah,
he demanded payment. Yeah,
performance fee. I get it.
That voice is worth $1 million.
It
is worth $1 million.
And the show it's on Disney Plus now. What's that been like? Have you seen kind of this influx of maybe like newer fans who have never maybe seen the show before, and this is their first real experience with it?
I think so. I hope so.
Yes,
It's been like the fan art.
Yeah,
stuff from worldwide is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just the accessibility of it all as well is just incredible. Anyone can watch it now, and it just click of a button.
Yeah.
But fan art is incredible.
Yeah. It's a nice feeling, is it? Going on worldwide, all at the same time. It's nice. I like it.
Yeah. No, that's so fun, and it's like I feel like I'm hearing a lot of like younger audiences are just like this is their first discovery of it, and I think that's so cool.
Yes, and in Britain certainly we're getting the biggest, youngest audience of any drama or any show on television. So, and that's the audience that's deserting television. So we're delighted. Yeah.
And on the topic of that, it's like I think Doctor Who's been around for so long, and it's had this longevity, and it's just brought something new for fans in every iteration of the Doctor. What do you think it is about the show that really grips people?
It's just an adventure with a big open heart, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I love the fact that the Doctor doesn't represent the military. It's not his job. He doesn't pay taxes. He doesn't have to report to a boss.
No.
That's why I think young audiences like it. That's like a kid's life.
Yes.
He wants to go outside and run through the fields and never get called home. It's got that youth to it.
Yeah. And for fans who have been around for forever, for all of time, one might say. We've seen a lot of really cool appearances from fan favorite characters like Mel and Kate. Will we see any other cameos from fan favorites? Maybe some that we haven't seen yet.
If there were, I wouldn't tell you. So, so maybe there are. We're certainly going to see Mel again. We love Mel.
Yes.
Bonnie
Great.
Langford, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
How much do we love?
We love Bonnie Langford.
She's
Doctor
amazing.
Who royalty.
Yeah, she is.
Royalty.
She is.
She's life royalty.
She turned around to me one time on set and was like, "I think you're my fourth Doctor." I
Oh
was
my
like,
gosh. Wow.
And I do have to ask, because I know fans will want to know, who is Mrs. Flood?
Who is she, folks?
She's my
Let's just say it
neighbor.
now. She's your
She's
neighbor.
Ruby's neighbor.
Ruby's neighbor. Sometimes she stands on the roof in a white fur coat. Who doesn't do that?
Get
doesn't do
down.
that.
I bet you have done
Yeah.
I've done that. Certainly.
Now that we've covered the topic of the very normal, very regular, not secret at all, Mrs. Flood, I think that's all the time we have today. But thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll say thank you for taking the time
Oh.
to join us. You can catch Doctor Who on Disney Plus, and stick around for more Comic-Con right here on IGN.
Which won't be as good as us.
No.
Come on.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Alien Romulus. Experience it in IMAX in theaters everywhere August 16th.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious? IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
Well, hello, gorgeous. You're watching IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con, the most spectacular, amazing, riveting, exciting, and pop culturally relevant event of the year. That's right, and in just a bit, we'll be hanging out with Kevin Eastman, the co-creator of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Cowabunga to all who celebrate. After that, do you like Rick and Morty, but you're kind of afraid to, obsess over it in front of your anime-loving friends? Well, good news, everyone, because they're making a Rick and Morty anime, and they'll be right here on this stage talking to me. That's right. And speaking of animated things that will be right here on this show, we've also got the cast of Transformers 1 joining us, also talking to me on this stage. What will the robots be disguised as this time? Probably actors, Kim. What do you think?
Well, that was a lot.
Yeah.
So you deserve an award, an IGN reward.
Ooh, goody.
Specifically, head on over to ign.com/rewards, where you can win a custom PlayStation 5, a custom Steam Deck, a copy of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth signed by Danny Trejo, and so much more. IGN rewards. That's ign.com/rewards. Sign up today. And now it's back to more live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con right here on IGN.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles may be teenagers, but this year they actually turned 40 years old. With new movies, shows, toys, comics, and video games, the celebration of Turtles is going stronger than ever. Here to talk all about the lasting legacy of Leo and his brothers, the co-creator of TMNT, Kevin Eastman. Cowabunga!
Cowabunga!
I've been doing this for a long time. Can I just geek out real quick? I've been a massive Turtle fan forever. I've never got to meet you. I just want to thank you personally for bringing decades of joy to me, everyone up here, thousands of people in there. Yes. The Turtles rule. Just thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It really is amazing to me that we've had the best job. The childhood dream has been fulfilled, but I've been not for 1 year, 2 years, but we've been doing this for 40 years, and it's thanks to everybody out there that's fell in love with those Turtles and support us all these years. We're very blessed. So.
What's interesting about Turtles is that it reinvents itself every couple of years while still maintaining the core of what is important. I have a 6-year-old. She loves
the new Turtles movie, I'm old and I had the old Turtles movies and toys and everything like that. What makes this work over and over and over again to new generations every time? Because everyone's trying to crack that code. If there's a secret, you don't have to let it out, by the way. But like, why do you think it keeps resonating with new children over and over again?
Well, it's a really, it's something that Peter and I have talked about, co-creator Peter Laird, myself, have talked about over the years of, whether it's just the love and passion that we had and how much we grew up and we loved about comic books, we put all that love and passion in the first issue and then every issue since. And that aspect of family, the adoptive family of the Turtles, that they're mutants, you can't identify to any particular race, creed, or color, and people can imagine themselves as these characters. And what has seemed to transcend to each of the different versions of them is that aspect of family and the meaningfulness of that family to the Turtles. So now we're this year when like Mutant Mayhem, which you mentioned, which I adore that movie.
It's so good.
The director grew up as a Turtle fan.
Yeah.
He had all the toys. He wore the Halloween costumes. He did stuff, and he put all that love into that movie, and it shows because
you could tell.
Laugh out loud funny.
Yes, yeah, no, he took some of my favorite like deep cut mutant villains and brought them in there. Like I was geeking out watching that. The Last Ronin, I just reread it, love it. You've been kicking around sort of the idea of the video games and movies and stuff like that. What's kind of next for that franchise for you?
Well, what's amazing about that is that it's an idea that Peter and I had originally back in 1987. It was just when the toys and the cartoons first took off. We wanted to do a story that's set in the future, sort of where the Turtles are 30 years from now, and sort of give us a lighthouse to navigate towards. And we never get a chance to do it. So we started working on 2018, which was 1 year after it was set 30 years in the future. We adapted it, put it into this Dark Knight sort of last Turtle story, and the blood feud has ended, this implement of destruction, and it's all done. And we thought, well, if it sells a few copies, that'd be great. But we had a really good time telling the story.
Right.
And now it's gone on to be, I think, with 2 years in a row, it's still #1.
Yeah.
They're doing a video game and a live action movie, so it's amazing. So it was accidental. We hadn't intended any of it, much like the first issues.
Well, you know why? It's because Raphael is the best turtle and people want more. I said it. Any updates on the movie that you can give us?
I know they're working on the script. I've talked to the writer a few times, and my favorite line is when I first spoke to him the first day, he said, "I don't want to be the guy that blankety blanks it up." And he's a big Turtle fan. He loves it, so he's putting all of that love into it. So it's going to be awesome.
I wanted to speed run through some of the iterations of TMNT and just get your quick kind of one sentence why they were special to you. Or you can go a few sentences, your call.
Sure.
Let's start with the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic run. Why was it special? I mean, obviously.
For us, the first series was so special because it was when Peter and I could stop doing all those other odd jobs and literally draw comics full time. To us, the dream came true in 1985 when we put out issue 2, selling enough copies to pay rent, eat all the mac and cheese we want, and draw comics day in and day out. So beyond that, that was it, and we were lucky it continued. So yeah.
So the original run for Turtles special because of rent and mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese.
You heard it here. The IDW TMNT comic series. Why was that special?
Adore the series. It was after a couple different iterations of the Turtles. This was something that was had a bit of a break. So when it came back as a comic series, I got to work with the incredible Tom Walsh, who had so many wonderful ideas based on the original series. And we thought if it lasted 12 issues or 24 issues, but we get to sink our teeth in and do 150 issues.
Right.
And that's thanks to the fan support. But it's just an interesting, new and fresh version of Turtles, but still keeping the heart and soul welly firmly in place.
Still rent and mac and cheese, or was it like mortgage and lobster ravioli by
and
then?
Sneakers,
The Archie Comics TMNT series.
Love the Archie series because when the original black and white series was a bit edgier, contender for an older audience, and when he launched the TV show, the cartoon series, the original series, and the toys, we wanted something that would be just for those fans, a much younger fan base. So Archie is the home for that, good, wholesome comic goodness, and so we did a series with them, and I adore those adventures. They were original, unique, and awesome.
Dreamwave TMNT series.
Love that series. It was short-lived, too short-lived, to
Right.
be honest. I thought they had a great take on it as far as what they wanted to do with the concept. Further it, make it a little bit edgier, take it back a little bit more towards the original black and white series, but in full color, and again, too short-lived. I really enjoyed that series, yeah.
My entry point, the 1980s TMNT animated series. I have to listen to the theme song with my kid in the car on the way to camp 2 days ago, so it's always in the house. Why is this one so magical?
The original series?
Yeah.
Well, it's it's funny because I found out later that Chuck Lorre actually wrote the theme song.
Yes,
which is really
I just
funny.
learned that today.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It's so crazy.
And the first time, it's funny, the first time I met him, he said, my kid finally thought I was cool because I wrote the Turtles theme song when she was going.
Yeah.
But no, that series, again, was written down. We worked with the artists and the writers to write it down for a much younger audience, which was so much fun because you could be more playful and more open and try some wackier ideas than we could in the series, and that was a lot of fun.
The 4 Kids TMNT animated series.
Love that series because they went back to a little bit back towards the black and white comics.
Yeah.
It was like the Dreamweaver. It was a bit more edgy, darker in some of its tent.
They were a little longer.
A little longer. Lots of shadows, so it was moody, but it was but that was a fun series.
Fox Kids live action Ninja Turtle series, The Next Mutation.
I love that series. I worked
too.
really hard on that.
Yeah, no, it's like let's take the costume stuff from the movies and bring it into the show.
But it was it's the first introduction to a female turtle, and we loved it.
Yeah.
And we then have since been able to bring a female turtle back into the IDW series. But I love Venus de Milo, but the series, the fans didn't like it at all.
So costumes get itchy and they rot over time. So you went CGI for the TMNT Nickelodeon series.
Yes. Love that series. No, I'm a huge fan of Ciro Neely. I was a fan of his artwork and his creativity before he took over on the series. Black and white, earlier, edgier Turtles with the comic stuff of the funnier Turtles, the cartoon Turtles, and I think it was just a perfect storm in telling really neat and interesting stories. And I love the CG look. It was fantastic. So.
2007 CGI.
Best one. That's
your favorite one. Wow.
That's one of my favorites.
Oh, that's awesome.
Kevin Monroe wrote it and directed it, and it was fun because there's not a lot of turtle business going on at that time, movie stuff. So he was kind of put in this place, and he was left to his own devices to tell his perfect turtle story, and he killed it. I love that series.
I love it.
It's a great movie.
And finally, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. Love this movie so much. It's getting a new TV show.
It was perfect. It was laugh out loud funny, and it brought it to a whole new generation. It was, to me, because I see the old fans and the young new fans, and both loved it equally, and that was awesome.
There you have it. The history of TMNT with Kevin Eastman. We did it today. We went through them all.
Cowabunga.
Kevin, thank you so much on behalf of the millions of Ninja Turtle fans out there that watch IGN. Thank you for making something that has entertained us for decades.
Thank you.
And can I give you a hug?
Of course.
Thank you.
I have a hugger anyway, so thank you.
Listen, we got
Thank
tons more Comic-Con ahead right here on IGN. Kick back, order a pizza with some weird-ass toppings on it, and stick around for more IGN Live at Comic-Con.
You want to do this? I think we should talk about it.
Hey everybody, I'm Tom Jorgensen here at San Diego Comic-Con with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Brady Noon, Nicholas Cantu, Micah Abbey, and Shaun Brown Jr. Boys, thank you so much for joining me here today.
Thank you for having us.
All right, and I hear this is your first Comic-Con. How are you guys finding it?
Yeah, this is my first Comic-Con, and I'm stoked. I'm excited to be here to promote our new show, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's crazy. A lot of people walking around in cosplay, enjoying the con. It's a great time. We just had our first panel. It was incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing. We're having a great time.
They took the words out of my mouth. I'm stoked as well.
So Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles follows the Turtles reaching the surface world after the end of Mutant Mayhem. So what are the things about that they're most excited about joining that human world? What are the things that they're most intimidated by?
Yeah, I would say that they're really excited to finally be out in the outside world. This is the first time that the Turtles have lived coincide with the humans, and they have to interact and get along. So I think Raph might be a little anxious too, because he's never really ventured out of his home and away from his brothers. But I think he's excited to meet new people and new friends.
How about Leo?
Yeah, I'd say for Leo, he's definitely excited to meet the humans. You know, the whole Mutant Mayhem movie was about them trying to get their acceptance, and I think in this series we see the brothers kind of put to test in this new world. In our series, every turtle takes an individual storyline, so you get to see Mikey alone, Raph alone, Donnie alone, and Leo alone, and I think Leo's just worried about his brothers because there's some danger out there in those New York City streets.
I think Donnie is most excited to see and meet like-minded people, people that are just as smart as him. He's grown up with a bunch of idiots, not going to lie. No. He's grown up with people that are just not on the same wavelength and not on the same intelligence level, no offense. So I think he's excited for that, and I think he's nervous about what else is out there. I mean, he hasn't experienced so many interesting things, so I think he's a little nervous about the people he's going to meet and the dangers that could happen.
I think that Mikey is most excited to eat pizza above ground. No more sewer pizza for him. I think he's most scared of, I think about being accepted. You know, how many people are, even though they were heroes of the city and everything, you know, still a couple of people that might, you know, not be so friendly.
Not on the Mikey wavelength.
Yeah, as we see with Bishop in this series.
Are you going to give a big speech or something? The whole I am Bishop, I hate chaos thing from before?
What? No. We're here to exterminate the mutants, not talk to them.
We can hear you.
Well, something that I absolutely love about your set of turtles is this real brotherhood that I feel between the four of you. We all know brothers argue. I got a brother. I argue with that guy all the time. That's for him.
That's for him.
Yeah, that's for that guy. But what I'd like to do right now is I've got some this or that's for you guys, and I want to see if we can stir some crap up right now. So let's get some opinions here.
Start a fight.
Some of these might be controversial, so everyone buckle up. All right, PlayStation or Xbox?
PlayStation.
I would say PlayStation as well. I mean, but like this current console
Get you lost. You
No,
lost.
look, it's controversial because I have a PlayStation, but like I grew up on Xbox too. But then also we got like an Xbox and a custom controller from Xbox. So it's like,
yeah. Bebop or Rocksteady?
I'm gonna go Rocksteady. I like the rhinoceros, man. Sorry. What was that? Okay. Is that controversial?
Bebop. I gotta go Bebop. Yeah, it's Seth.
Okay, well I have a fellow Rocksteady enjoyer here.
Yep. John Cena. Android or iPhone?
iPhone. Damn, that was unanimous.
Come on, I have Android. No, come on, it's so much better.
Speak your piece.
I like my green text bubbles, okay? You guys are turtles. You should be okay with the color green. We all agree. Oh, man. All right, this wall is definitely staying here. Okay, should movies be over or under 2 hours?
Oh, my God.
It depends.
It depends, yeah.
There's movies like Batman where I feel like it was worth it.
Exactly. Correct. These guys know what they're talking about. These are men of class. Dogs or cats?
Dogs.
Yeah, my cats aren't going to be happy about that one. Donald Glover or Childish Gambino?
I'm going to go Donald Glover. I'm a Donald Glover guy.
I'm going to go Gambino.
Donald Glover.
I think he's a more fun time playing or being Donald Glover than Childish Gambino.
I think so too. Yeah. How about Peter Parker or Miles Morales?
Miles Morales. Easy.
Miles Morales. He's just swaggy, like, yeah.
Those Spider-Verse movies are so sick.
They are incredible. Yeah, I love those things. Zip up or pull over hoodies?
Pullovers.
Yeah, pullovers. Yeah.
I'm a zip-up guy.
Why is that? Ease of modularity.
My tee with my, you know what I'm saying, my zip-up hoodie. You feel me? Yeah.
I think it looks cool for sure to peek out of the hoodie, so that's my take.
I like that. How about Obi-Wan Kenobi or Anakin Skywalker?
Anakin. Wait, what do you mean? Anakin over Luke.
Anakin over Luke?
Who's like...
Personal preference.
I think Anakin's cooler.
Anakin's got that lore in him. Anakin's got that.
Has aura, too.
Anakin's got that dog in Goku or Vegeta?
I like Vegeta. I'm going to say I like Vegeta. Yeah.
You're a Vegeta guy?
I'm the Prince of all Saiyans.
Oh, he is Vegeta.
I'm going to go Goku.
All right.
You and me, dude.
Cool. Team Vegeta, all the way. All right, I got one more thing I'd like to do with you guys. You are, I believe, the current arbiters of what makes a good turtle and what makes a less good turtle. So I would like to run you through some potential additions to the team, perhaps. Maybe it's 4 brothers, but maybe there's a cousin that comes in. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. So let's run you through a few of these. All right, how about some of these I have photos for, but I don't think you're going to need them. Bowser.
Bowser, if he was a Ninja Turtle?
Would you guys let Bowser onto the team? He's got a shell. I'm trying, man. He's got a shell.
Jack Black's Bowser?
Jack Black's Bowser. We'll call it Jack Black's Bowser.
Oh, I don't know. He's a villain. I don't know.
I'm gonna let Splinter deal with him. I'm gonna let Splinter deal with him.
Splinter teach him. How about Squirtle, but very specifically the Squirtle that wears cool sunglasses?
He's in 100%. Part of the crew.
Yeah, no, he's good. That's our
big love for Squirtle with sunglasses. Okay, Crush from Finding Nemo.
100%.
In.
Well, I don't know.
That's uncrazy.
I don't know how good he's gonna be on land. But, you know.
But in the sea, you got to have someone out there, right?
We need an aquatic division.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You need somewhere to stay on weekends, right? In the summer. How about the tortoise from The Tortoise and the Hare?
Absolutely
Well, did he win the race, guys? Did he win the race?
You won the race.
He won the race?
Because ever since he won that race, he's been real cocky about it.
Yeah, okay.
You don't need that
He
attitude.
switched up, though.
All right, okay, I buy that. All right, this is the last one. How about Muriel Pastor of Vows, a.k.a. Pope Turtle?
Oh, from
Elden Ring.
Oh, my God.
Not very fast.
Yeah. I just remember I didn't know how to play Elden Ring at first, and I killed that turtle, and I felt so bad.
Oh my! Wait, you killed the Pope Turtle?
Yeah, I think I did.
Nickel.
I didn't know what it was.
Oh my God! Somebody had to restart their playthrough. I bet. All right, boys, that's all the time I got today. Thank you so much for joining me. Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comes out on August 9th on Paramount Plus. Do not miss it. What do you think? Should we send people home with the cowabunga?
I think we should.
Shit.
Here we go.
Cowabunga!
ign-live at SDCC is presented by Star Trek Fleet Command. Download the sci-fi strategy game today and look out for the Galaxy Quest update coming soon.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
Rick and Morty is the wildly popular animated series on Adult Swim, so it's no surprise it's getting its very own anime. And here to tell us all about Rick and Morty, the anime, creator and director Takashi Sono, producer Takanari Maeda, executive producers Joseph Cho, who will be translating for Takashi, and the senior vice president of action and anime at Adult Swim, the big daddy himself, Jason DeMarco. Woo. Thank you all so much for joining us. Now, Takashi, I have to start with you. How do you go about adapting a series like Rick and Morty into an anime while maintaining the show's original charm and popularity?
本家のリカのモーティっていうのは非常に面白くて、そのエッセンスをこうなんていうかな、一回分解して、いいところだけを寄せ集めて作り直して、今まで私がやってきた日本のアニメーションの作り方で、もう一回再構築するっていうのかな、そういう作り方ですね。
So for him, I mean, he's a big fan of the flagship original franchise as well, and so what he loved about it, and this wonderful template that framework that he's been given, for him the process was to deconstruct it and to refit it it's kind of like a puzzle that he had to put together. And so that's the approach that he took while making his own version of Rick and Morty.
And Jason, it seems like you all have been kicking this idea around for a while with all the shorts that we've seen. So what was it that made you all finally just kind of like pull the trigger and greenlight the series?
Well, it was a slow progression. Obviously at Adult Swim we like to have animators and people interpret our shows for little bumps and IDs and music videos and fun things. And in the process of doing that with Rick and Morty, we landed on the idea of we should do some anime versions, And honestly, the way they were received was so much more than we expected. In terms of the audience response to those was so much more excited and than we even thought about it. Especially, Sano's first one that he did, Rick and Morty versus Genocider, 15 million views on YouTube within like its first week. We were blown away. We just didn't, we thought they were fun little experiments. So in that success of seeing him do that, and then his second short, Rick Meets Summer, Rick Meets God, Summer Meets Evil, we thought, he really has a really great handle on it in a particular POV, and it might be really interesting to explore him doing a whole series. And so, the bigger question was, did Sano have the time and availability and the interest in not just doing a one-off short, but taking on like a series? So that's kind of how we got there.
Awesome. I'm glad y'all finally got there because I remember seeing the first short and it just honestly, it blew my mind. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, you don't know what you want until you see it. And I was like, oh, this is dope. I hopefully let you all explore this even more. So I kind of want to talk about like the tone of the series. Takanari, I want to ask you, but everyone feel free to chime in. Like, how would you describe the tone of this series in relation to the original animated show?
Well, the tone, I think, of the show, would be Sano-san would be able to describe in more detail because he basically wrote and directed and character design, key animation. So he did all the work of the production, many of them or much of them himself. So I'll just translate.
Absolutely, yes, please.
この作品のトーンというかが、元のシリーズとの違いっていうのはどういうところになりますかね。
元のシリーズ、アメリカのシリーズよりも、なんだろう、感情の描写、情感の部分、そっちを少し強めにして、喜怒哀楽っていうのかな。アメリカのはちゃめちゃ感は残しつつ、情感もたっぷりに表現しようとしてみました。
I think for him, when he tried to take this on, how could this be made different from? I mean, how do we keep the essence of what's wonderful at the original series, but what to do, in terms of interpreting through the lens of the anime project that we were trying to do, and for him, I think one area that he actually wanted to differentiate a little bit from the flagship franchise was to really get more into the emotional responses of each character and basically the emotional through line, the drama through line that he would have throughout the series. So they stand alone. Each episode stands alone, but at the same time they're connected through this adventure that Rick and Morty goes through, specifically for Morty with this new female character that he's created. And so that's an emotional through line that he actually created for this, and he wants to dig a little deeper into it, so that it's not just about the black humor or the situational drama, but more about the emotional responses and the drama you can create out of that. And I guess I could add that I think it came up a lot in other interviews as well. But another thing that's different about this is that the movement, because anime itself, as a format, it's a limited animation. Japanese anime is a limited animation, whereas, in the West, it's more of a full animation. So we have less information. So, to show a moving picture. So in terms of cadence and then rhythm of the action and the movements and how that's being expressed on screen, all of that I think is his specialty. And he really, I think, brought that to the table. So that's something that actually stands out and quite unique that you might not see in the flagship franchise. So so I think those two are the important points to maybe look forward to.
Yeah. Now, I want to. Hopefully, you all can elaborate on this. I picked up on something. You mentioned a new female character. Now, can you speak more about this new character?
新しい、オリジナルキャラクター、が女性が出てくるってことなんですけど、それについて彼女についてもうちょっと詳しく教えてもらえますか。
L っていう名前のキャラクターなんですけど、このシリーズ10本を通してのお話のキーになります。で、そうですね、今言えることは、モーティとの恋のお話その相手のヒロインとしてエルっていうのがいるんですけど、彼女は宇宙人でちょっと特殊な能力を持ってるんですよね。それがリックとモーティを翻弄して、いろいろお話が広がっていくっていうことですかね。
So this character actually is what you would call, what he could reveal for now is she's an alien, but she's also a romantic interest of Morty's. But at the same time, she's a warrior. So so there's that relationship that's going to carry throughout the episodes, and that'll inform the emotional core of the entire series itself.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I love that. Now, of course, we're talking about the anime, so I'm kind of curious. So, what does the anime allow you all to get away with that you think the original series doesn't allow you to? Jason, I mean, you've been a part of, you're the big bad daddy at Adult Swim as far as I'm concerned, so I would love for you to take this.
I would say it's less about what we're getting away with. I would say it's just more like, look, we wanted this to not feel like a spin-off or like a piece of the Rick and Morty IP verse, We didn't want to Marvelize it. We just wanted this to feel like another artist's take on the material. And the idea that Rick and Morty is a multiverse freed us up to be like, well, in a world where there's infinite Rick and Mortys, there's an anime Rick and Morty somewhere. And what kind of Ricks and Mortys are they? How do they differ? And I think that was the beauty of it, is that Sano brought his own, who he is as an artist and a person, bled through into the characters. So you'll see our Rick is a little bit nicer than flagship Rick. Our Morty's maybe a little smarter and a little braver than, and it's just because that's the kind of story Sano wanted to tell. So it really just, it wasn't like we got away with stuff that the main show couldn't do. It's just that we were able to spin it into a different vision of what that is, that hopefully is going to be interesting to people who do love the original or people who haven't seen either one.
Yeah. Now, my quick and final question, I have to ask this just as a long-time, viewer of the original series. And you mentioned the multiverse. Will we ever see these two cross over at any point?
I mean, I would say that's really up to the original show unit. For us, they were like the church. They were they blessed this project from the jump. They loved the anime shorts and they loved what Sano came up with. They looked over his overarching storylines and gave him some notes and then just let him do his thing. So if they're happy with this, I know. If fans are happy with it, I would say anything's possible, because with the original Rick and Morty crew, with Harmon and company, I never try to guess what they're going to do. So it wouldn't surprise me in the least if they called us and said, let's do this. It also wouldn't surprise me if they were like, nah, we just don't know.
Well, I mean, either way, it's a lot. We got a lot to look forward to. So thank you all so much for telling us a little bit more about Rick and Morty, the anime. Now, be sure to check it out on Adult Swim, premiering August 15th. Now, there's plenty more Comic-Con coverage right here on IGN, so stick around.
Welcome, my new toys. Dance for me!
My pulse is beating like a drum.
drop dead.
To the crypt of the Necrodancer!
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Nitsa. Speeding catches up with you.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
Yes, we'll all get to roll out and transform come September 20th when Transformers 1 introduces us to the younger versions of the robots in disguise. And here to tell us all about Transformers 1, Chris Hemsworth, Brian Tyree Henry, and Keegan-Michael Key! Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me. You discovered yourselves, too, with the action figures. I'm glad y'all just picked them up and just started running around.
Not only did we discover ourselves with the action figures, we discovered ourselves in this movie.
We did. Yeah?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Well, I just had a discovery, too. Apparently, there's a new trailer that just dropped, a brand new trailer. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if y'all have seen it yet. Have y'all?
We have seen it.
Yeah, yes? We're about to see it again.
You see it.
Okay, well, then let's watch it. Let's roll the clip.
Let's take a look. I want to see it again.
For thousands of years, we have been at war. But before, we were enemies. We were like brothers.
You ready?
Always ready. Let's punch in.
Hey, watch where you're going!
What did you say?
It's not like he can transform. Hey, Darkwing!
Don't.
My finger can transform. Guess which one?
Allow me. I appreciate you having my back. No matter what.
What is that?
Sending location coordinates.
We're under attack!
It's an SOS message from the surface.
Fantastic!
It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
A cave with teeth. Nothing scary about that. Holy Primus.
I see strength in you. Take these and access your
potential.
We can transform now.
How do we use these things?
Come on.
My hand. How you choose to use this power is up to you. We roll out. What?
Louder.
Transform and roll out. I want to help build a better world. Like you said, we can be so much more.
Maybe it's just me, but he's different.
Yeah, no, I picked up on that.
I picked up on that too.
What happened to my best friend?
Burn it down! All of it! We have to stop him.
We could have built the future together. I don't think so. Decepticons! Rise up! Incoming!
Come on!
Awesome!
That's what I'm talking about.
Now is the time for us to stand up. Together. As one.
Look, that's Starscream, and you're Shockwave and Soundwave. Enough. Gosh, raise your hand if Wave is in your name. There's a lot of waves.
So this Cybertron, like this takes place in the earlier days, so it's not as dystopian as we're used to seeing it. So I'm kind of curious, like, how did you all? What was the process like finding these younger versions of these characters? Especially with you, Brian. I feel like was yours a bit of a challenge because like you're having to kind of like find a journey because like Megatron is known to be evil.
Yeah.
And so
that's a big reason why I jumped at the bit to do this because it's really easy to go on the lore of the villains that we grew up with. Like they usually present the villains to you and they're like, oh yeah, this is who you're against. This is what it is. But to be able to start at the very beginning with Megatron, I was like, well, you get to really see the youthfulness of him. You get to see him be light, the levity. You get to see him actually have a deep friendship and connection with someone, rather than being the boss ordering people around. And like we all know the iconic moment of I am Megatron, but to see how he got there was really fun to do. Like I always want to figure out the heart, of the characters that I play. Like they don't just show up the way that they are. Something made them that way. But I really enjoyed that there was comedy. I really enjoyed that there was fear. I enjoyed that there was this wonder to them. And it was just fun to play. So Josh, our director, really gave us space to figure that out. I also really love this, honestly, because I never saw characters that reflected me when I was a kid. Like there was never anything that made me feel like I could be a part of something like that. So like to be able to like be this adult now stepping into the shoes of Megatron is like a dream come true, man.
Yeah, that's the thing because like these characters are so iconic. Like it's I believe we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of Transformers, which is crazy. So like I'm pretty sure we've all have touched at some point Transformers. Am I correct? Yeah. I mean, you're touching them right now, but
Can't you tell?
Invasive.
That's okay, Chris. I did that. I meant to.
You lost the touch.
I meant to do that.
You lost the power.
I got carpal tunnel in my finger.
Chris, I got to ask you though this. Like when you think of Optimus Prime, I feel like that name is so synonymous with Peter Cullen.
Yeah, for sure.
And so I have to ask you about like your journey finding the voice of Optimus Prime, and did you feel any sort of like any pressure, I guess, going into this role?
Yeah, and when I was first asked to do it, that was my reaction was, just get Peter Cullen to do it, And as you were saying, the reason I think what drew all of us to this was it was about recreating these characters, doing something people hadn't seen before. So this is the youthful, brash, cocky, young version of Optimus Prime, or Orion Pax as he's known prior to becoming Optimus. And there were moments toward the end of the film when he begins to become the character we've known and loved, where we lean a little bit more toward the cadence and the rhythm and the vocal quality of what had come before. But for the most part, it was about having a lot more range and flexibility to have, or to give the character a sense of humor, and a spontaneity and a youthfulness, and that was really fun. But yeah, to come in and sort of mimic Peter Cullen, I was like, no, I don't want to do that. I wouldn't dare.
No, I mean, honestly, from what we've seen, like, you definitely...
He chose to mimic him, though, but Brian's based his whole character
the whole thing. Absolutely. Homage.
No, Keegan, I got to ask you, like, coming into this role as Bumblebee, do you feel like you've had a lot more freedom as far as, like, finding the voice of your character, or...
Yeah, it's because it really feels like I'm starting at scratch. I'm starting at baseline because we had the ability for him to be anything we wanted him to be, to sound any way we wanted him to sound, and much like Brian, you want to find the heart of the character. What does the character want? All of these things that we basically do when we're constructing a being to portray. So I felt like Josh and I had a very collaborative relationship, and this is we've worked together before, and we had a wonderful time. We were doing Toy Story 4, and he allows you to improvise, he allows you to ad-lib, he allows you to make adjustments, and it was a very liberating experience. Yeah. But so it was nice that he also gets to have a voice. Finally, when we think about all the movies later on, where he doesn't have a voice. So. Yeah.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Transformers has been around for 40 years. I want to know what each of your personal relationship is with the property, with the franchise. Like what was your entry point, Chris?
I think playing with the action figures, the toys, as a kid, and recreating what I'd seen in the cartoons, or just kind of being caught up in the fantasy of it, in the backyard with my brothers, and my dog's kind of chewing them apart as well. And
do you remember your first one?
Emotionally distraught. Hey?
Do you remember your first Transformer action figure?
I'm pretty sure I had little Optimus Prime.
Baseline. Yeah, we all have.
That's the starting out point, But I love Bumblebee. He was.
Isn't that nice?
And Megatron.
Nice.
As much as Megatron.
Why? We discussed this before we came in here that you were going to say
our characters and us, we're going to go to therapy. We're going to fix this.
What about you, Brian?
You know what? I remember the movie, the animated movie that I'm still traumatized by to this day, to watch the death of Optimus Prime. Like, was that 1986?
86,
I mean, man, like, as a kid, you just didn't know it was coming. And I mean, the discussions you had in school after, the tears, the therapy that I'm still dealing with today. It was like really, but like to watch your favorite cartoon become a movie, that was such a big deal, to watch Transformers become a movie. And that was my first entry point to my emotions, actually. Because I didn't think I would feel, I didn't think that I would leave feeling that way for a cartoon that was so action-packed. And so, but the Transformers movie really impacted me.
And it's funny because it's full circle now, because you're kind of doing that with this upcoming movie.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that. I love that part with animation where you can actually give the characters gravitas. They're not just two-dimensional. They actually have lives and families and friendships, and you get to play that. I think that's really cool. When animation crosses that line and actually blends with reality. It's really cool.
Yeah. How about you, Keegan? What was your entry point?
My entry point was the original show from '84. So I'd come home from school, like hundreds of thousands of other kids, maybe more, and put down your book bag and 3:30, 4 p.m. around there, and watch the show. And so that for me was my entry point. Was, I think, what anybody 40 years ago would be anybody else's entry point. And desperately wanted the action figures, and I don't think I had a friend who had Shockwave, and that was, so I played with that one. But I did not actually have one of the figures that earlier, maybe a little bit later. But the show, I watched it religiously. It was really important to me. It was my favorite, one of my favorite cartoons.
Yeah, for me, just throwing that out there, it was Beast Wars. But then I went back and watched the original '80s series, and I've been a fan ever since. Now, my next question, I got to ask you all this. What do you think will surprise fans the most about Transformers 1?
The most?
I think the humor and the
levity.
And the fun.
It's definitely the levity. There's something very kind of, there's lots of parts of this film that are very light and buoyant, and I think people are going to enjoy that in a way that they don't understand. But then also, the pathos it is there. It's really, it is an emotional ride. It really is.
I think if you're seeking or expecting heartbreak, having humor around it and a sense of adventure and fun is misleading in a good way. And there's a spontaneity and a surprise when the heartbreak happens. And I think this film does a great job of that. You're on the ride, you're on the adventure, the sort of, pilgrimage they're off and having fun, and all of a sudden it's like ripping your heart out. And that really appealed to me the first time I read it, and then I think it really works when I saw the film too.
And also no humans. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, it's Cybertron. Yeah, we don't need all of them.
You're literally on their planet with them. All they knew, like just on Cybertron.
Just existing.
Just existing.
Just bots existing. Yeah.
Just who they are, and it's really cool to watch them find themselves too.
Right.
To see that this is where they started. That they had aspirations. That they had dreams. That they had friendships. It's really cool to watch that.
Yeah.
Best friends before they were mortal enemies.
Yeah. So yeah, you mentioned that. There's no humans here. It's Cybertron. So it's filled with, obviously, Autobots and well, they're not Decepticons. Autobots or Decepticons yet. Cybertronians. That's
Cybertronians.
So,
that's right.
Do you have a favorite Cybertronian/Transformer? Doesn't have to be the one you're playing, of course. It could be anyone.
Don't look at me.
Growing up.
Good boy, Chris.
A favorite what?
Your favorite Transformer growing up?
Oh, well, I mean, besides this one.
Baseline, yes.
Stay on brand.
Bumblebee, I said that.
He said,
that's right. Yeah, we did have a bromance.
A little bromance. Yeah. We've been the last few days.
Second to Megatron.
To Megatron. Get your arm over.
Off my side of the couch.
I discovered. I remember there was one called Ratchet. And people don't remember. And I literally couldn't believe that because it was like, so is that connected to the term that we know and the people that we know? Because I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. He was very curmudgeonly. He was about that life. You know what I mean? But also very skilled. And I always like Ratchet. If we can bring Ratchet back, that would be great. Yeah.
Well, Ratchet ain't going nowhere though.
Clearly,
I'm just saying.
not at all.
Yeah.
These guys live billions of years.
Ratchetness, it's kind of it keeps you alive in a way. So Ratchet was a cool one.
Soundwave. Soundwave was my favorite. Because I loved him because he had accessory bots. Because the original one, and also the fact that first of all, the fact is he also didn't turn into a vehicle. He turned into an object of recreation. So the fact that he turned into a boombox was, I thought, amazing. And the fact that I think it was he had there was a dog and a pterodactyl. Remember his cassette chute would open and this dog would come out. And I love that he had little small Transformers inside of him.
Within him, yeah.
And also the other thing I liked about him that differentiated him from every single other Transformer is that he had that robot call box voice that had the fuzz to it that no other Transformer had. And I was intrigued by him.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall with Transformers and Hasbro when they come up with
the ideas
Transformers is supposed to be.
Absolutely.
And the names, they should really think about including the three of us in that because we've got tons of ideas.
In a brainstorm, a
brainstorm session would be nice.
It'd be nice. I'd love to see that.
With Chris, Brian, Keegan, I want to thank you all so much for joining us and telling us a little bit more about Transformers 1. Please give it up for them, everybody. Please, come on. Transformers 1 is out in theaters on September 20th, and you can stick around for even more Comic-Con here on IGN. Roll out. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's Star Trek popping up behind you.
Yeah. Thank you, Keegan.
Just over there, and I was so proud of Ryan, and I couldn't wait. I hadn't seen anything, so I watched the footage, and there was this chant that started up, one more time, and I was listening to it, and I ran backstage, and I found the stage manager, and I said, play the footage again. And he goes, I can't, look at the list. I've got this whole list, and it's all timed out to the minute, I said, if you don't play the footage, they are going to tear Hall H to the ground. Play the footage. Get out the boat, like they got nothing on me when I vote. I'm on the road, straight to the go, let's go!
We come to this place for magic. We come to Comic-Con to laugh, to cry, to walk, because we need that. That indescribable feeling we get when Hall H lights begin to dim and we go somewhere we've never been before. Somehow, sweating feels good in a place like this. Our superheroes feel like the best part of us, and stories feel perfect and powerful because here they are. IGN at San Diego Comic-Con. We make movie coverage.
Can you tell us all the spoilers for Last of Us Part 2, James Gunn Superman, everything? Oh my god, James Gunn is going to be so pissed you said that. It's Lego Fortnite from Fortnite. We're seeing the sets for the first time in real life at San Diego Comic-Con. $100 gets you all 9 figures and the battle bus. It's beautiful. I gotta pre-order it. Peelybone, look at him. Half skeleton, half banana. It is terrifying. Also $100. And some smaller sets, Durburger for $15 and the Supply Llama for $40. And I am going to try to break this. Hopefully there's some good loot in there. They made a Lego of Keanu Reeves at San Diego Comic-Con. Check it out. I need a gun. You saw the trailer, now here it is in person, the Great Deku Tree 2-in-1. Right now it's on the Breath of the Wild configuration, and it's beautiful. And you have Young Link, and Adult Link, and Breath of the Wild Link, and Breath of the Wild Zelda, and Hest 2 to give you more inventory so you can put more Lego bricks in your pockets because this is 2,500 pieces. Holy sh**.
Watching IGN's coverage of Comic-Con 2024. There's been a ton of awesome reveals, announcements, and surprises here at the show so far. So to help break down some of the best we've seen, please welcome my IGN co-hosts, Kat Bailey and Bob Marshall. Happy Comic-Con, friends.
Happy Comic-Con.
Happy Comic-Con. We've been having a good one. First off, we have to talk about Marvel's big Thursday night panel. They screened Deadpool and Wolverine for the fans and had quite the drone show, which teased some big Fantastic Four news to come on Saturday night, ?
Yeah, I think that we can probably expect at least a first reveal. I mean, just earlier this week, we saw Pedro Pascal saying, the gang's all here, posting a picture of everybody, so they're clearly laying the groundwork. There's Fantastic Four stuff everywhere around Comic-Con, so I think that this is it. We're gonna see, at a minimum, probably at least a teaser.
So were you both present for that? Did you watch the movie?
We did watch the movie, yes. You watched it a second time?
I watched it, okay. I'd already seen the movie at the New York premiere, so I watched it, the first half of it.
Mm-hmm.
I watched one very specific cameo that I wanted to see again, and then I left. But I know Kat stayed to the end, and then there was a big, what was your first time seeing it? And then there was the big reveal at the very end of the panel, which was a parade of cameos in the movie, which I don't know if we can necessarily say.
No, I think that the fans would find us and so we just probably shouldn't be doing that, but it was really heartwarming, and I think that Deadpool and Wolverine is just such a really nice tribute to the 20th Century Fox movies from days gone by. So I think that a lot of fans will be really happy with it.
Okay, I haven't seen it yet, so I'm trusting you on this one. I'm with a lot of the people watching this right now, which is...
Well, even though the people watching this right now are on the internet, maybe stay off the internet because...
Exactly, it's everywhere now.
It's everywhere now, and I think since the Marvel panel, a lot of people have been like, hey, Marvel, why did you spoil your own movie on the night that it came out, on the very first release night? But, you know, that's just the way things go at Comic-Con sometimes.
Sometimes you get a nice little surprise, but we also got some updates about The Boys as well. There will be a prequel series called Vought Rising set in the 50s, which I'm excited about. This is one of my favorite shows, and I know the original part is ending, but we also found out that Hamish Linklater, who will be voicing Batman in the animated Caped Crusader very soon, will be joining Gen V in season 2. I'm hearing as the new Dean, replacing Dean Shetty, who perished under mysterious circumstances.
There was a huge applause in the room when that reveal happened. Everybody, it was a shock. There was a lot of shocking things about the Boys panel, and that was one of the bigger ones.
All right. I mean, I'm really excited to see more of Soldier Boy, and what was her name before? Liberty?
Yeah, well, Stormfront, who Aya Cash, I believe her name is, she's coming back as her original hero. New York, 1950s, just as Vought is coming up. And I think the really cool thing about all this is she teased in her segment for Comic-Con that the show will have everything from Judy Garland to Joe McCarthy, which knowing The Boys means everything is on the table, which is really exciting.
That's very The Boys. Yeah, you don't often see the amount of grotesque violence and explicit images in that time period, but maybe this is something new for us now. Yeah. I mean, I was wondering what they would do with The Boys announcing that they're going to end, and Gen V's going their own way, which I'm glad about.
Well, it's interesting too because they also announced that Jensen Ackles' Soldier Boy will 100% be an official regular cast member in season 5. We knew from this end of the season 4 tease that he was coming back in some way, but Eric Kripke said yes, season 5 he will be a regular cast member. So I'm interested to see, and knowing how well The Boys and Gen V have connected, I think that this will kind of flow seamlessly between the two, right? Between Soldier Boy coming back as a main character and then taking it back to the 50s with Vought rising.
I would like to learn more about what went on back then. It's going to disturb me, but I'm ready for it, as always with The Boys. And Kat, you saw something pretty interesting at the Jim Lee panel about an upcoming DCU project. Can you tell us more?
It was Creature Commandos, which is one of the lesser-known James Gunn DCU projects, and we got to see the first official teaser for it. And I have to say that it was a very nice kind of Americanized anime animated series. So it's sort of a soft launch for the DCU. We all know that Superman is going to be the big one when it comes out in 2025. This one's coming out in December, but it should kind of give you a kind of a feel for the flavor that James Gunn is going for with this one. He wrote all 7 episodes of Creature Commandos, and it has a lot of fun characters like Bride of Frankenstein and Dr. Phosphorus, and they're fighting Nazis like they do. Yeah, it's based on a comic series from the 1980s, so lots of kind of universal monsters coming out and fighting the bad guys and everything. And it's a weird choice, but it's a very James Gunn choice for the DCU. And I think it really kind of speaks to where they want to take this. And I like that they're not being as obvious as you would have kind of expected with it.
Yeah, I mean, you were mentioning before this is reminiscent of how the Guardians of the Galaxy became household names almost at this point, before being, characters no one really thought of or knew about. So is this going along those lines?
Yeah, Jim Lee specifically shouted out that as sort of James Gunn's superpower, because as somebody who has a real genuine appreciation for comics history and comic books as an art form, he really wants to go out to these characters that are maybe lesser known and not as commercial, and bring out what really spoke to him as a fan back in the day. And that direct connection between James Gunn and the fans is maybe really speaks to his success over the years. So, I mean, Creature Commandos might not be as big as Superman or Batman. They might not become household names like the Guardians of the Galaxy, but I think it makes me optimistic for the direction that the DCU is going starting next year.
It sounds like a really smart move the way you're putting it out here right now. I'm very excited about it. But we have one more thing we got to talk about, and that is Mortal Kombat 1. We got to look at the new DLC characters as well as a sneak peek at the return of Animalities. Bob, tell us about this.
Oh, the room shook when suddenly we're seeing Animalities. Again, like Animalities, Mortal Kombat 3, 1995. They're back, and they're crazier and grosser than ever, which is exactly what the fans want. So we saw a big montage of them. We saw hyenas ripping people up. We saw a T-Rex eating somebody. I think it was Melina morphs into like a praying mantis and eats somebody's head off. The really cool thing that they're able to show during this too, which I really loved, was they talked to one of the main producers about how does an animality get made and where the idea comes. And so they talked specifically about the character Rain has an animality where he turns him into a pufferfish and then jumps into the opponent's mouth and then explodes out. Oh yes, it's awesome. It's great. It's so cool and so bloody and gory, but you see it, kind of first, early elements of just like, here's the idea, and then you see it again with, new lighting, actually new graphics. Then you see it again once they add like the horrible agonizing scream and just the tons and tons of blood. And I think it's funny too, because I think there was a younger generation of Mortal Kombat players who were like, yeah, this game is silly, but it never really has gotten that silly since Animalities first happened. And when I was live tweeting out like, oh my gosh, Animalities are back, people were like, what is this? Like, what is this crap? Like, what could this be? And it's like, oh, you guys, come on. Like, the funnest thing is when Mortal Kombat embraces how totally stupid it is. It is like a game where everybody looks so deadly serious, and then the dumbest thing in the world happens, and the goriest thing in the world happens, and I just can't wait. Like, I'm so excited. When Mortal Kombat 1 came and I first started playing it last year, I was like, man, it would be really crazy if they brought back Animalities. So this was like high on my wish list, and I'm sure high on a lot of other people's wish lists too.
Oh, this has been great. Thank you both. You know how I feel about that? Friendship. All right, those are just a few of our favorite things at Comic-Con so far. If you missed any trailers, news, collectibles, and more, head on over to ign.com, IGN's YouTube channel, and all of your social media feeds so you can catch up on the action. We've got tons more Comic-Con ahead here at IGN, so don't go anywhere.
Hi guys, we are here in the field at San Diego Comic-Con 2024 to talk about all of the very exciting coverage that we have coming your way this weekend. First, we have Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles here with Paramount Plus with a very yummy pizza parlor pop-up that we will be sending our teams to go taste test later this weekend. Then, after that, we will be talking to the cast and crew of The Legends of Vox Machina about both that and their upcoming spin-off, The Mighty Nine, from Critical Role. Then, we will be getting some thrilling updates from Keanu Reeves about his comic book series Berserker, a fan favorite. And for that and more, stick with us at IGN this weekend.
Well, folks, that just about wraps up our day one coverage of Comic-Con live here on IGN. If you missed any of it, go check out IGN.com as well as IGN's YouTube and social media pages and catch up on all things Comic-Con.
And while you're on IGN, be sure to sign up for IGN Plus, because right now, members can get Steam keys for fantastic games like Battle Ram and Project Winter, with tons more on the way. Just go to IGN.com/plus and sign up today.
And if you're sad that today's Comic-Con fun is coming to a close, don't be. That's because tomorrow we have another full day of live coverage of the biggest pop culture convention of the year. And we'll have some very special guests, like interviews with the casts of hit shows like The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Dexter, Original Sin, and so much more. Plus, the folks behind one of this year's biggest horror movies, Speak No Evil.
Yes, and it all comes to a close in the biggest way possible. The Marvel Press Line and Marvel Hall H panel that's sure to be jam-packed with breaking news on the future of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Honestly, please, just bring me my X-Men. The party keeps going tomorrow right here on IGN, so until then, thanks for watching our Comic-Con live show today, and, well, we'll see you tomorrow.
IGN Live at SDCC is presented by Alien Romulus. Experience it in IMAX in theaters everywhere August 16th.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN Maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.